Hello, Taco Taco. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah. I'm 19.
What year were you born?
Oh six.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes.
And what god do you believe in?
The Trinity. God, Jesus. I mean, Jesus who died on the cross, the Trinity.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No, sir.
Why not?
Just didn't get to that point yet. I read a couple scriptures, but I didn't read the whole Bible.
Do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true?
Uh, yeah, I would say so. When you say, can you question your beliefs? Does that meaning like, can I question that my belief is real? Like, what's the title mean?
What does it mean to you?
It's your life. You know what I mean? That's what I'm asking.
Hmm.
Can you question your beliefs? That can mean many things.
It can mean many things. What does it
That's
mean
what I'm
to you?
asking.
I leave it open to interpretation. What does it mean to you?
Can you question your beliefs? From what I see it as is like, can you question that it's real? That's assuming what I'm at, what you're asking.
So to you, it means can you question if the belief is real or the target of the belief is real?
The belief itself.
So do you actually believe in God? Is that what you're seeing it as?
Yeah, I believe in God.
But are you seeing the question as can you question whether
Can you
you
question whether
actually
it's real or
believe,
not? Yeah,
or are you
correct. Yeah.
questioning whether the God actually exists? Can you question it either way?
Uh, Sometimes I question it, and sometimes I don't. That's why I'm on here.
Hmm.
And the only thing I question is if the whole Bible is true. I know a lot of stories, and I think they're true, but it's just I don't know if they're all true. So that's
So you can't question the existence of the God or the divinity of Jesus, just whether or not parts of the Bible are true.
when I say parts of Bibles, I just mean like stories. Like
Hmm.
Noah's Ark is one of the stories.
Six
I
day
didn't, I didn't
creation,
necessarily
Adam
I
and
didn't
Eve,
necessarily
that kind of
mean like
thing.
God. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So you don't question whether or not a God exists at all.
No, sir.
That that was a question. Yes, you're saying no. Why don't you question the existence of a God?
Why don't I question?
Yes.
Because of my belief. Because I know it's real. That's why I don't question it.
What do you mean by no? You know he's real.
You can't take, for example, you can't take someone where their heart's nowhere near God. They don't seek God, right? Then you get someone who always grew up around God or they seek God, so they know that miracles can happen. They know is real. He can reveal himself, not to
But
people
you're saying
who don't
knowing.
believe. Like,
You're
you know what I'm
saying as
saying?
a knowing. So you're saying that because you believe, he reveals himself to you in a way that you can't question.
Correct.
In what way?
What do you mean one way?
In what way does God reveal himself so that you don't even question the existence of a God?
Uh, just things that happen in my life,
How is that God?
dreams.
How is that God?
God's, you know what I mean? God reveals himself in many ways.
How do you know it's God revealing himself and not your mind playing tricks on you?
My mind don't play tricks on me. You know what I mean? So
Really? So you have a unique brain that does not ever in any way play tricks or fool you into thinking things.
I mean, you're asking me, do I question my God? And I'm saying no.
Right, and I'm asking now why. And more importantly, why would you request up here?
Why would I request up here?
Mm-hmm.
Because I question some parts of the Bible. That's it. I don't question necessarily the God, my God, but that's why I request up here.
So you question some parts of the Bible, like Noah's Ark, for instance.
Yeah, just because like they can't find actual evidence. You know what I'm saying?
If you were to find that the stories from the Bible, like the six-day creation, Adam and Eve, the global flood, those things were all myths told by an ancient people gathered into a book, would that change your belief in any other parts of the book? If the early stories were all myths?
So never, because I believe in the whole Adam and Eve and the tree and all that. So I'll never be like that. What you're saying? I'll
I
never
see,
like
so you
change.
can't entertain hypotheticals either. Okay,
Like I
so
said,
you
some
believe
stories, not
Adam and...
Adam and Eve necessarily.
Right.
Adam and Eve is the one of the main stories, right?
Why
Can
do
you
you
agree on that?
believe Adam and Eve?
Why do I believe Adam and Eve?
Mm-hmm.
I could give you a small part. I would just say just from a just from a man having an extra rib and the woman having sorry about that about the woman
What
having like a
what
less rib.
men what men have extra ribs and what
What
women
men have
have less
extra.
ribs? Yeah, have you
You gotta
studied
search.
human anatomy?
So it's all over science and Google, bro. You just gotta search it up.
Great. Have you ever studied it? Have you ever looked into it and searched it up like you just suggested I do?
I can
Have
search
you
it
ever
up,
done
and
it?
I
That'd be
know too.
wonderful. Why don't you take a moment and go search up and see if men have more ribs than women?
If you have a girl, you could fill her, but you don't got a girl. So
Why
how can
don't
you
you
tell me
search
that?
right now like you suggested
Do you
I
have a
do?
girl where you could fill her ribs and
Are
count
you
each one of
fucking
them?
kidding me? Are you a child? Can
Am
you
I a
not hear the
child?
question I asked? I had to mute you because you keep talking over me. Yes, can you actually do what you suggested I do and go look up the number of ribs in men and women? Have you ever bothered to do that, Taco?
Yes, I did. All right, you want me to do it right now? I got you.
Yes, go do that. Good morning, Morgan and Kat. I hope y'all are ready to count your ribs.
I'm always ready to count my ribs.
I don't think he's finding the answers he wanted to find on Google.
I am curious what answers he is finding, though. And what source they come from.
What do you mean? What makes what different?
What makes the Bible different than any other story you find at the library?
Because it's developed from many stories that happen.
It's
Like
developed
Adam
from
and
many
Eve.
stories. You say that they happened. How do you know the stories happened, Taco?
How do I know the stories happen?
Yeah, how do you know the stories happened?
From Adam and Eve. That's one of the
How
stories.
do you
That's why I
know
know.
Adam and Eve happened?
Because there's evil in the world. That's one of them.
What does that have to do with Adam and Eve happening?
I mean, if you read the story about how Adam had bit the apple, right?
What apple, Taco? Did you actually read this story?
Yeah, the apple out
Which
of the tree
translation
of
did you
wisdom.
read?
The tree of
Which
wisdom.
translation did you read that said there was an apple?
So he bit out of the tree of wisdom, which was the
Are
apple.
you sure there was a tree of wisdom and an apple? Did you actually read the story, or are you just repeating what other people might have told you?
No, like I'm repeating the story and what other people
Okay,
told me.
so which chapter and verse says he bit an apple from the tree of wisdom?
Yeah, let me get it for you.
Great. That'd be great. What do you mean late, Hammy? Apparently we're very early. Like 16 hours early. Leanne knows what's up. Not an apple from the tree of wisdom. Something else. I guess. Oh. Maybe he timed out. Maybe he didn't mean to leave. But he did leave.
Oh, what a shame.
Yeah. I guess that's what happens when you find that you can't find your apple from your tree of wisdom.
Did apples grow in the Middle East?
I don't know.
The answer's no, but
Yeah, yeah. I'm not going to make it declarative if I don't know the answer. Something some people should maybe consider doing. Yes, Snow White bit an apple. Adam bit a fruit from a tree of knowledge of good and evil, not wisdom. Yeah, Deftone dude, that's a different story. That's Adam and Eve, vampire. Was it Rain of Blood? That would be it.
Hello.
Hello there, Brendan. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm 25.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Um, I don't know about a god. Maybe a higher power, you could say. I think I like to take the ideologies behind Buddhism, Mahayana Buddhism, and more Western Zen Buddhism, but I wouldn't call it a religion or a belief in God.
So you have a philosophy, a
Yeah,
way,
more of a philosophy, yes.
but not a god belief, nothing divine
No,
or.
I don't. I don't believe in any sort of God that is, at least in the conception that is defined by man. I don't think it's humanly possible to be able to conceptualize God itself from the mind of a man.
What about afterlife? Do you believe there's an afterlife or a system of rebirth?
I believe it's a really tough question. I would say that in a way you live after life because your body, you're not inside the universe. You are one with the universe in the sense of you are part of the universe. So when you die, you're all the atoms within go back to the universe. Do I think you have a consciousness after life? I don't. I think dying is probably more like trying to remember life before you ever were born. Like trying to seeing. Imagine if you had an eye in your elbow, you can't see out of it because it's no longer there. It's not blackness. It's nothingness.
So you don't have a belief in a supernatural entity or any kind of continued consciousness in afterlife.
I don't. I don't have a belief in the sense of don't. I don't say that I know. I do believe it's possible. Um, I think human consciousness is very powerful, and there's a lot of things that we don't understand how powerful our brain is. Um, all
Does
I
the
can say is that I don't
existence
know.
does the existence of this higher power even matter to your beliefs?
From my perspective, and from my to me, it does, and it obviously does to me because I let it. I give it that control in the sense of that I'm curious. My curiosity gives it the power over me in the sense of that for example, the fact that it matters because I joined this TikTok live, so it's clearly there's some sort of power that it has over me to give me the curiosity to even want to discuss it. But does it matter on the grand scheme of things? I don't think so.
It wasn't necessarily if it mattered to you, does it matter to your belief? So, like the beliefs you hold, does it matter if the deity exists or not?
I don't think so. My opinion is if there is a higher power, and if I choose to be, let's say, Christian or any other religion out there, I don't think my higher power would actually care what I chose in the first place. I don't believe a higher power, a God that is supposedly omniscient, could even have the emotional feeling of care or hatred. That's one of my biggest issues with the Bible is that God is supposed to be omniscient, but also cares whether or not you devout your love to him. And those kind of don't go hand in hand. How can you be omniscient and you know everything that's going to happen, but you also still have feelings. That doesn't really make sense. I think it is so complex and unfathomable that I don't even know the right question to ask. And the simplest words I could put it in for my question would be, why do I exist? Or what is existence? Like, what is, to me,
Why should
reality is.
there be a why? Why should there be a why of your existence?
I think it's human nature to be curious. I think that's how we evolved, curiosity. And why is there a why? Because I'm asking. Because I'm asking the question, and that's why the why exists in the first place.
Does there have to be an answer?
No, technically not. It's just an answer that I desire, and you suffer because you desire.
Do you think that do you think that the answer to why you exist, if you were to attain it, would satisfy?
I think that if someone were to understand why they exist or be able to comprehend existence in the first place, it would probably be catastrophic in the sense of, I think it's, I believe that not knowing kind of gives people maybe motivation or hope. I feel like if you knew, it could probably ruin your life, like depending on what the answer was. I don't know. I don't know if it would satisfy. I guess it would depend on the answer. I'm assuming you've heard of like Alan Watts. I think one of his stories, one of his podcasts, went, imagine if you were dreaming and you could do whatever you wanted in your dream, and you would live 1,000 years in your dreams, and you did this over and over, and eventually you'd done everything that there was to do. Life would get boring, so eventually you allow yourself to dream, but forget that you're dreaming. So you had no idea you were dreaming in the first place. I feel like to know the answer to why existence is a thing would be to know almost too much that would ruin the kind of gift of it. I feel like it's almost a curse and a gift to not know.
A curse and a gift. So you feel like knowing the reason for your existence would somehow diminish the existence itself.
Yeah, I feel like it'd kind of be like skipping to the end of a movie or the end of a book, Like, if you knew, why would you choose to go on? Like, what if it was, if you knew the answer, let's say knowing the answer kind of ruined existence for you in the first place, why would you choose to go on and not take your own life or not
Why
take
would
life seriously?
why would knowing the answer ruin existence?
I feel like the same reason why skipping to the end of a movie or book kind of ruins the book. You miss the story. It's not about the destination, it's about the journey. And that's just a theory. No one actually knows. I don't know if it would or wouldn't.
What if that's the answer?
It
It's
might
not
be.
about the reason, it's about the doing. It's
It
about the
very well
living.
could be. I don't think that's the answer, but it could be. I don't know.
Why would there be an answer? What if there
I
is
think
none?
from the point, I think from the perspective of humans in our society, we do things with purpose. We have jobs that have purposes. We have solutions for problems, and it's a purpose. So why would life be any different? Why would life not have a purpose? I feel like when you ask that, it kind of implies that there really is no purpose, and that to me is more saddening. That's why I'm not religious personally in the sense of I don't believe in any sort of Islamic, Abrahamic religions, but I highly respect them in the sense of I think it gives people a lot of purpose. It gives them hope.
What is purpose?
Like a purpose would be like a self motivation of what you are doing.
A self motivation. So why would you need anything external? Why would you need external purpose?
Well, is it really external if everything is supposed to be one?
That's not really answering the question. That's just kind of appealing to monism.
I mean, I feel like everyone needs external. I mean, the reality is everyone is always seeking attention. No, I mean, most people, 99% of people are posting on social media or looking for the
External validation.
exactly. I feel like that, and that might be just a human in human nature to look for, and it's probably something that evolved from survival. If you didn't fit in, you didn't survive.
So then does that mean there really needs to be some external inherent purpose? Or is it really something we just kind of decide for ourselves?
I can't say whether or not there needs to be. I don't think anyone can.
Shannon asks a great question in the comments. Why do you need to believe? Why do you need something to believe in to feel purpose?
I think it's different for everybody. Some people go through
Right.
hard times in life. For me
But we're talking
personally,
about you. Yeah.
yeah, for me personally, I have always been almost like depressed, almost like reality dissociation. I've never understood a purpose, and for me, it's almost obsessive. Since I was a kid, I've always wanted to understand why. Like, what is the point of anything? Um, I find it fascinating how the brain works. In a way, everything's all in your head. You're just taking in information, and everything you see is like a drawing. Um, it's a fascination for me and an obsession in a way. So that's kind of the purpose behind it for myself. I think everyone else, whether you have faith in a god, a lot of it's for different reasons, for hope, or because you were raised in it and brought into it, or you've had struggles in life. For me, reality just, it's almost like myself doesn't really matter. It's like a role, like self identity, who I pretend to be. It's almost like an ego. It's a decision. Most people have like the monologues. There's another term for it, but like the monologues in your head, it's like a voice. And I think majority of people identify themselves with the voice. I believe that voice has absolutely no control, and it's more like subtitles for your brain.
What
Your
happens
brain
when
was
you
already
have no voice?
That's possible. There's people that don't. There's people that visualize. There's people that don't do anything, and they live life normally. You would never know. You would never know any different. Some people have. It's harder for them to understand words because of it, but really, realistically, you wouldn't know. I think it's cool the studies that were shown when back in the I think early 1900s for severe epilepsy, they would cut the what is it called, the spinal cortex between the two hemispheres of the brain on each side, and they would kind of be two individual brains, and you'd put a divider between the two eyes, and your brain would kind of fill in the gaps. You
I
know,
think it's called the corpus callosum. I could be wrong.
I don't know. I'm not sure, but your brain, you know, you would show one image on one side of the brain, and the other side wouldn't know what's going on, but it would make up an excuse that wasn't true for why it was happening. It's fascinating, in my opinion, how it works. But for your
Tavium
prompt,
MD says no one would cut the corpus callosum. I think there are for some people that were, yeah, yeah. There are some people that may have some disconnection there, or there may be some injuries. But the experiments,
it was a treatment for severe epilepsy. I'm not sure if that's what the name was called, but it was a treatment back in the early 1900s, and it's rarely done today. But for severe epilepsy, they would cut some part.
an answer of why you exist, or why as important as how.
A really deep question too. Yes, I feel like it would give me peace to know the answer. Yeah, to be able to put my mind at rest, to know. World
He
is
is the robot or the show, the episode even, in Rick and Morty, when he tells the robot that its purpose is to pass butter.
butter,
Do
yeah.
you think that its life is made better by that knowledge?
Well, absolutely not. No. No, I don't.
Would it have been better not knowing? Passing butter, asking questions, never knowing that it was fulfilling its purpose.
I'm gonna say no. However, I at the same time understand that there's no way I could answer that question without actually going through it. You know. I'm gonna say I'd rather know, but I can't 100% commit to that in the sense of if I knew, obviously, I have some bias right now of not knowing. Um, I feel like knowing would give me the idea of control. You know, to have. I would want to be able to have the decision to make that for myself. To know, to not know.
I think Tavium's got a question. Good morning, Tav. How you doing?
Hey Thrayle, all everyone on the panel. Brandon, how you doing?
Yes, I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. So I'm curious, like about your answer to the whole Rick and Morty episode thing. So you think that the quality of the purpose itself is not enough? It has to have, sorry, the existence of a purpose is not enough. It has to be a significant purpose. You want me
For
to?
the ease of mind, I would say yes. If I had found out my purpose was, let's say, a simulation to power some sort of machine, almost like some Matrix kind of thing, it would be very like demoralizing. You know, like it would suck to find that out. Um, I don't know how anyone can make peace with that. You know, but that would also lead me to more questions like, well, why do they need that? I feel like the answer to a question like that would have to be very complex, where you can no longer question any ultimate questions.
Do you think that the idea, or just wanting to seem bigger for yourself?
I'm sorry, can you say it again? The last part, to see what?
Uh, I don't know how to word this correctly. Do you think it stemmed from something of an ego, of a pride? You
Oh,
want to be
absolutely.
something,
I
someone
think
bigger?
I think everybody has an ego, and at the end of the day, this is my ego. It wants to question um, life itself. I think the ultimate, I think the ultimate way of if someone could be enlightened, kind of how like but stuff that could be in Buddhism, it would be to not have an ego or desire, but my desire is to question life itself. And I can't really help that. I can't change that. There's no point in me trying to. Me trying to is my ego trying to change itself, and that's not possible.
That's interesting. Would you say that you're just, I don't want to put words into your mouth, so I'm gonna ask you again. You said that one of your purpose is to question life or something like that.
I, to me, yes, I wouldn't say it's my purpose. It's my desire too. That's a part of
Your
who I am.
desire.
I question that. I don't wouldn't say it's a purpose, as if I was put here to question life itself, but that is my desire. Like that stems from my ego of the world, like my perspective. I want to question life. I feel the need to. I can't help it.
So you think that I'm asking you? Do you think that this desire to question would lead you to something, or is it just for the fun of it?
I I don't know if it would lead me to something. Um, one of my childhood heroes was like I said, Alan Watts, a philosopher, and at the end of the day, that guy was just a drunk, and I don't know if he was ever at peace or not, but he talked a lot about how to be at peace and kind of made it clear that you're gonna be who you are, you know, and there's really not much you can do to help that. I don't know if it would lead to peace by searching, but it definitely gives you something to do while you're here.
Interesting, but I think
I
Jimmy
go
has an
through phases.
answer.
There's times in my life where I don't even pay attention to it, where I kind of just roll with it and I don't even think about it. And there's times where I'm just zoned out and it hits me, like it hits me hard. Um, like it will
Okay,
almost
so
make me.
I have this final question, and then I'll probably drop. Uh, do you think if you figured out what your purpose is and if you fulfilled it, do you think what do you think would happen next?
I I think if I figured out my purpose or the meaning behind life itself, I would probably no longer be alive because I I feel like if you know why you're you're I feel like if you know why you exist, then you probably no longer exist. Like, what is the point? Um, you know,
Do you enjoy your morning coffee? If you drink coffee in the morning, that is.
it's a gift and a curse. Like I said, there's times where it drives me crazy, and there's times where I'm super fascinated by it, and I enjoy it. You know, I enjoy the deep. This is I enjoy this discussion that I'm having with you. You know, it's just something I enjoy doing. But there's times where I'm alone and or I'm zoned out, and it is a curse. You know, it drives me crazy almost.
If anyone else have any questions, I think I'm done with my line.
Appreciate you, Ted. Good morning, Jim.
Eh, And same, I don't want to take up too much time. If you don't have any more questions, you're more than welcome to drop me. You know.
There's a few other people up here who have some questions. So I want to make sure they get a chance before we move on. If you're up for it, Brendan.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I have a question, but
Jimmy's got some.
Kat,
Go for
Morgan,
it,
are
Jimmy.
you okay? Brendan, you were talking about the ego. I just wanted to ask you, what is the ego?
I feel like ego is who you define as yourself, and it goes through phases. Um, it's how either it's how you see yourself and how you think the world sees yourself in a way. It's like a character you play, and you don't even realize you're playing it. Um, it's who you identify with in your head, but at the end of the day, it's in my opinion, it's really not you. Who you are is not the person that's thinking in your mind, because, like I said before, assuming you know most of us, if not all of us here, have this voice in our head. That's really not you. It's more subtitles in your head. It's your brain's way of self-identifying with its surrounding.
So, are you saying that the ego is a thing, or is it just it's a made up thing?
No, it's a real thing, 100%. And there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with having an ego. Everyone does. Um, it's just the reality is an ego is more of the self-identity. Like you see yourself as one, whereas the bigger picture is you are not inside the universe. You are the universe itself. Everything is kind of part of the same thing. It's the same system. You consider your heart to be a separate part, but the reality is, what part of you is you? Like, is your heart you? Is your brain you? Where do you draw the line? If you lose your arm, are you still 100% of yourself? It's at the end of the day, the way I see it is the ego is the way you portray yourself as an individual separate from the universe itself.
I guess that's what I'm asking is, if you were to lose your arm, wouldn't your ego need to change?
It does change. It adapts. It adapts to your environment, and there's nothing wrong with that. And you can't help that. That's the thing. That is why there's nothing wrong with that. You can't help your ego. I mean, change is possible, but you can't force I have not been in a
Is this your
survival
ego
situation
talking?
in a long time.
But you're saying that the self is,
No,
there are
no.
two distinct things.
When I say the self, your self and ego are the same. But when I say the self, I kind of, I believe there is I don't know. Like I said, I believe there's a higher self. I like to think that there is a higher self within my own consciousness besides my ego. And I feel like my ego is kind of a role that I play for this true self. And I don't know what it is. I don't know what this true self is. I don't know if it's all one and the same across everybody or whatnot, but there's times where I feel so disconnected from reality that I can almost see past my ego in the sense of who I am, who I portray to be in life. And it makes me, in those times you question everything. Like, what is the purpose of any of this? Why do I do this? Why do I do that? It's the watcher of thoughts. Why do I think this way? That is a part of my conscious that I consider to be a higher self that I don't identify with myself as in the ego.
Interesting. Really quickly, gotta speak past both of you. I've got to thank Heather's Descent and Keep Ups, also Morgan Le Fay, Lisa, Bridget, and Kat DeWitch. Thank you all so much for helping with that previous call. If you had another follow-up question there, Jimmy, go for it.
Yeah, I'm curious about this dissociation. When you feel disconnected from reality, that's when you can see past your ego. What does that look like? How does that happen?
It's honestly really, really hard to explain in words. I will try to explain it like this. It's like your mind goes blank, and you just you kind of see everything almost as it's almost like you see the world differently. Your mind goes blank. You're not really thinking anything, and you don't even realize it immediately. It takes a second, but you're not thinking anything, and everything just you feel almost nothing. You have no sort of opinion. It's like imagine being able to look at the world without being able to put an opinion out about what you're looking at. You have no sort of thought or feel towards anything. And it is a very relaxing feeling, but it's also once you realize what just happened, like you when you come back to it, it's very depressing in a way. To me, I like when I come to afterwards, I just feel kind of depressed almost.
Do you think this is what some people call meditation?
Yes, I can achieve the same results by meditating. I think you can achieve a lot more with meditating as well beyond that. You get to a certain point of meditation where that's what a lot of people try to do when they meditate is to clear their mind, and I think it's actually honestly kind of bad to do as a beginner in the sense of it's easier to just watch your mind, watch your own thoughts, and see where it leads. um but you really don't gain much from it other than maybe relaxation at first.
So there are two traditions that come to mind that line up with a lot of what you're saying about reality and ego and the self and such. And one is Hinduism. Have you read any of that?
A
Like
little
the
bit.
Gita?
Not much. I haven't looked into a lot of Hinduism just because I know there's certain schools that kind of worship deities, and I'm not a fan of that. I have looked into a bit of Mahayana Buddhism, um, which is what now Zen Buddhism kind of takes from in the Western part of the world now. Zen Buddhism takes a lot from Mahayana Buddhism. Um, it's a
Tibetan
philosophy
Buddhism
that
as well.
I
Yeah.
enjoy.
Yeah, the other one is Buddhism.
Yeah, that's a lot of how my worldviews come from. Honestly, is from Buddhism, I would say. Um,
Is it helpful to talk to people or read people who have similar experience like this? Which you might find in Buddhist texts, but maybe also in Hindu text.
it's enjoyable. I enjoy it. I can't really say it's helpful. You don't really gain anything from it, but it is nice to have that conversation. Whereas, uh, especially from where I'm from the South. I live in the United States. I'm from like a really southern part of it, and you can't talk about this here. Like no, most people around where I am are very Southern Baptist. So this whole concept, it, they just completely put it to the side. They don't give it a second thought. Like you don't talk about that here.
I bet if you looked around, you'd find some other people who are engaging the same questions. And I think also, if you dig into the writings, I guess it's Mahayana Buddhism that you want to look at, you would find more questions to ask. And maybe that's the thing to gain. Because that idea of what I won't gain anything is that, I mean, I'm wondering why. I'm wondering why you're pursuing it as a kind of attainment.
I don't know. I feel like maybe enlightenment from the perspective of society is something that you can obtain, and reality is I don't know if it is possible to obtain, but enlightenment is what I would consider that is the goal to be obtained from it. I don't know if that makes sense. Maybe that is at the end of the day what I am seeking, the attainment of enlightenment, but I don't know if that's truly even possible.
It is a contradiction, I think, and I think right? If you go to if you work hard to accomplish non-attainment, then what is there to attain?
It's like God's grace. You cannot want God's grace and receive God's grace. You have to get God's grace without wanting it and earning it, or without wanting it in the first place.
Which God are you talking about?
Christian. I won't let it ruin my life, but I would still. I don't ever see myself changing in the sense that I will always be curious and fascinated about life itself. And will live my life normal. I have a family. I'm married. I have 2 kids. And that doesn't affect that, but I will still always question, you know, and have those fascinations and curiosities about life.
Are you sure you're normal?
No, I mean, I don't think there really is such thing as normal. I think people are vastly different, and I think that's okay. That's normal. I think what is normal is to not be normal, to be different, and everyone thinks differently, and that is the normal, in my opinion. Am I normal in the sense of traditional religions? Definitely not. Probably not, especially from where I am. But I feel like that's completely fine. I mean, really, like, what is normal in the first place? That just feels more like a ideology from society. It's kind of like morality, like morals. You know, morals are kind of human conception. I don't really believe in a right or wrong in terms of a universal law. And you kind of see that within Mother Nature. It's so violent. The universe itself is very violent, but humans, we have a conception of what is moral and what is not.
I can't think of another question.
Fair enough. If it ultimately boils down to there is no inherent purpose, and you find some reason to believe that, you know, existence just is a fluke of nature, that we just happen to be here, purposeless, would that change the way that you live your life, or the way you treat people?
I, I don't know. I think it probably wouldn't, in the sense of maybe I wouldn't stress or think too much about life. I wouldn't overthink it, I should say, and I would just kind of more live in the moment as you should with life, and take in every aspect of it as you can, and live it while you can, because it's so short. But I feel like it wouldn't change how I treat people, in the sense that I already treat people very openly.
It sounds almost like a positive benefit, though.
Yeah, I think it would be positive. I think it would be healthier, in the sense of I would no longer stress about it. I wouldn't think about it. I would just live, truly live. You know, I would live in the moment, wouldn't think about anything else. But having the question in my mind now, it's like, because I don't know, it's always in the back of my mind. You know, why is this? Why is that?
What if the inherent purpose is to see it as purposeless?
Very well could be. Um, I don't know. I mean, that is a purpose itself, to see it purposeless, but it could be. It could be, but I don't know. then there's no way for me to know, you know?
I don't know that I have very many more questions myself, Brendan, but I do appreciate you coming up. I think Jimmy might have more.
I have one more. If you knew that there were people struggling with the same questions as you have, and you could talk to them, would that make you feel good, or would you rather pursue this alone?
No, that honestly would be a dream of mine to do that. If I, like I said, I took a lot from a kid, from Alan Watts, who did the same thing, and that would be a dream. One, to just have other people to talk about it with, but two, I mean, it's a purpose in itself. It gives you purpose. That gave him purpose. That it would be 100% a dream to have, like a dream come true. It's just the way society is now. The world, it's such a rare thing to be able to accomplish, like to do that full time, if that makes sense.
Well, you can message me if you want, and I can maybe look up some things and make some suggestions.
Okay, for sure.
Kat or Morgan, do either of you have a question for Brendan before we bring up a new guest?
No, not at this time.
Appreciate you, Brendan. I really do. Thank you for coming up and answering the questions that you did, and I hope that you keep asking questions. And definitely let us know if you find any new answers.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oops.
Nicely done.
I mean, is it really being on Batcolyte if you're not unceremoniously dropped after a nice conversation?
It's almost an initiation.
I feel let down if I'm not in the
I
middle of
gotta
a
step
sentence.
away a second. I'll be right back.
Oh no.
You have a belief or in a god or a higher power or something like that. You might want to come up and see if you can question your beliefs.
You might want to. No, do it anyways. You might find out you can't question your beliefs, or you might find out you can. Woo! I wasn't woken up enough before it hit 47 degrees in my home at 6 o'clock in the morning, and I went, oh no. So it's very cold in my house right now.
It's very chilly.
Tetra is just about to leave for work, and for the first time in like 5 days. So I'm very apprehensive about her driving out on the still icy roads.
Drive safe, Tetra. Drive friendly.
My big day. Well, chalk and cheese, I guess. You do you.
Hello.
Oh, hello, my mind. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
43. Why? I've removed.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Hell yeah.
Are you drunk right now?
Hell no.
Okay.
I don't
Which god
drink.
do you believe in?
I believe in the only God, Jesus.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Hell yeah.
And do you believe the stories to be true and literal?
Well, it's a Bible, so I believe it. Yep.
Why do you
It's a
believe
holy
the
book.
stories?
It's a holy book. Yep.
Why do you believe the stories?
Because I was raised on it. Yep.
Because you were raised on it, therefore you
Hell
believe
yeah.
it. So you believe that there's a 6-day creation and that two humans, Adam and Eve, were the
Yes,
first.
it's in the Bible. I believe it.
If
All
it's
right.
in the Bible, you believe it.
Yes, yes, I do, sir.
What do you
That's the
do
thing
when
about it. I
what
don't
do you do
question
in the
shit.
Bible? So what do
I
you
don't
do in the
question shit that I'm not supposed to
Right.
question.
Well, you're up on my panel where the topic is can you question your beliefs? So if the answer is no, the only real question I would have is why? Why can't you question it?
I can, but I choose not to.
Why?
Because God said to have faith in Him. And I
see.
start questioning Him. That's like I don't have faith.
So God said to have faith, so you don't question it. You have
In
faith.
America,
And what do you
America
do?
was built on Jesus.
Right.
So
I'm sure you think that. I'm sure you want us all to believe that you believe that, my mind. But
America was built on
yeah.
Jesus too.
Yeah, do you know what a Poe is?
So
You're,
if you're a real American,
do you know what a Poe is, my mind?
I don't know what the hell you're saying. You got to use
Yeah,
smaller words.
A Poe, it's an old internet meme. It's a thing where
Small
like
words, baby.
it's where somebody expresses ideas that are so extreme that you can't tell the difference
Oh, you
between
sound like you're on the
a
internet all day.
troll. Right, I'm still talking. It's when one expresses ideas that are so extreme you can't
Don't start getting
tell
upset at
if
me.
they're a troll or not. But here's the thing: you're going overboard, so it's obvious. Everybody can tell you're just trolling,
All right.
and nobody gives a shit.
Something about that person seemed very familiar.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a new username.
Satired a little too close to the sun there, bud.
Yeah, it's just like it's not even believable trolling. So there's no reason to entertain it, even for a moment. It's not funny, and it's not believable. So why do you think you'd stay on the panel at all?
It's only funny if it's believable, and it's only believable if you actually fucking try.
Murica.
No, Sherry. That's something the app automatically does to encourage people to request up. But I am always happy to see you down there, or happy to see you up here. Either way.
Cat, don't be complaining about lazy trolls, please, Cat DeWitch. No, no, no. I'd rather have lazy trolls.
Tyler says, Thrayle, are you the host under a different account or something? Well, this is a critical thinking live. I can't give you all the answers, but what do you think? Right? They figured it out. Good job. Now, the way to tell that if you've requested by mistake, if you are nervous about that, is that the two little pink and blue people next to your chat will turn white. And yeah, that tells you that you're in the queue. At least on most devices. Liz is like, oh, don't give it away. You want us to bring up more people that didn't mean to come up, unsuspecting requesters, chatters that pocket requested. I love it when they know that they didn't mean to be in queue, though it does leave me a little bit confused as to why there's so many ghosts. We do have one request in queue. They've been up here before. I don't know that they're here to question their beliefs, though. They haven't been in the past.
Hell, bring them on up.
We were raised very conservative, very, very conservative.
Mm-hmm.
And then won't offend anybody. But if anybody in the room is like that, so when that happened, it felt blasphemous.
You were shocked.
It was.
That's all you've told of the story so far. You said when you were younger, you had evangelicals. You don't want to offend any, but you were shocked. What were you shocked about?
Because it was Wednesday night and they did an altar call, and I did it, and I got up and I went to the altar and I prayed to be forgiven for things that I don't prefer to talk about. And the girl next to me started flopping around on the ground, and I looked at her and I didn't believe her.
Okay. And that's
what
why you
happened.
can't pray.
That was the last time that I prayed, yeah.
Because you saw an evangelical flop on the ground and you didn't believe her.
Exactly. I think
So
it was
therefore,
more.
you can't pray. What does that have to do with your ability to pray?
I lost the. I just felt like that. God, there's just so hard to tell the truth about because I don't want to offend anybody. Can I tell you the truth?
Are you drunk, Flora?
No. Can I tell you the? Can I tell you the truth?
I would much prefer that you'd start with the truth so that this conversation wouldn't be circuitous and end up going nowhere.
Okay, so the truth is that I was offended on that night, but I think the real reason is because my brain like just changed. And I think that there's a spectrum of sensitivity to belief. I think it's not belief. There's a spectrum of sensitivity to the like connection. Like some people think that things are connected to them and that they mean things to them, or other people are everything else. And they think there's a whole plan, it revolves around them. And there's a sensitivity to that. And I think that that is normal and very human. And I think that if you know what a bell curve is, obviously. So I think that there are people on that curve, and I'm one of them, and I'm less sensitive. My brain changed that like probably around that time. And that's why I had that experience, was because my brain just basically changed.
You were offended that the woman flopped on the ground. Were you offended that she faked it? What were you offended by?
I did think that it was a performance, but if I now that I'm actually benefiting from this already, because now I'm realizing that she probably didn't fake it.
What do you
It's
mean
just
she
that
didn't fake it?
all my life I've thought that she did, but now that I'm being confronted with it, possibly she didn't. She
Flora,
experienced it, and I didn't.
Flora, are you just up here to kind of process childhood memories?
No, this is the last time I prayed. This is why we're talking about this. I could
So
definitely talk to you about like more
I was
contemporary
trying
things.
to find out why it is that you think you can't pray, that you're just incapable of praying. Is it something that you've never tried since?
Oh, well, I mean, I talk to my dead husband all the time. Does that count?
What do you mean, talk to your dead husband?
I mean, I talk to him like he's here.
Does he respond?
Of course not. I mean,
Do you think of that as prayer?
I assume it's similar. I don't know.
What does the word prayer mean to you?
I think it means talking to God, which is something I used to do when I was a kid until that night.
So you just stopped talking to God, and now you're thinking maybe you were, jealous that that person had an experience and you didn't? Do you think you actually believe in a God, but that you have been embittered against him or it for not choosing to communicate with you?
Well, there was definitely some bitterness, but I don't think I was bitter against her that night. But yeah, there has been some bitterness for sure.
Bitter against the God that you believe is there. Do you believe a God is there? While you process that, while you think on it, I'm going to talk past you. It's not to be rude, but I'm going to thank Anki, Bubs, Shell, and Claire for helping with the previous goal. Thank you guys so much.
So I just don't want to say it because
You
I
don't want to
know
say that you do or don't believe in a God.
I know for a fact that I don't.
Why don't you?
Because
Besides this not praying thing, because because it seemingly seems to be some kind of point that you need to process, maybe deconstruct what your feelings are about what sounds like maybe some kind of either envy or even just a post-processing confusion. Besides praying to God, what makes you believe or not believe?
Well, I mean, I believe that the world is a pretty good place, except it's mostly horrible, but it's kind of wonderful sometimes. And that makes me feel good and believe in things and feel good about the world. And that's what I cling to. I think that I'm surrounded by wonderful experiences and people and history and civilization and all the things I'm thankful for. And that means a lot to me. So my life is not meaningless. But when you're asking me if I can pray to like something beyond all of that.
Yeah, I didn't ask you that at all. I didn't ask you if you could pray to anything. I said, besides the aspect of prayer, what is it that makes you believe or not believe in a God? You said before that you are certain you don't believe, but I'm hearing questioning in that. So is that something that you really are certain of, and what makes you certain?
Okay, well, now we're getting into the definition of God. And if you ask me, like,
Nope. I didn't ask the definition of God.
what about the definition of meaning? Is that what you're asking me? I'm confused.
Nope. Does anybody else think that Flora's just trolling me?
I'm not trolling you. I'm trying to understand what you're basically trying to do so I can participate.
I don't hear a troll.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, go for it.
Flora, I just want to go back to that instant. So you were saying you had evangelicals come over, and then there was an altar call. So were you like kind of brought to a church?
I've been to the church I've been to my whole life, but
Okay.
it was different that one night because we didn't always have Wednesday night service, but we did that night. And okay, I'm going to be a little flip here, but they didn't exactly like bring out the rattlesnakes, but I did lose respect. It was a performance on a level which I felt was disrespectful to our tradition.
Wow. Okay, so I'm hearing two things. Now, first of all, let me ask you: do you think that like your parents, that this was for your benefit or something? That your parents were like, you're going to have a special church thing to, help you come to God? Were they trying to change the way you are? Do you feel like this was aimed at you?
Not at all. No.
Okay.
It wasn't. This wasn't about. This was just between me and God, and oh God, I don't mean to be rude. I really don't want to be rude.
Lots of people are rude here. You can go ahead.
Okay, well, frankly, I think that some people get to a certain age and then they stop believing in Santa Claus. And I think that my brain like had hit a certain level, and then one night I experienced something blasphemous, and I was offended as a Christian, and I lost the ability to pray in that church. I think that they
It,
took it away from me.
ability or
They took
or willingness.
they blasphemed in the church.
How did they blaspheme?
By performing. This was a sacred like ground, and they were doing something that was just so shocking compared to what I know it sounds like minor to you
Something
guys.
didn't understand.
It
They
was
did something you didn't understand.
sure. Yeah, I would okay, I agree with that actually. They did something different. Like it's a new fashion. I grew up with the mainline Protestant, and
Are
then
you
they
sure
brought
that
they
you
brought
weren't
in
the
the
new fashion to them?
yeah, the show business,
Are
which
you
was
sure that you weren't new fashioned to them? This subdued, calm reverence rather than the uh, uh, the excitement, the exuberance, the energy that they're used to.
it was
Do you think maybe
offensive.
Do you think
I
maybe
love
it
that
was
you said
offensive to them?
I love that you said the word reverence, because that is the key like concept to being grounded in religion in the 70s and 80s in the mainline Protestant faith.
In the mainline Protestant, what does that even mean?
It
What is
means that
mainline Protestant?
it's not evangelical, it's not charismatic. It's all
Why?
about
Who
because it's
decided
all
that? Is this just what you grew up in, what you were used
yeah,
to, and you
yes,
felt
yes,
uncomfortable with something?
yes, exactly. Yeah, it was what I grew up with,
Why
and they
did you not
made
ever question if you were doing it wrong, instead of seeing what they were doing as wrong?
that's a really good question, because that's exactly how I presented it to every one of my friends. I was like, my exact words were, they did it wrong. And
How do you know you weren't?
I took it for granted that it was a fact that we did it right and they were wrong.
Have you ever
What
heard
about?
of
Oh, go ahead.
It's impossible to
Sorry,
exaggerate.
Flora, Flora,
It
Flora, Flora,
wasn't
stop,
just
Flora,
different. It
Flora,
was
Flora,
offensive.
Flora, Flora, stop, stop. There's already two people trying to get a question out, so don't just keep going. Um, in what way does any of this compel you or convince you that there is no God?
Well, I was trying to tell you earlier, I think that this coincided with my brain when I said I didn't want to offend
So you're
people.
just saying your brain got to a point where it decides not to believe. Is
Yes,
that
I think there's a bell curve of people who are more or less
so?
sensitive and
Is
are
there
more.
no there's so you think that is the reason? There's no other reasoning for you, just that your brain developed to a point where you think it just turns off belief.
I think that some people are sensitive. The majority of people, like, can I ask you a question? Is that okay?
Go for it.
Let's say we dropped 1,000 people off on an island for 1,000 years, and they were raised by robots for just a thought experiment. How long would it take for them to invent a
Hang on,
religion?
Brian,
We
I
know
just-
it. My point is that it is
Okay. Continue.
my point is that it is the most human thing in the world to be religious, and I don't fault people for being religious, and I believe in their religion, and I support them in their religion, and I'm very into it actually, and
I
I'm
thought you
very
were just asking me a question about desert islands and robots. What the fuck are we talking about? Really,
I'm
what is
talking
going
about
on?
I'm talking about human nature will always produce religion, but I'm also noticing that atheism is a real thing. Now you're asking me to question my beliefs. I'm very willing to do that. I have no problem with that.
What belief, though, Flora? What belief?
What belief are you asking me to question? That's what I'm waiting for.
Yeah, so I ask every time somebody comes up here, it's the first question I've asked the last 3 times you've been here is, do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that? You always revert to, I can't pray, so therefore there's no God. My brain did a thing. But you're not actually telling me if you currently believe in a God or gods, a higher power, except when you say that you think you don't believe. Is that you saying that you lack to say I don't want to be rude 1,000 times and not ever get anywhere?
Okay, there's a bell
That is
curve.
very boring.
I think I already told you there's a bell curve. Let's say on the far left end, it's like super sensitive. And then there's everyone else on the peak of the bell curve on the top. And that's average people religious. And then on the far end, there are people that are just not sensitive. Moved in this direction. And I think it's just this that
So
there is
where does this idea that brains are developed in this way around with no evidence or studies or understanding of neurology or psychology?
You got me there. You got me there.
Then
No, you're
why
right.
would
You're
you
right.
why
You're
would you
right.
carry this assumption rather than exploring deeper the reasoning behind what it is that causes your lack of belief?
But I don't have a lack of belief because of a lack of exploration. I have a lack of belief because, like, let's say, and this is what I mean when I say I don't want to be rude. Let's say that I asked you to believe in Santa Claus. What would it take for me to get you to do it? And you know I'm telling you that
Why would I assume that it's impossible? Why do you assume that I wouldn't assume that it was impossible? Why do you make so many layers of assumptions about what will and can be instead of actually exploring these ideas? Like, it sounds like you've gone through the effort of creating an entire mind palace of experiments in which you consult absolutely no outside world.
I you might believe in Santa Claus. I mean, do you understand that
Holy fucking shit, you don't even listen when I'm talking.
I heard what you said, that I made a mind palace of like a fortress of disbelief.
Nope, that's not what I said. Holy shit. I'm not even, like, we're not even communicating at this point.
Did you not say that I said that trying to get you to appreciate my religious like capabilities would I compared it to me trying to get you to believe in Santa Claus, and you said, why do you think I can't believe in Santa Claus?
That's not what I said. I said, why do you make the assumption that I would say it's impossible?
I didn't say it was impossible.
You did.
I said
You assumed that I would say it was impossible. You did. That's why I responded the way
well,
I
it
did.
was implied,
Flora,
but
at this point, like, I don't think
It starts with listening.
it starts with listening. It does. You've watched this how many times? You've been up here 3 times at least.
and I'm trying to understand. I don't.
I don't know at what point that is my failure or yours, Flora.
Tell me exactly what it is that is the point.
The point
Like,
of
in other words, like what would
Point
be
of what?
the point of what could, like, have you never met a skeptical, like, atheist, like somebody
Oh
that
my
used to be
fucking god.
like,
Why
how
are
do
you
you
getting condescending now? Why?
how many times have I said I don't want to be rude?
You're doing it passive aggressively all over the place.
I
Nobody
am not
believes you.
I am not
Nobody
passive
Stop.
aggressive.
You're talking over me right now. You shouted over me. I'm not passive aggressive. You're just getting aggressive. Nobody believes you when you say I don't want to be rude. Nobody believes a fucking word after that. Because you are just being condescending. And half the things you say after I don't want to be rude just don't make sense.
I am not
that they're rude.
I'm not passive aggressive. I support Christianity. I like Christians. I wanted to know what you're doing. That's why I'm here.
Great. And you're telling me you're not drunk right now. Nobody believes you, Flora. Nobody believes you. You've watched this live so many times. You've been up here 3 different times. What am I doing? What the fuck kind of question is that?
I just need to stop assuming what other people think or believe. Genuinely, if you want to engage with this space, that's what needs to change.
Dial back the number of assumptions that you make.
And this isn't necessarily a debate, as the wonderful little board beneath me says. We're not asking you to prove anything. We're not asking. It's quite literally an exploration of if you can question your beliefs. And those 2 little questions down the bottom of the prompt: what is your belief? We just want to know the baseline. Where are you at? Where are you coming from? And why do you believe that? See, even my dog's upset.
Really, when he started to explain back the way my questions or my responses were and mischaracterize them so far, like it's clear it's not communication.
I don't know. I could sense there was some genuine there, but I feel like it's a communication barrier.
Yeah.
Sorry,
That was-
I got my second because
What the
first
fuck?
off, W mods, but
No.
W mods for the things you can't see, not for the things you currently can. The buck tab. He tried to tag everybody. Oh, you're awesome though, Taff. He needs muting powers. So you're saying you don't just want to be a mod that gets to use caps. I feel like I missed a gift list somewhere along the way, so I'm gonna make sure that before we get too far, that I thank Jimmy, Cat the Witch, Morgan Le Fay, and Claire for helping with the previous goal. Thank you guys so much. If anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. That is what I'm doing, night after night, seeing if you can question your beliefs.
Maybe
tricks.
repeat the question to yourself before answering it.
Yeah, that's a really good trick. It does
It's
help.
also okay to like ask a clarifying question if you don't understand part of the question. Instead of trying to guess what we're asking about.
Well, Deftone Dude, if that's the case, then I would have questions for you, but hopefully you'd understand and respond to those questions, not the ones you assume you want me to be asking.
I can't open the door until we're above 60, I'm sorry.
Oh, your dog can't go out until the house is warm enough to open the door and withstand the blast of frigid air.
I don't want to lose what I've got, okay?
Hello,
Hi,
Golden Leaf. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
23. Can you pick a
Were you
number
born?
between what enter?
No, I'm just like already bored. Yeah, try harder. Can you pick a number between 1 and 2, Morgan?
1.5.
Good job.
Gold star.
I also would have accepted 1.1 through 1.4 and 1.6 through 1.9.
I figured, but I wanted to take the safest route and give you exactly what you asked for.
You know, I don't know. I think they just play the music at the beginning and the end. That I was ready to end before I put up the end is nigh. I would start playing the outro music.
I think it keeps things calm.
I like it better when it's just there.
Can I just process for a second what happened with Flora? I'm still not over it.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay. It seemed like a really great example of how we tend to build models of people, and then instead of talking to the people, we talk to the model.
Mm.
And the model, of course, says the things that you expect them to say. And I just felt that was happening so hard in this case. But what's interesting is, how do you build a model from Thrayle or Morgan or me if you don't have much to go on?
Mm.
So that it was just sort of a wild example.
What confused me, and I don't know if either of you caught this, was there was a flip-flop between I don't want to offend anybody, where he seemed to identify that he was trying to probe if we were Christians or not, or if we were atheists or not. At least that's how I interpreted that.
Right. An unformed model, right? There wasn't
Yeah.
enough information to build a full human being to talk to in his mind.
Mhm.
And he certainly didn't want to talk to an actual human being. So he had an amorphous kind of sense of what we would think was offensive or what we would think.
Mm.
That was what I was getting from it.
Right.
That's the I don't want to offend anybody, which is such a strange thing to say here. I mean, you're talking about your beliefs.
Right.
It's irrelevant.
Well, I mean, it's going to, in some way, offend somebody.
Right.
That I'm even asking questions. It was very early on that it was the first time somebody came up and identified what I was doing. Obviously a philosophy student, who pointed out that not only was I just using the Socratic method, but reminded me starkly what they did to Socrates for doing it.
That's
When
horrible.
I thanked him for the reminder. It almost brought me to tears.
Socrates had an out and he didn't take it. So yeah, you might get an out. When I thought that Flora was actually listening, I wanted to bring up Mary Dyer from the 1660s. It's a really interesting story about what happens to the community when the church that's central to it changes pastor and changes direction. And in this case, it's catastrophic. But that was before I realized they weren't listening.
Yeah, they weren't. There wasn't a lot of back and forth. It was a whole lot of forth.
It might be tempting to use this as a kind of interview. People would like to be interviewed, and then they get to kind of say their points, spew their points, you know. But that's not really critical thinking.
I do refer to them as interviews. I would rather say that than a debate, but it's still not quite the right word.
I agree.
Investigation? Analysis?
I mean, and conversation isn't even quite the right word, even though it is a kind of conversation.
It's a type of conversation, yeah.
You know, when I say it's a conversation, people are always quick to snap that they should get to ask questions back. That I should be responding. It should go two ways. And like, well, that's a kind of conversation. This is a different kind.
It's like an invitation to inquiry, but only in one direction.
Which we understand can feel unsettling. Like, that obviously feels like you're under like a spotlight or a magnifying glass, but like that is the point. These questions are uncomfortable. We're still uncomfortable with some of these questions.
It's kind of
I
like
won't tell you which
detective.
ones.
An interrogation, right, Amori? Yeah. So if anybody would like to be interrogated,
And saying something like a study is like implies academia. I don't know. For those of you who care, it's now 54. We're getting close.
I know someone who cares.
I'm glad you care, Jimmy. I'm glad everybody cares about my
I
dog.
met your dog. I met your dog, actually. But I also care.
That's exactly what I meant. Yeah, no, I'm glad you care about my dog. I care about my dog too.
I don't know if he's still in the chat. I don't see him. But I've decided after a brief investigation that Tavium definitely deserves that muting power that he originally did not want, and now wants. Yeah, he definitely gets that.
I missed it.
Well,
I believe I have the. Do I have the?
as
I have the
Huggy
power
says,
to invoke.
WTAV. Do you have the power what?
Congratulations. I think I have the power to invite. I see little cues to invite people.
Well, any guest has that.
Okay.
Yeah. You send them an invitation to request. You can definitely do that, but you should have some powers, Jimmy. I've actually been meaning to do that.
Exciting.
Exploring, maybe? Exploring your beliefs. But,
Oh, Hammy.
Howdy.
I think interview is still the most, like, it is an apt word. It is an interview style of conversation.
I think that's right. And the only danger is that some people might kind of want to lean back in the chair and just go
drift
on and
into
on. And
personal, yeah.
An interview is still not a sermon or necessarily a testimony. It's still a guided questioning. I mean, but what else would we call it? An inquisition?
No one ever expects the Batcolyte Inquisition.
Socratic Inquisition.
Socratic Inquisition.
Socratic Inquisition puts me in an imposition.
Unksmilt says to the panel, before questioning your beliefs, you will need to have a belief. Share.
stealing.
Deftone, dude. I like that. DJ Thrayle turning the tables on your beliefs.
Jimmy, in the Army, we didn't call it stealing. We called it tactically acquiring.
Tactically acquired. Very good. Of course.
We also call
Tactical acquisition.
Now I need, like, a radio clip. Like a whole transition for a radio station with DJ Thrayle.
WBAT.
No, it'd be BCL.
BCL. No. WBAT, I like. You gotta have a W, because for some reason, all radio stations have a W, which really limits the number of radio
That's not true.
stations you can.
Some of them have
No,
Ks.
Oh, that's
case.
right, Ks. That's right, Ks and Ws.
Mm-hmm.
Why are there Ks and Ws?
I
In
don't
Texas, do they have
know.
W's or
I meant to
K's?
look into that.
I think we have both.
You were
We have
listening
Ws.
to WBKY.
I'm sure somebody knows the answer to it, and I'm sure it's a very enlightening and fascinating thing, but it also seems to be kind of limiting, doesn't it?
I can look it up real quick.
Is it west of the Mississippi
Well, that wouldn't make sense,
or the Missouri?
because I've got W's up here. I think the only place I remember
Both side thing is like, I don't think it's very interesting. It's probably not. It's probably very arbitrary and pointless, which, wouldn't that be a kind of interesting?
I don't.
Wait,
Aaron,
Yes,
I don't know if
there.
that's
I
true.
pulled up the reason.
Okay.
Okay.
Is it interesting or no?
It's very much not interesting.
Damn it.
And
It says U.S. radio stations' call letters start with W or K based on a geographical split established by the Federal Radio Commissions, now the FCC, in the early 20th century. Generally, stations located east of the Mississippi River start with W, while those west of the river start with K.
I called it.
How does that make sense? I guess. Generally, I guess that means there are some.
It does say that the origin does the KW distinction was used earlier for ship radio, with W and K assigned to different regions. Somebody to invite to the live. It said to the live when Thrayle was
That
here.
happened too. I've also had it where like Kat has been up here and then it shows her fucking thing to invite. I'm like, guys, what are we doing?
KBAT or KBCL?
I like KBCL because it's less obvious. But obviously it's your choice.
I don't know. When do I veer away from obvious?
You're obvious?
I don't know. I think can I get
Hi.
your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, I'm 18 and
Yes, I don't believe you.
what
No birth here, just intuition.
No, just
Yeah, no. No.
I mean, I think you're right. I can't tell.
I have no idea. I really have no idea why I don't believe them, but I don't believe them. I didn't tell you your age. asked you your age. You said 18. I said, I don't believe you. I don't know why I don't believe you, but I don't.
Can you question that, please?
I sure can. I can question it.
I have a belief that I want to question. This is kind of a boring belief, though.
What's the belief?
Belief is that, and I was telling Thrayle this earlier, it seems to me that logic precedes language. No, language precedes logic. And logic does not precede language. So all the Philbros who come up arguing, they're just arguing about language.
Yes, absolutely. 100%.
Yeah, it's semantics. This is the point of
Also-
sandwich. This is why sandwich exists, the way that I use it anyways. I mean, sandwich would exist regardless of our acknowledgement of sandwich, because sandwich is sandwich, and all sandwiches are sandwich. But that only happens semantically because the way we define sandwich.
A equals A because subject equals predicate. A does not equal B because subject does not equal predicate. So then, what's your point?
Sandwich.
Sandwich.
I think I agree with Aaron that I believe there are elements of logic that preceded language.
Well, that's what I want to question because I can't find them.
It all depends on how you define language. What is a language?
Language is a system of grammar. It's a game.
Okay, it's a system of grammar. What is grammar?
Hi guys, I'm sorry I need help.
Hey there, GP. We're up here questioning the nature of belief.
I'm
and
sorry I
saying
need
if
help.
you can question beliefs. I don't know that it's respectful for us to continue to have you up here on the panel if you're not part of the conversation, and the conversation would be in any way detrimental or disparaging to what you believe. So I'd prefer we just not. I don't see how that's helpful for either of us.
Hello.
Hello, SETI. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm a nice seasoned 39 years old.
Fascinating. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I do. I'm kind of in my journey of starting deconstruction, I think, because I keep asking this question, especially to Christians, and I cannot get a straight answer out of them. So, and anybody stop me if I'm wrong here, but God is supposed to be all-powerful, all-knowing, omniscient, omnipresent, all that stuff. So essentially, God knows everything, including the past, present, and future. So my question is, if God knew that he was going to send Jesus to die for our sins, why waste the time of killing people or unaliving people in the flood and unaliving people in Sodom and Gomorrah for sin, when in fact Jesus was going to come and die for our sins anyway?
Yeah, no idea how to answer your question, SETI, but so this question is why you don't believe in a God or why you're deconstructing from it.
Oh, well, I mean, I think it has to do with question your beliefs because
Right. The
it's
question I asked was, do you believe in a God or God's higher
oh,
power or anything like that? You kind of
and
talked past that to tell us a story about how you
oh,
question Christians. Can you answer my question?
oh, gotcha. I'm sorry. So yeah, I do believe in something. I do believe that there is a God. I just don't believe that it's a Christian God anymore.
Do you believe that there is a God? What is God?
What is God?
Hold on, any more?
What,
He used to be
yeah.
Christian. He's deconstructing, but he still believes there's a God.
Yeah, is that I just want to make sure everybody's clear on my stance right now.
I'm going to have some questions about that, but yeah. Do you, what is God? What is the thing you're saying exists?
So to me, God is the cosmos. I think God, whether he or she gave its life force to create everything and create the what science knows as the Big Bang, or the once hot dense state, it caused a rapid expansion.
Gave its life force.
Yes.
Why would you assume that there's a being that gave its life force for that?
Because obviously praying to a God is not doing us any favors. You know, please God end starvation. Please God cure my cancer. Like, that's not happening. So either God is indifferent to our struggles, God is non-existent, or God is God is dead, or God gave its life force to give us life.
Could God be incompetent?
Only if God chooses not to end suffering.
Could God be incoherent?
Incoherent. Sorry, I'll be honest with you. I'm familiar with the word, but I don't know its definition. Like,
I'm thinking of there's a philosopher who called it the irrational will of nature.
So I don't think there is nature itself is indifferent. So I don't think there's an irrationality with nature. No.
Perhaps better poorly translated.
What does that mean, Morgan?
In regards to what you're asking, is it the method of translate, like it is poorly translated, like nature?
If I'm understanding, are you asking me, or are you asking Jimmy?
I was more so clarifying Jimmy.
Oh.
The irrational will of nature, that's Schopenhauer, and it is sort of like what we observe in nature, which is a lot of cruelty and chaos and indifference. So it might go back to Seti's idea of indifference. But I feel like there's another possibility of a God that is not quite conscious, but at work. I'm just trying out different ideas of gods on you, Seti. I'm seeing, kind of trying to get at what your notion is.
Yeah, I think where science and religion can come together in agreement is that we are the universe observing itself. And in that same vein, I think that God is everything that we are able to observe. I also have like a weird thought that maybe in the same way that quarks make atoms, atoms make our cells, cells make our organs, organs make our bodies. I think that solar systems make our galaxies, galaxies make superclusters, superclusters make our universe, and that could be one cell of a multiverse of cells that make up what we can observe as God.
But then how does it really jive with the idea of God?
How is that a God? Especially one that you're saying gave its life force for this existence. If we're just a cell within its structure, is that even God?
I mean, that to me, so there's the concept of God, I think, is not very concrete because, you know, take Zeus, for instance, that was a god. But in some stories,
What is energy?
Energy is, you also have.
What are you talking about when you say energy can't be destroyed or created as a reason to believe that why is your pantheistic sandwich God Jesus in your mind?
Well, I don't know if Jesus would have to play a part in this. I think Jesus is separate.
It's sacrificed itself so that we could exist. Instruction.
I don't really know. I had these thoughts before deconstruction, and I was just kind of playing with the idea. I guess just to hold on to some past trauma of believing in God, because I was, most of us were forced into that belief. So it may just be from that. So I'm willing to acknowledge, anything like that. It's just a thought I thought I would play with.
Mostly. I hear you, Seti. I didn't mean to wrench it from your grip so quickly there. Is it a comforting thing to imagine that there is a God that sacrificed itself to create this cosmos?
Only in the sense of when we die, there is something that we'll be a part of after death. I don't know if we'll be conscious after that, but it's comforting to know that we'll at least go back into the earth and, become part of nature again. I think there's comfort in that.
Do you think that if a God, being an entity of any kind, sacrificed itself to create a cosmos, that there would be some evidence or reason, some trace?
I think that kind of goes back to we are the evidence, the fact that we're conscious and can question things. I think.
Isn't that just evidence that we have consciousness? I mean, in what way does it evidence another consciousness?
So I think entropy can be used not only in the physical realm, but also in a
when you say entropy, What is it you're implying there?
The classic definition of entropy, where something can form from a random assortment of materials. So,
Is
like a
that
statue.
is that the classic definition of entropy, or is it?
As far as I understand it, yes. I might be mistaken though. So I'm not. Yeah, I'm not going to pretend like I know everything.
It might be the opposite. If it's the opposite of that, if entropy is sort of random chaos.
Do you mind if I look it up real quick?
Or an ordered system. Go for it.
A fundamental dimensionless measure of a system's thermal energy per unit temperature that is unavailable for doing useful work. Okay, that's the first. Let's see here. Okay, so disorder and probability. Rather than just disorder, entropy is better understood as a possibility of a state. Highly ordered, concentrated energy has low entropy, while dispersed, chaotic energy has high entropy.
What is entropy?
So let's see. Commonly interpreted as a gauge of molecular disorder or randomness. It represents the number of specific microscopic configurations that correspond to a microscopic state, with higher entropy indicating more disordered or spread out energy. So entropy increases in isolated systems. Let's see, messy room has high entropy. Gases like
so
that.
Just to clarify, you keep using it over and over. The meaning of the word.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. I don't understand. Tester Pirate is right. I am not too proud to admit I do not understand. I thought I understood it, but I
So when you
don't.
look up entropy, it's something that you're not quite understanding. Is there a reason then why you would use your current understanding of energy to understand why or how to detect a conscious God before existence?
So, okay. Let me see if I can try to understand. Let me see if I can try to define it one more time. So how about this definition? A thermodynamic quantity representing the unavailability of a system's thermal energy for conversion into mechanical work, often interpreted as the degree of disorder or randomness in the system. Lack of order, predictability, gradual decline into disorder. So like you were saying, okay, that makes sense then. So I think I had it the opposite, where I understood it as, like sand could form a statue in the desert because of entropy, but it's actually a decline of the statue in becoming sand. Am I getting the gist of it?
You're going the right direction now, but still not quite
okay
what entropy is. But yeah,
as long as
that's a better analogy than this sand becoming a statue.
Okay. Yeah, I'm like, I'm not trying to be disingenuous or anti-intellectual. I swear, I'm just trying to, you know, understand what my thoughts are, because it's really hard
Understandable.
sometimes.
And I'm not trying to browbeat at all. I much prefer that round of discovery. So now you know what the word is, or at least a better understanding of how it is used. Does that help you to understand in any way why you assume there's a God that gave its life and created everything?
Yeah, that would make sense. Because it doesn't, like, of course, I have no evidence or proof. All I can do is, you know, move the goalpost further and further back with what we could call evidence, but it would just, in fact, be moving the goalpost. So I don't want to do that.
What is the goalpost? Like, not where is it, but what does that mean to you?
So that would mean, so moving the goalpost would be, I guess I could, the only example I can really think of right now is flat earthers, right? And I just want to clarify right now.
I know what it means to move the goalpost. What I mean is, what is the goalpost for you right now?
The goalpost for me would be
about God.
Just I guess I'm just trying, like I said, I'm just trying to hold on to a belief in God, just because I don't want to let it go.
Mm-hmm. What do you think that would mean, to let it go?
I mean, a lot of arguments with theists.
What else might it mean to let go of God?
On a more personal level, I think it would just like breaking down and crying about it, because I don't know, I get kind of emotional. So
what does a God provide you?
In a sense, kind of like a hope for unity for humanity.
A hope for unity? How does it bring you hope for unity?
Give me just a second. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Take your time, Seti. Take your time. While Seti takes a moment, I just want to thank everybody for tapping us up to 56,000 likes. I do appreciate all of you so much for liking. Also, sharing the live helps get us out to the FYP, and who knows, maybe across the FYP of somebody who has a belief and the curiosity or the courage to question it.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's okay. Totally understandable.
So yeah, just I don't know. I think a lot of people use it as a comfort for whatever is going on in their lives, and it gets them through certain things. And yeah, I don't know.
It's okay. Does it feel like a human loss right now?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Like you've lost a friend or someone who's been there.
I think so. I'm not sure how to process this. This is a weird emotion. um so I just want to clarify. um I think that I'm getting really emotional right now because I
It's understandable if you want to stop this conversation at any point, Seti.
oh no,
I'm
no,
not here
it's
to put
not.
you on display. I don't
Yeah,
want
no,
you to
no, it's
feel
all
that
good.
way.
It's all good. I just um just medically speaking, I'm going through a little bit where I can't work anymore, so it's like, you know, all I have to do is sit here all day, and while my kids are at school and my wife is at work, and it sucks because I have like no value right now.
Hey,
So
I'm gonna stop you right there. I've been out of work since April. Absolutely not.
I'm a stay-at-home dad too.
Don't even worry about it, dude.
You have value.
like I know I have value. I'm just saying I feel because I can't work. I can't, you know, maximize my value, you know, because it sucks being able-bodied and then all of a sudden not be.
Is there anywhere else you could put the energy that you put into work?
That's the problem. I don't really have much energy left. Like, so I'm just trying to broaden my mind, I guess, for the moment, by doing stuff like this, because I don't want it to get stagnant and become a bigot or something, you know? And
Totally
like,
understand, and you're always welcome to hang out.
because I've seen like there's too many people on the internet, which is a great feat of humanity, and there's too many people using it to like go down this pipeline of ignorance and stupidity. And I guess I just want to know how I could fight against that by deconstructing myself and then helping others deconstruct, even though I can't, like, you got to deconstruct. I can't, you know, you can't really do that. You got to let people find out for themselves, like I'm doing. It's kind of like waking up out of the matrix. It's just a hard thing to accept.
It's a
Do you
big
think
step
that
for sure.
there's... Oh, go ahead, Morgan.
Nope, go ahead, Danny.
Do you think there's a way that you can be helpful to other people, even in the condition you find yourself?
I mean, right now, I mean, I just try to take comfort that I'm still helpful to my kids and my wife, that I can still, you know, get them to where they need to go. You know, my son plays basketball, and my daughter is a cheerleader, so I get them to practice and everything, and I can still do that. And my wife really appreciates it too. So it's, and I, you know, I try to pick the house up when I have the energy to do so. It's just exhausting though, you know. Anyway, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to trauma dump on you guys. Jesus Christ.
You're all right, Seti. So you're feeling kind of a lot all at once. You're going through an emotional turmoil over this, while you're also deconstructing a faith that you held for how long?
39. I started questioning it when I was like 12 or 13, but I never really had anybody to talk to about it until I was in my 20s. So I guess around 17, 18 years. But I've never really had a chance to like talk to anybody like you guys where like you know challenge everything. Like it's always been, oh, that's a cool idea, that's a neat idea. I don't really have an answer for that, but that's cool. It's kind of like confirmation bias, I guess.
Does it matter to you so much to deconstruct others as it is to, like, is that because you want a validation in your deconstruction?
Oh no. I think it's important. I think it's important for people to deconstruct, but I don't think it's important for me to help them do it. It's just it's kind of like it's kind of I think it's important for our society as a whole, but I don't think it's something I could help people understand because I just had trouble trying to explain my position to you guys. So I'd rather let people go through their own journey because I don't think I'm smart enough to help people through it. For one, and two, I think it's just something people have to start going through, and it's going to be a painful process, but I think society will be better for it in the long run.
Changing gears back to your belief, does it matter to you if a god of any kind exists or not?
I guess not. I guess not. Yeah, I'd like there to be, but if I really sit here and think about it, I guess the answer is no.
I can imagine a lot more questions for you, Seti, but I don't want to drag you back into feeling emotionally vulnerable in public. There is a Discord link in the link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio, and I think you will find a welcoming community there who might be able to answer questions, pose questions, give you an outlet to talk to people about what it is you're experiencing and going through.
Okay.
There's always somebody in there as well.
There's voice chats and message boards all over it, so.
Awesome. I appreciate that, guys. But yeah, I think I'm okay. I've cleansed all the emotions out for now. So,
all right.
But I'll go on the back burner for a while if you guys have something else you wanted to talk about.
Well, I wanted to know if Jim or Morgan had any more questions about your belief to see if you're up for it, though.
Oh yeah, I'm up for it.
But also a quick reminder, this is a good time to remind everybody we are here just questioning beliefs, not here to debate or argue. And if you are capable of questioning your beliefs in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, then go ahead and request up. But yeah, Morgan and Jim, if either of you got a question ready before we bring a new guest.
I don't have any specific questions, but I definitely think the community over at the Discord would be really beneficial.
Yeah, just a testimony. I certainly found myself in a fairly traumatic position a while ago, and finding this community has really been helpful. So if it's not the right community for you, I would say finding some external connections of people who kind of going through what you're going through. Maybe not all of it, but maybe some of it can be really helpful. And
Yeah, thank you guys.
keep you moving forward.
Well,
I
thank you.
appreciate you, Seti. I hope that you keep asking questions.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's one thing I've been able to do my whole life is definitely ask questions, even though I get on people's nerves about it.
I mean, who knows? You might be able to turn that into something. I'm certainly trying to.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys again, and thanks to the chat too.
Appreciate you, Seti. I hope you take care, and of course, if you find more answers that you feel firm about, and you can question them, bring them back, and we'll definitely want to question those. But big W's for Seti on that. He absolutely can question his beliefs. He even came up here already posing a question. An interesting one at that. But if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your belief, then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to fight. I don't want a verbal confrontation, a shouting match. I find no catharsis in the anger displayed on these panels. I really just want to know if you can question what it is you believe and why you believe it. And if you can, then there's space on the panel for you. There was a moment 11 years ago when it occurred to me that I wouldn't be able to do the things I had done before. I wouldn't be able to hold the jobs that I was holding. I wouldn't be able to do the work I had done. I wouldn't be able to provide the way I had. I relived that moment through Seti just a moment ago. And that's a lot to go through, and I understand it. There's another side. You get through it. You keep moving as much as you can. You keep doing whatever you can. Because you will until you can't. That's why it's called will.
That's a dilemma I am currently facing because I got injured in April at work, and now I'm not sure if I'll ever be able to do that work again.
A couple of things. got me through the past several months, which one of which is practicing gratitude, which is hard to do in a situation like both of you are describing and said he's describing. But it's essential, I think. It's essential to try. We lose track of the things that we are really grateful for when times are hard.
Oh, it can be, Michael V. It can be hard work. Sometimes, sometimes it's, well, most of the time, I would say it's not work. If at least it doesn't feel like it, because it's enjoyable, because it feels rewarding.
It's a dream
But maybe
job,
that is
too.
work. Blueberry coffee does help.
I'm not
Where
crying.
do I get this blueberry coffee?
Market basket.
Market. Demoulas.
Demoulas.
Morgan and I are roughly in the same vicinity.
Mm-hmm.
I'm further away than I was. But.
Mine is from a big box store, and it's the box store brand. Yep.
Pinpoint my location by saying I get my coffee when I know somebody who goes down and supports a farm in El Salvador, and they grow coffee. He brings it back green, and then they roast it here.
That's wild.
It's fantastic. And when I can't get that, it's the roaster at JP Licks is the guy I know. Excellent coffee. But the best coffee that I've found is brewed in Utah. This is actually interesting. It's called Jack Mormon Coffee. And so this guy who I met in Salt Lake City was a member of the LDS Church, and then he discovered coffee, and he left the church and started roasting coffee, and it's unbelievably good. Yep, Jack Mormon Coffee, Aaron. Worth the price.
Keep mispronouncing sacred hot bean water. Well, I still have half a cup of my blueberry flavored sacred hot bean water, which has been iced because civilized. So, I just realized I alienated all of the hot coffee drinkers.
You sure fucking did.
In one word.
I'll drink it hot or cold. I don't care.
That was brutal. I don't care. Coffee's coffee. I'll drink it if it's coffee.
I enjoy a hot coffee from time to time, but I really, really like it iced. It's more enjoyable.
As a proper New Englander, the only coffee to get from Dunkin' Donuts during the winter is an iced coffee.
Yeah,
you know why? One of the reasons why I like iced coffee, because it doesn't get colder. There's nothing worse than coming back to a cup of hot coffee after getting distracted for a little while. Going for that sip and it's tepid.
Room temperature.
Right. Iced coffee is what you expect it to be, unless the ice melts and then it's a little watered down. But
I tend to brew my coffee pretty strong anyways, so
yeah, I do too, because it's iced. I'm gonna pour it over ice. Tea. Thank you, Morgan Le Fay, Shell, Enki Bubs, and Bree. And thank you, Claire and Kat DeWitch. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you helping with that goal.
well, I gave in and I let the dogs out. It's almost 6 in here. Much more tolerable temperature. But while we're waiting for a believer, make sure you take your meds, drink some water, eat something. It doesn't have to be a breakfast food.
I did admittedly eat a donut right before the last guest.
And thank you for the donut.
Proud of you. Thank you for the toroid.
Hell yeah. It's toroid time. I ate a donut that was not toroidal.
Ooh.
It was a sandwich, though.
It was a sandwich. How do you... Huh?
It was a Bismarck.
What kind of donut? Oh, that'll do it.
Well, it's like a long john, but it's round. So it's a Bismarck.
I don't know that I've ever heard of a Long John. I've heard of a Bismarck.
Yeah, long john is like an eclair.
I mean, context clues, but
But they're usually, instead of being crispy like an eclair, it'd be like a donut, soft.
that sounds like a textural nightmare.
It's just a cream-filled donut bar.
My statement still stands. I'd take an eclair over a donut any day.
I do like the texture of an eclair over a long john, but they're both good. And keep up. Blow-torched brioche stuffed with nitro foam cheese.
Are we
Sounds
doing...
like something might explode, but I'd be
I was gonna say,
interested to watch the process.
What was it called? There was like a really big uptick in the culinary community. I want to say late or early 2010s, where there was a lot molecular gastronomy. That's what it was.
Sorry. Bree says it's a trap. Kolaches and Buc-ee's are an allusion to Hype the Crazy in Texas.
I think you've done it, Thrayle. Everyone's questioned their beliefs, and there are no more questions.
Happens about this time every day. There's somebody out there who can question. They just haven't worked up the courage yet to hit the request button. Or they're just scrolling in and have no idea that that's what we're doing. So if you are just getting here, we are just questioning beliefs, not debating or arguing. I'm not looking to wrench your God from your fleshy fingers. I really just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? There was a moment in the previous conversation when it felt like in my head, like seeing someone with a shiny ball that they're still looking at and taking it from them and asking them all the questions about it. That's when I said I didn't mean to wrench that from your hands.
I thought you were very compassionate.
I could understand where he was. he might be for a while. I mean, it's a tough place to be. Both the deconstruction, well, I didn't experience it like that. I've been through the process with many people. But along with the other things he's going through, I can understand where he is. And that's a difficult place to be, and to couple that with deconstructing a faith. It's a lot.
I know I've said this here before, but the teacher of my teachers in Buddhism has a saying which was, I have good news and bad news. The bad news is that we're falling through the air without a parachute. And the good news is there is no ground.
I like that. But of course, instantly I want to know, how do you know there is no ground?
Yeah, we just had to take his word for it, I suppose.
Trust me, bro.
Regardless, it doesn't actually change your experience while you're falling.
That's true. If you are falling through the air with no parachute, does it make sense to worry about the ground? Does it make sense not to worry about the ground?
Real change comes from within.
I think this is why the Bowl of Petunias and
Yes.
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Oh no, not again.
We just listened to that episode of the BBC radio drama.
Oh yeah, that's right. Toaster was hosting that over on the Discord, which if anybody wants to get in on all of the fun activities we do over there, the link tree is in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one takes you there, and you'll find out, if you read those rules, that you're not alone. $42, that's the answer. That's the answer. I'm glad we solved that mystery, Heretical.
The song from the beginning of the movie is constantly stuck in my head.
Well, it sounds a little like this. The BBC version does sound a little like the tavern music.
Oh yeah, it does. That's one of the other reasons why I really like the lute and tavern and the music on this app, is because they kind of remind me of the old BBC series.
I keep thinking about how, I don't know, intentionally or unintentionally profound Douglas Adams was. The Great Green Arkle Seizure is my favorite.
That would be your favorite.
It's wonderful. The universe, because everyone thinks the universe had to be created with a purpose, but what if it was just a sneeze?
Right.
I love it. I love it so much. I love all of Douglas Adams' work.
So I actually use that framework to question from sometimes. When people are adamant they're God and intended everything to exist, I will ask, how do you know it's not just a sneeze or some other bodily function of this being?
That's perfect.
A byproduct, one might say.
Something left behind, never thought about again. How do you know we're not just a glowing golden poo in the grass?
A byproduct.
Mm-hmm.
I do question the coming of the Great Kleenex, though. I'm not sure there's really any evidence for that.
Well, there's small ones. Why wouldn't there be a giant one?
Both sides, and yeah, galaxy farting unicorns. I think that's a good one.
That explains a lot.
Sorry. That one got me right in the giggle dick. I'm sorry. Fuck.
Yeah, I'm
Suze
picturing.
asks the great question, of course, do they fart sparkles? And I mean, if they're farting galaxies, then probably some sparkling going
Galaxies
on.
sparkle? I mean, let's use some common sense here, guys. Obviously, they sparkle.
I'm just picturing 3 unicorns drinking coffee and talking to each other and farting out galaxies.
Of course, coffee gets the blame in the end. A universe for coffee by coffee.
Brought to you by coffee. It's what plants need.
That's what's for dinner.
Blueberry flavored coffee and universe flavored unicorn farts. This is what we've devolved to, absent a believer to question. I mean, the blueberry coffee's always there, but universe flavored unicorn farts. It's got electrolytes. That's true. That's true, Toaster. It would have electrolytes. Excellent timing, Huggy. Yep. Perfect time to come back. Anybody who's watching is going to know how bad it is when I accept the next guest up, if it is who I think it is. But before we do that, if you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I just want to know if you can even question that belief. And if you can, then what is it that you believe in, and why do you believe it? And also, thank you so much for helping with the Go Cat to Witch. Also, Claire and Jimmy B. Appreciate all of you so much. And all of this Hitchhiker's Guide talk has me going right back to my favorite. "42 dolphins."
That's excellent.
Is he in the chat, Philly? I didn't see him say anything yet. But good morning to everybody who is just joining us. We are only a few hours into this live because I was uncharacteristically late. Like I don't know what came over me. Why?
Uncharacteristically, huh? That's a choice of words you chose to use.
It's called sleep, Thrayle. So sleep came over you. Something's wrong with me. I shut down. I don't know what it is.
Oh no. Emergency restart.
Emergency restart. It really was, though. Like, I set my head down thinking, okay, I'm not sleepy enough to fall asleep. I just have to get past this. I had like a stomach ache, and I just wasn't feeling great, so I laid down, set an alarm for an hour before the live would have started. Should have started. And I woke up 4 hours after the live should have started.
That's okay. I also had an alarm set, and I was like, I'll sleep a couple hours, I'll stay up, I'll mod a little bit, then I'll probably sleep, and then I'll go up, it'll be fine. I wake up, it's 47 degrees in my house, and it's 6 a.m. I'm like, what?
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun.
Mm-mm.
Toaster said alarms are for people with jobs. Or yeah, I mean...
Is this not? Hang on, I gotta go back and reread my contract. Bree, it's because we both my partner and I fell asleep and nobody tended the fire all night. That's not normal. That is not the norm.
Yeah, and I don't know that I would want to visit anywhere in New England until July either. I'm kind of with Bree.
You guys are no fun.
Good news up here is that it's beautiful.
I need a fire because it's my only heat source, unless you'd like to buy me a new central air heating system.
Morgan, where you are is particularly beautiful.
I personally agree. I'm not actually from the area that I currently live in. Originally, I'm from a different part of the state. But it is one of the big reasons why I live here. Is just because of... I mean, it doesn't matter where you look, it's beautiful.
It is... it is far too cold in Texas, and I can't imagine any beauty in the landscape being worth it being colder than this for any period of time longer than this. This is too cold. We should not do this. I need to speak to the manager.
This is also not typical either. Is this kind of cold snap? We don't get negative temperatures very often. This is, I think the last time it was this bad was 2021-ish.
Same. The last time it was this bad was 2021, and it was bad.
I spent a couple of weeks about 90 miles north of you, Morgan, and in the winter, and it was -20 to -40 outside.
Horrifying.
This is a while
Absolutely
ago.
not.
And that was an experience going outside at -40. It's hard to forget.
One of the wildest experiences that I have in memory is when I was living out in Montana with my mother. And it was one of the like worst winters they had seen in a long time, and I remember waiting at the bus stop during a whiteout to still go to school.
I remember walking uphill both ways in the snow.
We had grit back then.
I was just confused why we were outside when we couldn't see anything.
How could the bus see anything?
That's what I'm saying.
Jimmy said earlier, what was it? Something about going outside in -40. The sentence does not compute to me, because if it is -40 outside, then outside does not exist. I will not be going out there. The thought process of an outside will not compute again until it is a habitable temperature. Like, but I don't know, somewhere in the neighborhood of the freezing point, preferably above it.
Well, there was a wood stove, and somebody had to get the wood.
Mm-hmm.
But the great thing about being out at -40 is people will ask you, you mean Fahrenheit or Celsius? And you can say, yes.
Both of them.
That's the weather where you can throw your cup of hot coffee in the air and it'll turn into little frozen droplets.
So cool. So cool. That's one of the things that I really love about my state is Mount Washington. That's something they do every year, like the first time of the year that they can do it, and they post it on social media every year, and it's so fucking cool every time.
Bree is trying to convince her 3-year-old that I'm a good guy skeleton, but he's not buying it. I think the harder you try to convince him, the less he will be convinced.
Mm-hmm. Have either of you ever experienced ice fog?
I've not.
Is that like a fog from the ice? Because the ice has started to...
No, it's
does
not.
ice... Yeah, what is ice fog?
So ice fog is a weather phenomenon where fog is created, but the fog itself isn't gaseous water. It's tiny ice crystals. And it's super dangerous to breathe in that kind of weather.
Sounds very uncomfortable.
Yeah. It's happened up here a couple of times, and it's not cool at all.
But if you have a belief in God or gods or higher power or something like that, you can request on up and see if you can question your beliefs.
You know it's bad when both sidesing is doing segues in the comments.
Get back on track.
We are believerless. We've got no believers who believe in anything believable, or at least none that believe they can question that belief. Unless you just believe this is some kind of ambush, but I don't know why you'd believe that. If you do, can you question that belief at least? Well, thank you, Rylan. Though that isn't a requirement. If anyone does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, doesn't matter too much what your voice sounds like, as long as we can hear and understand you. And of course, if you can question it, that really is the big thing. I know the feeling about sightseeing. I keep looking over at the. This is why there should not be a mini fridge in this studio with me.
That's
There's
exactly
stuff.
why.
There's stuff
Why
in the
my
mini
partner
fridge.
won't let me put a mini fridge in the office.
It's convenient. I mean, it's chilling my next cup of iced coffee. It's already ready. Right now, what's in the mini fridge is I still have 3 more Bismarcks that I have not eaten. But there I am talking about food. And I have an energy drink that's flavored like coffee, and I have a full cup of blueberry coffee that I brewed when I brewed the one I'm drinking now, and I have I think there's 2 bottles of water and a blackberry Dr. Pepper Zero. Yes, the gods and demons have thought it was that guy, though it is still icy outside. It's not freezing right now. We have Paniac joining us. Paniac, did you mean to request out?
Yes, I did. Good morning.
Good morning. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 59.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Actually, I don't believe I do.
And why not?
I guess I would have to blame life lessons.
Life lessons have somehow indicated to you that there's no God.
Throughout my life, I have swayed back and forth as to whether or not there's a God, a traditional Christian God, because that's what I was exposed to. And at this point in my life, I'm leaning more towards there's nothing.
Is there anything that compels you most in that direction?
Yeah. And just stop me if this gets too expansive, but I was raised in a relatively normal family. My mother was religious, Roman Catholic. My father was very scientific minded. So started out, going to church in the morning on a Sunday, and then Sunday night sitting outside under the stars with my dad talking about the Big Bang Theory and black holes and wormholes, and I think that started my questioning of traditional belief in God at around the age of 5. And then through various things that happened in my life that occurred, would bring me back to questioning one side, which is the side of believing in God. And then I had a medical emergency, which really threw a big question mark into everything. And now I just don't think I believe in that there is anything.
By anything, you mean like a conscious deity? Is that what
Correct? Correct.
Does it matter to you if a god or deity exists?
I think that it's a nice story that people like to tell themselves. I think the Bible was based upon a thread of reality. It just doesn't seem like there's really anything there.
What do you think might compel you the other direction, to think that something is there?
Oh, well, that just opened a can of worms. I only had one event in my entire life that made me think that there was a higher power. And it didn't go so well for me. I basically, like I said, I grew up with Roman Catholic belief system and would fall back onto praying for someone or praying for an event or whatever, and never really saw anything come of it until my father was extremely ill. And one night, I actually asked God how he could allow someone to suffer like that. And it was years of suffering, and it was extreme suffering. And the next day, he died. And that was the only time I ever felt a connection to that there might possibly be a higher power. The only time.
Because you asked about his suffering, and the next day he died.
I specifically asked if he is such a powerful God and has a, sorry, I'm getting stuck for words. But if he's a God that is a loving God and a caring God and has compassion and that, how could you let someone suffer that badly for so long.
So in your mind, it almost felt like you tempted God and taunted him and his response and take something away from you.
Exactly. I have to say, you're the first person I've ever told that story to that understood exactly what I was trying to say and the exact feeling. And I still say, if someone is ill, I'll say a prayer for you, and I try to send them positive energy or good thoughts. And I don't discount anyone else's God. That's their belief system. But for me, that was the only time in 59 years that felt like there was a response of any kind.
Does that response, if it were a response, does it feel like a loving God responding?
Well, my thoughts at the time were powerful, perhaps loving in that he took away the suffering that my father was going through. Maybe teaching me a lesson about don't ask questions that you don't want the answers to, that you really don't want answers to. I don't know. I still struggle with it today. That event, and it's been 28 years.
Yeah,
Does
that
it
sounds
feel
really
like
hard.
I'm
Does it
sorry?
feel like guilt?
No. I don't really feel a lot of guilt in my life about anything, but I mean, yes. I mean, I guess yes. At the time, I felt guilty for posing the question, and did I somehow cause or start the domino effect of my father passing the next day? Because it wasn't expected at that point. A lot of the suffering had gotten better. So yes, I guess there was some guilt at that point, that perhaps asked a question I shouldn't have asked. That I tempted a response.
If that were a response from a god, would that be a god that you would respect?
I could respect a god if I could understand a glimmer of purpose, I suppose. I guess I have a hard time. I have a hard time respecting anything I can't understand, I suppose.
Do you feel that that response is enough reason to believe there is some God there? Or is it just the one time it felt closest to being reason?
No, that did not give me enough reason to believe. Like I said, I had a medical event 12 years ago. And there was nothing. There was no family visiting me from the other side to bring me over. There was no light. There was no... There was nothing. And perhaps that's what got me to the point that I am at today.
Did you expect there to be something?
I did.
What did you expect there to be?
Something. I expected some sort of transition.
When you had this incident, are you certain that you were actually in any way unalived, experiencing what would be another side? Or could it have just been a state of unconsciousness in your brain and not truly what anyone will experience on the other side?
Oh, there's definitely that possibility.
So then wouldn't that leave room for some after something?
Oh, yes. And like I said, I was talking in the comments to one of the people in the chats that I'm constantly questioning. I've been questioning since I was 5 years old. And I cannot uh, I cannot come to a definitive conclusion, and I think that religion and belief in a God, you don't do that. You have faith. And you don't require answers. You don't require proof. You don't require validation. You don't require these things that constantly come up in my mind.
Why do you think these things are constantly coming up?
That I don't know. And like I said, I think it had partly to do with my upbringing. The constant back and forth of how can you believe the Bible if you believe in science, and trying to walk that railroad track without falling off of either side, and through various things that have happened that or I have seen or read about or discovered that don't point me in the direction of that there is definitely a higher power. That there's anything there after we pass, that that these aren't just stories that the human race has made up to control society.
It sounds like it sounds like you're on a journey, and I don't have your answers, and I hope that you find some and bring them back to us so I can question those. I don't know that I have more questions right now for you, Paniac, but I bet Heretical does. That's probably why he requested.
Yeah,
Again, maybe he just wanted to hang out.
I did have a question, Thrayle.
Go for it.
Paniac, do you? I was trying to pay attention in the comments for just a little bit, but you have not a strong belief, but maybe an opinion about what happened to your friend or to your significant other there.
In other galaxies and with my father, and having these deep so close with someone and sharing the feeling of that consciousness just being blown out like a candle. And I'm sure other people have felt that, you know, when you lose a loved one. I know a lot of people say that they lost a family member and they can feel them in the room or things like that. I mean, I never felt that. It just felt like he was gone. And I think that also played a big factor in this.
I think that kind of answered my question. I was just kind of curious of how far of a belief system that you felt that you actually had. I wouldn't, it's a bad term to say, but like the power over it or the distinction of what happened, or if you actually truly did make the wrath of a god come down and do something about what you said.
Yeah, those are my questions too. Exactly. Did I tempt God into exactly showing me at that moment? I don't know.
If that were the result of your temptation of God, would that be the God that you had been brought up to believe in, the one that you had heard of?
Yes. I mean, as I mentioned, I was raised Roman Catholic. It's not the, you know, the guy that gets up on stage with his guitar singing songs every Sunday. The Roman Catholic God is full of destroying man to teach them lessons or to eradicate supposed sins or whatever. You know, he's not just an accepting God, accepting of everything and forgiving.
Guilty.
You know, a lot of people say that there was a lot of guilt in if you were raised Catholic, but I did not really experience that. There was more it was a careful balance of, I would describe it as love and fear at the same time.
Love and fear. You say you didn't experience the guilt. Doesn't the one interaction with what you even could attribute to the God, if you could, because I recognize you don't, or at least say you don't believe in it, but wouldn't this one interaction kind of be about guilt?
You know, I do think that that was a portion of it, not the largest portion of it, but there was definitely a portion there. There was a piece of that there. I don't hold that guilt today. If anything, if that is what happened, perhaps that was good that I did that and said that and asked that question and put an end to his suffering.
It still wouldn't answer your question, though. How would an all good God let this suffering go on for so long? It still went on for as long as it did, didn't it?
Exactly. And there lies the dilemma.
Even an immediate end to that suffering, if it had happened the moment you asked the question. If it had. Wouldn't answer the question, would it?
Yeah, I see where you're going. I've thought of that too. If I had asked the question with my father standing in front of me and a lightning bolt or hand had come from the heavens and extinguished him in front of me, I think that that would have been significantly different.
I mean, yeah, clearly you would have. You would have known then what was happening, but then the motivations of the god. Then
Right.
it's still smiting him without answering your question. The suffering still lasted as long as it did.
Good point. But, you know, maybe I wasn't asking so much as the why, as I was asking the how. How could you? How can you do that? Or not even wanting to know the answer. It's hard for me to explain.
Solon points out that your suffering lasted longer.
Mm. Yeah, that is a good point. Yeah, I would say that's probably true.
You see that it couldn't have been your fault, right? It couldn't have.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel guilty. I don't. I don't think it was my fault. It would take for me to believe, um, to find religion or a God that fits into the mold that I don't know if there even should be a God. I mean, what?
Great question, Pena. I like that one. If you had some evidence of something like a god existing, a hand coming out of the sky, or a, a question you ask, would you worship the god just for existing and being a god, or would you need more? And what more might you need?
I think I would need more. I would need some sort of understanding, or yeah, I would need more.
What
Can
would
you
it,
imagine? Oh, go for it, Philly.
what would it mean to worship a god?
I don't really understand your question.
Thrayle had
Are you
asked.
saying what would it? Are you saying what would it take for me to worship a god? To like
What
believe
would
in
it
a
mean?
god?
What would worshiping mean to you?
Yeah. You said that you wouldn't be able to worship without more.
Well, I think it would require faith.
Right. So
And
what is it
to
that
have
you wouldn't be able to do? You wouldn't be able to worship. What is it you wouldn't be able to do? What is worship?
to have that faith, to believe.
To believe is to worship. Thank you. What would it take to have that faith?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
That's fair.
And that's my favorite answer. Doesn't mean the questions have to stop, but it is my favorite answer.
I've enjoyed listening past few mornings to others, and it's made me think that I should probably read up on some other beliefs other than the one that I was raised in. I only have a cursory understanding of a few, but I don't even know if I'm looking for that at this point. I mean, maybe someday I'll change my mind. But I don't know. I have other thoughts that are more present to me, I suppose.
Priorities.
Correct.
Right. I like that you're asking the questions, though, and even considering looking into other belief systems when you're not sure that you even have room or care for belief. Do you think it matters to you at all if you believe or don't believe?
I am not sure that it matters to me at all. And maybe this is because I have never felt that even if there is a God, I don't think that I have mattered much to him. So, and this is a very humanistic way of thinking of it, but why should I be so concerned about him? If I matter so little to him, why should I search for him?
I think that's a great question.
Well, and you know, there are times where I think, yeah, you know, well, if there is a God and there's a heaven and there's a hell, and no, I don't want to be in hell for eternity. But you know, is hell just something that's invented to keep us Catholics in line? You know, the fear of hell was, I probably remember the fear of hell before I remember the love of Jesus. And again, that goes back to, are they just controlling society with religion? But I don't know. I do still have a lot of questions. I will probably continue to have a lot of questions. My viewpoint may change tomorrow. May change this afternoon. I don't know.
Is that unsettling to you at all? To be so open to possibility and so unsure of answer?
Really connected to God, or what people think of as God.
The open-ended, the unanswered question. Of
I think my entire life of not having the answer. And I don't expect to actually ever get the answer, because I don't think, like, again, like, don't necessarily think that there's anything there, so I don't expect to really learn more than what I know right now about it, other than some, you know, minor experiences here and there. And you never know, though. The big major experience at the end may change my mind.
Do you have feelings of anxiety or acceptance or disappointment or anything like that regarding
Years, it was more important to me when I was younger. Well, I guess I must have bored everybody.
Absolutely not.
You didn't bore me. I did take a moment to step away and fix another glass of blueberry coffee. Cup of blueberry coffee.
Which, by the way, that sounds absolutely revolting. But hey, you do you.
It's so good. I just like blueberries.
I'll stick with my Italian roast, but that's okay.
I've actually blended the blueberry with an Italian roast.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll give you half the credit for that.
It's really good. It just makes it a darker, more bold flavor. It still keeps the blueberries though.
I don't know. Those are just two foods I just never wanted to mix together. And hey, I'm one of those people where I like to put cottage cheese on my hot dogs. So,
What?
Oh, it's good. That's some good shit.
What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm
what
so
else
sorry.
do you?
I'm sorry.
What else do we put on the hot dog besides cottage cheese? Because is that the only topping?
No, you put some diced onions.
Yeah.
And some mustard and just the tiniest hint of ketchup.
I'm so sorry. I'm
And-
sorry.
I'm willing to try it.
And then
The second you said ketchup, it was a turn off. I would have tried it without the ketchup.
The ketchup is questionable, but
it is questionable. I admit. I know I'm going way out there, but it's the tiniest hint of the ketchup.
And then cottage cheese. I'm so uncomfortable right now.
You got me.
And the hot dog has to be screaming hot. And the cottage cheese has to be really cold. The onions have to be really crunchy, diced up, but not minced.
So fresh onions, not sauteed.
Correct.
That's a little. That I'm questioning that almost more than the ketchup. But
No, actually, I think that
The
I
raw
think
onion.
a fried onion would make it worse
Oh yeah,
because it's already like a mushy texture.
Yeah, no, it's
Right.
the fried onion that makes it worse, too, right?
Yeah, that would be slimy. That'd like be putting okra. Would you put okra on a hot dog? No.
Yes,
No.
yes, I would with cottage cheese. I'm gonna try it tomorrow.
Actually,
Cottage cheese and okra on a
in
hot
fact, I
dog?
would just put the okra in the bun
I'm gonna
on
name
the
it
cottage cheese.
I'm gonna name it the Paniac. I'm gonna throw some peppers on there.
Oh my God, I'm infamous. I'm certainly not famous, but that might make me infamous.
Cottage cheese and okra on a hot dog.
Now that you're mentioning it, I might. Now,
You
if it was
gotta fry the
fried
okra first.
okra,
gotta fry
cottage cheese on a hot dog, yeah,
Yeah.
that might be really
Anyways.
good, actually.
Were you picturing pickled okra or what, like raw?
I was just, like when you make a stew and you throw okra in and it's just sort of diced up and slimy. In soup, that's what I was thinking. But fried, that's a whole nother creature there.
Yeah, fried okra on top of the cottage cheese on the hot dog. I'm willing to give this a shot for science.
Yeah, I kind of like it. The more I think about it, the more I like it.
I don't know that I have any more questions for you, Paniac, but you have been delightful, and I really appreciate you openly and honestly and going on this journey with us. It's been a
Thank
very
you.
pleasant conversation. I don't know if anybody else has any questions for Paniac. I'm not trying to just dismiss you.
No, I lost all track with the cottage cheese hot dog.
Yeah, no. The only question I have is not a kind one in any way I ask it.
Okay.
The cottage cheese hot dog is sponsored by Tums from Kinston.
I think the hot dog brought up this question for Morgan.
Exactly.
That's all I've got. You've been an absolute pleasure. I'm sorry I didn't interact much. It's the time of day where everything in my house needs to happen right now.
No, that's cool. I actually enjoyed this much more than I thought I would. So thank you all. I appreciate it.
Would you encourage others to request up?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you, Paniac. I appreciate you so much. I hope
Okay.
you keep asking questions. And if you come up with more answers, or if you come up with really any firm answers, bring them back to us, because I want to question those almost as much as I want to question cottage cheese hot dogs.
If you come up with more toppings for hot dogs, please request back up, and we can just.
Oh, I definitely have more toppings for hot dogs. That's just one of the ones that I get a lot of pushback on. So
I'm really gonna try it though.
I'm
not even
telling you,
kidding.
it's the ketchup. The ketchup was the turn off, and I don't. I was like, you know what? I eat cottage cheese. Like I eat mustard. I eat raw. No, you know what? That would be really good. And then you said ketchup, and I was like, ugh.
and when you put the ketchup on, you have to put it between the bun and the hot dog, buried down in the bottom. It can't be on top of the cottage cheese. The onions can be on top of the cottage cheese.
Oh, God, this hurts. The more I think about it.
Hold on, I've got my notebook out. How do I assemble it really quickly before you go?
You'll figure it out.
Yeah, figure it out.
You're an
I wanna see-
apothecary. You can figure it out.
Yeah.
I want to see some big W's in the chat for Paniac, because you've been amazing. Thank you so much.
All
I
right.
appreciate you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
Absolutely fantastic.
Cottage.
Absolutely. God. And Paniac and anybody else who's watching, of course, is welcome to join us in the Discord. Link tree is in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. You just take that first link in there to the Discord, and when you get there, make sure you read the rules. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, you should find out you're not alone. And yeah, I would love to explore Paniac's culinary curiosities further in the Discord.
You know what else people can access through the link in your bio, Thrayle?
They can also access, well, there's the Venmo and the Cash App, and then there's the YouTube, where I am also streaming this live.
I was gonna highlight. I was gonna highlight the Venmo and the Cash App, because that would be a delightful way to buy Thrayle an iced blueberry coffee. If you like this live and what Thrayle does, and you want to help him to stay caffeinated.
No, we're not going to fuel the coffee. We're going to fuel the funds to make the cottage cheese hot dog.
God damn
Because when he does it, I'm gonna also do this as well. It's gonna be fun.
I am gonna need to buy some okra and some cottage cheese.
You lost me on the okra, but I'll be down with the rest of it.
Totally doing this. Fried okra sounds like the perfect time. I mean, if you are gonna put cottage cheese on a hot dog.
Pictures or it didn't happen.
Oh, I will. I will. Absolutely.
I'll stream
Another
it.
reason to join the Discord.
See the unholy monstrosity that is created. I also just don't like hot dogs in general.
Right.
It's already a turnoff that it's hot dog base.
I could question that, but I'll leave that alone.
Is the bun required?
Get like one of those like really like the thicker ones. I don't. It's like a hoagie roll.
Hoagie?
Goodbye, Golden. Just let that one go for a minute. Why not?
That's what happens after you eat that cottage cheese hot dog. That's exactly what that.
I will, of course, because I am intelligent and over 40. Take a fiber supplement with that hot dog.
Oh my god. Stop the planet, I want to get off. What I feared the most, honestly, was Philly finishing that sentence. Because when Philly starts to participate in sandwich conversations, that's when you know we're real desperate for a believer.
No, I never admitted that a hot dog is a sandwich. Just that I had not ever tried okra.
I don't think whether or not you admit to a hot dog being a sandwich will affect its status as a sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
It will in my mind. Which is the only place that really matters to me right now.
First time I had okra was when my step-grandfather taught me how to make gumbo.
That was the first time I had it. There's a Cajun style restaurant near me, and that's the first time I had it was in gumbo. And I ate it in the gumbo, but I just can't eat it by itself.
It can have a funky texture if it's not prepared properly.
No, I just think I just don't like it.
Fair.
Both sides saying you're not alone. Pickled okra is awesome. But maybe we can get back onto topics of belief instead of gastronomy. If you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue with you. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? No, it didn't work. No. Gastronomical beliefs are subject to debate. I don't know if they're subject to debate.
What beliefs? Confusion.
Gastronomic beliefs.
Uh-huh.
You're wondering what is a belief? What's doing all the shooting?
I do have a belief, but it's nothing to do with the current topic.
What does it have to do with?
My daughter is becoming a DM, and I do believe she's going to make her party at level 1 fight a Demogorgon. And I think she's going to be a masochist of a DM.
I think that's called sadism.
Sadism, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Reverse
masochism.
that. Yeah.
Well,
She's
is it both? Is it both sadism and masochism? Because
maybe a little both, because as
she's
the
dependent
DM,
on her
you have
friends. Yeah.
Yeah, she's got her notebook out, and she's like, it's not ready yet, so I don't want you to read it. I'm like, okay, it's fine. So I obviously when she went to school, I read it. So
Obviously, like
yeah.
a good parent.
Yeah. And she's got the description of the town. I'm like, description of the town's pretty cool. And then the next page, she's got Demogorgon fight, and then she's got all the fucking stats and everything written down for the
Shit.
Demogorgon. I'm like, shit. And I text her, I'm like, hey, what level are your party starting out at? She said level 1. I'm like, all right, just a couple questions.
Oh, Okay. maybe that's just notes for a future encounter and not.
Yeah. I'm hoping so, but
I'm hoping that's the case.
I think it's a brilliant idea.
yeah, level.
I mean, it's way better than what I did in one of my campaigns, where I basically had everybody roll up these characters, create backstories with home life and everything, and then as soon as they sat down at the table, I basically
Unalive them all.
yeah, but through like really like sort
Traumatic means.
Godlike, absolutely inconsequential, couldn't do anything to fight back or resist, nothing, just kind of snapped
So like
them all dead.
Campaign is working. Yay.
That was right after they did their character intros.
Hell yeah. I love it.
I did
I love it so much.
No fight, just dead.
No fight, just hey, by the way, make new characters.
No, they got to write those
Obviously, yeah,
characters.
they got
into the
to interact a
afterlife.
little bit. Yeah.
It was a whole afterlife campaign, but
Hell yeah. That's
I had one that started off when they were children, and their parents were like huge heroes and monster hunters, and then I unalived all of their parents and their entire town.
Dang.
And they were children, so they couldn't even like pretend to fight. They had to run. They had no choice. But trauma makes a good story.
Sure does.
It does. Shared trauma makes a good party binder too. So.
And then my wife's character tried to kill her brother's friend's character because the brother's friend's character tried to throw dynamite down a hallway where her cat was, and then she was a barbarian, so she swung her hammer. I'm like, do you really do? I'm like, he's a warlock.
Is this really what you want to do?
Yeah, I was like, I'm cool with PvP. That's fine with me. And she's like, yeah, no, I swing my hammer and I'm trying to kill him. And I'm like, okay, all right, fuck it, roll it. And he almost did because he's a warlock. And she was a barbarian, so.
I don't have a what the fuck is D&D background, so we're just gonna hold strong and segue back to if you've got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning. Go ahead and request on up, because that's what we're doing. Questioning beliefs. Seeing if you can question your beliefs. And if you can question your beliefs, well, we just want to know what that belief is and why you believe it. How do you question something that you call a belief? I think, yeah, I think Love Liz might be a little.
Circumstance.
Or with great pomp and circumstance, I could just kind of subtly do it while we're talking about it right now. I could just do it and see what happens. And of course, then I usually do this. And it makes it look just a little more, I don't know what the word is. I don't think intimate's the right word. Usually it's something like that. Like that. But then it does the whole, like, less imposing. That's I don't think ominous is what I was going for. Is this more ominous? Liz, I understand. We're both out of our element. Listen to all those daybirds singing out there. I'm not used to them. Also not used to them because it's been freezing cold for days, so they've been hiding. It's a little drastic, Liz. It's morning for them. Am I a night owl? I mean, I don't know about night owl, but you know, something like that. Night skeleton, right? Have you ever had three roosters go off at the exact same time on you? They think they are in a gang. I've never noticed three. What are we defining as a rooster? What are we defining as an egg? What are we defining as a roof? Or a barn? The only flaw you see is there's no believer on panel. I know. Well, that's because there are no believers. Belief is a thing that people just say they do when they want to impress other people who say they do. And so they do it to feel belonging and it's play acting for adults. But nobody really believes. If there were anybody who actually believed and was capable of questioning their belief, in like a god or gods or a higher power, then they would be requesting up. But since nobody is requesting up, then my assumption can only be that nobody actually believes in things. Well, nobody that can question it, apparently. But if you believe in a god or gods, a higher power or something like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request out. You're right. I shouldn't assume. I should question that assumption. Hello, Thrayle. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
21, man. 21.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Oh, I believe in a higher power. You feel me? But I wouldn't believe in no Christian God that's in America for real. I wouldn't believe in that.
What is a higher power?
Pretty much just like a being pretty much just a being that has limitless power, I guess you could say. But like I said, it wouldn't be the Christian God. It'd be like I'd rather believe in Jah, which is like the reggae, what the reggae
So,
believer in.
Yeah, I'm not asking about specific, like Christian gods or anything like that, but what is higher power to you? Oh, well, it was because he had somebody in the background who decided that they couldn't handle not being on stage themselves. Right, Morgan. He probably enjoys. Bob Marley, at least the 2 songs he's heard on the radio. Thank you, Cassia. Appreciate you. I'm pronouncing that wrong, aren't I? It's just KC, isn't it? Or is it Cassia? Or is it something else? See? Now I'm going to question that. Southern style, I believe that too. Cassie, that makes perfect sense. Of course, it's the one thing I didn't guess. The obvious. I love the sinister third option. Usually, where the truth lies. There are some differences, Kira. But it is an adapted Christian faith. Yeah, same root. is veganism an appropriate topic to discuss here? I mean, I have questioned some aspects of veganism before, but I'm not trying to get into the carnist versus vegan debate. I'm not trying to get in the heat of that. I understand the belief and I understand ethical veganism and respect it to a great degree, but I'm not here to debate it. I can question your belief in it, but I do prefer to question gods or higher powers or afterlives or cryptids or spirits, ghosts. Even alien visitation. Most of those would be more interesting. It has been a while since I sang on live. Probably not today, Morgan. I'm not even warmed up. But I will do it eventually again at some point. Maybe I'll close the live with a song one of these days instead of a poem. I even have one that is about questioning. It's been a long time since I've played it, though. That's a great question, Dancing in Duality. Do I question my own labels that I place on myself or my internal identity? Both. I question the labels as well as the thing being labeled. Both can be manipulated by that questioning or strengthened. reinforced. Can be shaken, can be shaped. Is it? Are you trying to get me to dance in duality? The label and the thing. It was a great question. And it's not even question the questioner.
Hello?
Well, we tried it for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this is the time of day for Question the Questioner. We're already answering questions without the prompt.
Well, but dancing in duality asked a great question.
That was a great question, absolutely.
He's been up here a couple of times and been questioned about his belief, about his philosophy, separate from that. And I'm trying to remember what our third one was about. I think it was about. He'd have to remind me. It's been a while.
Mm-hmm.
But they were great interviews. I do remember that. And he can question really well.
That's awesome. It's a rare quality nowadays, unfortunately.
Rare enough, I think it's worth building community around.
Absolutely.
Oh, no worries. No pressure.
Yeah.
I'm just hyping you up a little bit. That way people will follow you and maybe see you in other places. I've seen you on other panels doing wonderful.
Almost to 100K likes. Keep tapping that screen. And if you have a belief in a god, God's higher power, or something else like that, and you can question that belief, request up.
Yes, I can update those. I just often forget to. But I will update that now. I just gotta remember to pull up that down, and I'm like, I'm gonna do a marathon. I just get to that usual, 10 to 12 hour mark, and things are going great. So why end it now?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. But I was saying this has been a short life so far, and it's already, I think, been more conversed. Few lives. We've had some really great guests, beliefs, many of them, or far past. We have met some great people tonight.
Absolutely. For those that we have had great conversation with, it has absolutely been great conversation. I'm thinking about the label question still.
The labels you apply to yourself versus the self that is being labeled. Well, it does raise a question that I am prepared to ask.
Oh.
If my phone is not going to stall out while I scroll to it, like it's trying to do right now. It really is. Skipping back and forth. There we go. Oh, nope, that's the wrong one. See?
Damn it.
Slipped right out from under my finger.
There we go. It's also tough because I mean, like as you know, I've been struggling to find the right words to describe or pin down my own, like, how to express it, my belief system to others. But when it comes to the self, I want to say like it's I want to say like it's something that can't be influenced, but it can be influenced. Because then you get into like awareness, and then that brings up consciousness, and then
Deep Thoughts by Jack Handy. What is free will, Gizmo?
It's not that consciousness and awareness are the same thing. It's just that that line of thought for me ends up leading to consciousness, and I'm recognizing the walls that I personally have, or the lack of information I don't have, or lack of information I do have. That one. Because I refuse to assert anything without enough data.
I've brought us back to hell.
Wonderful. Much warmer here.
Real truth. The question would be, what is quantum? And if they can't answer that, then what are they even talking about?
Mm-hmm.
What is consciousness? If they can't answer that, then what are they talking about?
It's also why I won't assert anything, because how could I talk about something
I'll ask you what it is.
about? No. Maybe a little. No. Because like I don't appreciate portraying myself as somebody who's an expert on a field that I'm not an expert in. I may have some knowledge in it, but just because I have some doesn't I don't desire to be viewed as an expert on any one particular thing. It feels limiting to me.
Do you feel like there's anything you know?
Fuck no. God no. I'd like to say I know I've had children, but like, how do I actually know that? Yes, I went through the experience, but the experience is driven by the individual and how the individual interacts with their surroundings, if they're even there. Which they are, maybe. Who knows?
Oh, that's really awesome, Cassie. I wonder if he
Oh, that
can
would be so
question
cool.
his beliefs. I've questioned Dr. Blitz before. I questioned his beliefs. That was fun. He came in expecting a flat earther on panel, and I had just booted them for driving and being annoying. Well, but driving and being obvious about it. And so he arrived just a few seconds too late, and so I questioned his beliefs and his certainties in science.
Those are always fun.
It was a lot of fun. I don't know if it was as fun for him as it was for me, but it was fun.
Thank you, Cassie.
That's awesome, Cassie. Keep him questioning.
Mm-hmm. But can you have awareness without consciousness?
I don't know, but we can't have a live without a host.
Oh no.
I mean, we can't, but we're about to.
Oh.
Yeah, the app just froze pretty bad.
Fantastic.
So we'll see if it knocks us off panel, but I am going to have to do a reset on the app.
Mm-hmm. Understood.
So hold on to your box. Wait, that came out wrong.
I didn't even think about that shit. Oh, man.
Oh, Noctis. Sorry.
See, this is what they do.
Oh, we're not ending.
This is what they do.
Oh, we're not ending, Noctis.
Not trying.
completely. Oh, it's gonna reset on a green screen. This is what they do. Real truth says the brain is way too warm and noisy for quantum states to stabilize. I don't know. Real truth, I wouldn't know if that was actually a hindrance to a quantum state stabilizing.
I was gonna say I need to know a lot
far
more about
beyond.
quantum states.
Aren't all states quantum?
In some
are there
fashion.
states that are not quantum?
Mm-hmm.
What is a quantum state?
Vanessa asked what the point of this was.
What the point of what is?
Not sure.
Oh,
I'd love it if she clarified. Oh my goodness. I love it. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was beautiful. A LaFay bouquet. Oh god, that's gonna be a thing now, isn't it?
a LaFay bouquet.
Hmm.
Vanessa says, I never see you really contributing any of your own thoughts when someone says a belief. You just ask why.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good observation. Thank you.
It looks like you answered your own question, Vanessa.
It's a keen observation, though. I try not to offer too much of my own opinion or input on people's beliefs other than to find an angle to question it, to see if they can question it. Oh, good observation. Right? Both sides. I must be doing it right.
Absolutely. We're at 111.1k likes.
Hell yeah. 111,000 times that somebody's finger has touched that screen repeatedly in order to like it, which is awesome.
It's important to highlight the 111st thousandth.
111st thousandth.
Uh-huh.
Bad that we kicked the panel earlier for the one guest that did come up in the interim.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, we could have had
take
Philly
risks.
and Heretic up here, just having a good old heretical time.
Phil's heretical, damn it, dog. It's just the mailman.
And now we're sitting here believerless, without a belief to question. Unless you, not you, Morgan, but you watching, unless you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your belief, well then we would have a belief to question. Yours. If you would just request on up here. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not here to tear you down or make you look like a fool. I don't want to shame you or burgle your God. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? I have already questioned you, Southern. In a Southern style, no less. Why do you believe it? And you did more. In fact, most of the audience right now that I can see commenting, I have either questioned directly or through comments, seen you question yourself.
I think my belief system most closely aligns with Tom Bombadil, if I'm honest.
You believe in Tom Bombadil, or you believe like Tom Bombadil?
I believe like Tom Bombadil.
And how does Tom Bombadil believe?
Well, he doesn't believe in the power of the ring, which is why it doesn't affect him. It is just something that's there. Something that exists, but perhaps not in a physical manner.
So you believe that if you don't believe in the power of God, then the power of a God can't affect you?
No. More so that the power didn't matter to him. It wasn't something he wanted, and it wasn't something he didn't want either.
So belief doesn't matter. The power.
The existence of that power was inconsequential to his beliefs.
The existence of the power is inconsequential to his beliefs. What power is inconsequential to yours?
The existence of a deity or not.
So it's inconsequential to you if a deity exists.
Mm-hmm.
You can think of no way in which affirming or disproving the existence of a deity would affect you.
It wouldn't. My life and beliefs would not change with the existence or non-existence. Should either be proven.
What if upon the proof of this deity or the acceptance of its existence, you are somehow required to worship or devote to it in the face of some eternal consequence?
Well, I guess I already fucked up. Why would I change?
What if the deity says it's not too late? You can still earn your salvation through devotion.
Why? Why? Just why?
To avoid the eternal punishment that it has prepared for those who don't.
What's better though? Like, I mean, like, what is how is that? I don't know.
What do you mean
That
by
it does.
better?
I'm not afraid of it. I'm not afraid of a punishment, I guess.
Why not?
Because punishments aren't forever, even if they're eternal. It eventually ends. At least
do you
that's my perception of it.
What if it never will? It's impressed upon you that there is no end.
I, as a human, existing right now, would not be able to comprehend that.
Does your lack of comprehension in eternal torment mean that you would ignore the implied threat?
Can you ask that question again, please?
Would you ignore the implied threat because you don't understand the terms of it?
No, I wouldn't ignore it. I'd want more answers. I'd ask questions. I want to know why. I want to know, like, I need more information.
There be
I had, maybe. So. I'm not as pessimistic as I sound, I promise.
Sure you aren't.
I'm a realist, not a pessimist. Jeez.
What's the difference?
Not letting negativity affect your mood. Just existing alongside of it.
Positive. Are you willing to see the positive if it is real?
I mean, that would all depend on how I defined positive. And positive for me would be, I mean, as much reduction of harm to myself and others. And I don't know, that's really kind of fucking it. I did see a question from Dancing in Duality. Is it alright if I answer it?
Absolutely.
So they asked, what if believing, even if it's faith, leads to a better future for kids? That's not my decision to make. That's their decision. I can teach them about all of the different faiths and belief systems and why things operate the way they do, or what we postulate, or where we don't have answers, but at the end of the day, it's up to them to choose whether they want to have faith in a belief system or not.
What faith were you raised in, Morgan?
I was raised in Lutheran faith. I grew up with my mother's side of my family, which was primarily Lutheran. My father's side is Roman Catholic. So I got a lot more exposure to the Lutheran side of things than I did the Roman Catholic, but my mother's father came from a Catholic family as well.
If your children came to you and said that they were taking up the Catholic faith, would you be disappointed?
No.
Or Lutheran? Either or?
No. What I would be disappointed in is if they chose to perpetuate harm within those faiths.
Would you encourage them to question their conclusion?
Always. That's the core function of my entire homeschool program. This is the answer we have, but is it right? How do we know?
I wonder if there's anybody with a belief in a god or gods who can question themselves that way. How do you know what you believe? How do you know it to be true? How do you know it at all? And can you question it? Is it something that you're capable of analyzing, of inspecting? And if you are, and you have some kind of belief in a god or gods, then bring it up here. Let's find out what that belief is and why you believe it. All you gotta do is click one of those boxes on screen or the little pink and blue people next to the chat box.
I'm trying to translate your question into Shakespearean English.
Why? Why?
Because there was a comment about learning that wherefore actually means why.
Very interesting. Hello, Adam Stratton. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 21.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I have a belief in a God. But can I just say that even if I do believe that God is real, I reject the idea that mere existence, no matter how powerful it is, automatically entitles the being to worship. If that makes sense.
You're saying that even if a god is real, you reject the idea that that entitles it worship.
Yeah, I think
That
worship.
existence entitles worship.
Yeah.
So, I appreciate that answer, but it wasn't the question I was asking.
Yeah.
So you do believe there is a God, though?
Yeah, I do.
Are you saying that whatever God you believe in, you don't worship?
No. I guess the statement I just made was kind of irrelevant to the question. I do believe in a God and I do worship that God. Yeah.
Which God do you believe in?
I believe in what you would describe as the Christian God.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Yeah, but I put no claim to memorising the whole thing.
Do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true and literal?
It depends which stories you're referencing. New Testament, I think, yes. Old Testament is a bit. I don't see, especially the creation stories. I don't see as literally true.
So you don't see Adam and Eve or the six-day creation as being true stories?
No, not literally true.
But you think that the Jesus story is true?
Yeah.
Are all aspects of the Jesus story true, or just certain ones?
No, I would say that all aspects of the accounts of Jesus would be true.
Why do you believe that?
Well, I go based off historical evidence. Whenever I want to review any figure in history, I go back to the people that were there, and the people that were there for the best account for people that were there for Jesus were the gospel writers Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I'm
sorry, you said the gospel writers.
Yeah.
You think Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John wrote those books?
Correct.
You believe that they are the authors. Why do you believe that they are the authors?
Well, there's a bit of a cloudy mark when it comes to who they actually were, but I believe that they were the authors because most scholars do accept the idea, accept the belief that.
I'm sorry, most.
Yeah.
Most accept what idea? I cut you off. I didn't mean to. I thought you were about to say that they accept the idea that they are the authors.
Yeah.
But it sounds like you're about to say something else.
No, that's what I was going to say. Most accept the idea that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were eyewitness.
Have you ever actually looked up that claim? That claim right there. That most scholars believe Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are eyewitnesses, or that they authored those books. Either one of those claims.
Yeah, I've looked at the claim that most scholars. I have looked at the other claim, but I've looked at the claim that most scholars believe that the four of them were eyewitness that they lived at the same time as Jesus and spent time with him. Yeah.
When you looked it up, you actually found that there was reason to believe most of these scholars. By most, what percentage did you discover in your research?
I didn't discover a specific percentage. It was more kind of a majority. It weren't a minority that accepted it. I discovered that it was a majority that accepts.
Majority?
Yes, a majority.
A majority of what number?
I don't know. I couldn't give you a specific number. But a majority to me is something, if you want to talk about it in percent wise, anything between 50 to anything between kind of like 55 to 100% would be considered a majority.
Mm-hmm. How did you determine that 55 to 100% of scholars believe that the gospel writers were actually Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John?
I actually learned it.
Where did you find that?
I actually learned it at university. During one of my philosophy lessons, it was told, and it was, I can't remember the exact source, but it was told to me that was the case.
Have been during a debate that one side presented that as some kind of argument or evidence for the truth of a claim.
Sorry, you cut off there. Could you please repeat what you said?
Could it have been in the course of a debate that somebody was presenting that as their argument or reasoning?
No, it wasn't in a debate. It was during a lecture. It was by a lecturer that was giving a side of both arguments. So why the gospel writers can't be trusted and why they can be trusted, and on the side of why they can be trusted was the reason I've just stated. It was not. It was an unbiased source. It was not providing a one-sided argument.
An unbiased, right. You're saying it was an unbiased source that said that most biblical scholars, or a majority of biblical scholars, agree that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Yeah, that's right.
Fascinating.
Why is that fascinating, if I may ask?
Because I'm fairly certain if you were to actually fact check that, you might find that the opposite was true.
What, that most scholars don't accept that they were the authors?
Mm-hmm.
Would you accept the idea that most scholars accept that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were people that lived beside Jesus?
Where did you get that?
From the same person. It was the same during the same lecture.
Yeah, I'd like to know what biblical scholars he has accumulated to say that most have these opinions.
Sorry, you cut off there again. Could you please repeat that?
I said I would wonder what biblical scholars he has accumulated to say that most have these opinions. What biblical scholars, what is he considering a biblical scholar? Are they the ones that he has on speed dial, or are they like an actual assortment of those in the field?
I couldn't really answer that question. I guess that's a question that would have to be proposed to him. I mean,
right, but you're using it now. Do you see why it's not
yes, I
important to
understand.
source the information? Since
Yeah.
especially you're appealing to popularity of a thing without actually knowing the source of the information for
Yes,
this popularity.
I understand what you're saying. I guess when he said most scholars, I think any any person would jump to the conclusion that when he says most scholars, he means most scholars, as in most scholars across the world, not just one.
So why haven't we're kind of past what he means? Why haven't you fact checked this? Why do you believe what he said to be gospel truth?
Well, I think a university lecturer would have, and it weren't at a terrible university either. I think a university lecturer would have some plausibility behind the things that he's saying. And I guess I place him at a position of trust.
You said this was during a philosophy lecture. Did you actually take a philosophy class, or did you just jump into, like, were you auditing?
No. I took philosophy as a degree at university.
So, do you know what an appeal to popularity is?
An appeal.
Ad populum.
Sorry, repeat this. Could you repeat that?
I just said it again in Latin. Ad populum. Do you know the?
No,
the
I don't know.
populum fallacy.
I haven't heard that phrase before. No.
Do you know what an appeal to authority is?
An appeal to authority. No, I have not. I have not heard that phrase before. Really.
What university did you take philosophy at?
The University of Liverpool.
Did you learn what a syllogism is? I guess not.
Oh, okay.
I think Pinocchio had a phone call.
I didn't know Pinocchio had a cell phone. He had to go because his pants were on fire. Anyways, I've been researching the church that my great grandmother took me to as a child. Apparently, it was rooted in specifically German Lutheran roots, which is interesting.
I got bars. So I missed part of what you said. What was rooted in German Lutheranism?
The church that my great grandmother would take me to. The one where I was raised in that belief. Yeah. I never thought to look into the history of it.
You definitely might want to look into the history of Lutheranism.
Oh, no. I know the history of Lutheranism. I mean, I didn't realize that the church I specifically was raised in was specifically based on German Lutheranism ideologies. So that's something I want to look more into.
Did we lose the music?
No, it's there. Oh. Perhaps not. The music has evaporated.
You got this.
Thanks. So, anyways. I'm just gonna say hi. How we doing? Great song. No, yeah. But I knew I had German ancestry, but I found out apparently the
services were provided in both English and German. It wasn't until 1934 that English was offered as a service, and then it was offered as both until 1970 when it switched to just English. Pretty dope. But if you have a belief in a god, God's higher power, or something else like that, and you can question that belief, please request up. At some point, the host will come back and bring you up onto the panel, and we can question that belief.
What do you mean, come back? I've been here the whole time.
Dun dun dun. No, the church itself didn't teach me anything about Martin Luther, but I was also very young when I went. It's all information that I've learned since then. I think I stopped attending church, I want to say probably 2001-ish, 2002. Oh, that's really cool. Welcome back. If you were ever really gone to begin with. Ah, yes, wonderful music. Much more better.
I was never gone. What made you leave the church?
To be honest, moving away. Cause after we moved away from my great grandmother, I tried to continue going to church out in Montana. I was part of like the like altar attendant, whatever the hell that is. I don't remember it now. But once we came back to New Hampshire, I think that may have been around the time that my great grandmother went into not hospice, but like assisted living. And like I would go stay with her while she was there and like spend the night, and I would still go to church with her and go to bingo and whatever. But I think that was really the catalyst, was her no longer being independent and not being able to be the I guess religious model of the family anymore.
So absent a religious role model, there was no need to continue to perform.
Yeah. Though I don't know, I can't speak for the beliefs or the how strongly the beliefs of my mother or my grandparents are held. But none of them, as far as I'm aware, have gone to church since my great grandmother has passed. I know my grandfather goes to Catholic mass on like Christmas, so he'll go to like midnight mass. But outside of that, there is no effort put into attending church. And it wasn't necessarily like an expectation of my great grandmother to be religious. She was very much the kind of like, I don't really care what you believe, just don't ruin my house. No, she was very kind, very open, very welcoming.
held to her own beliefs, but wasn't the type of person to correct somebody on what they believed. Did my great-grandmother create herself as a god in my perception? God damn it.
And when she was dead, why go back to the temple? Why return?
Oh, that's a lot. But it's true. At least for me. No, I do. I very much... Go ahead.
Did you ever question any of your relatives about their beliefs?
No. But I also think that comes from my own inability to understand where I was coming from. Because of how I was exposed to faith. If that makes any sense. Because, like, my great-grandmother wasn't, like I said, she wasn't, like, pushy about faith. She wasn't, like, a proselytizer or evangelist or anything like that. And so I was raised in an environment where the ritual was more important. If that makes sense. I'm diving down so many rabbit holes mentally right now.
And if you want to dive down some mental rabbit holes, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. Nope, if I finish that segue, it's just gonna get ugly.
Nope, just leave that right there. Just set it down, walk away.
Are you saying no? I can't help it. I offered to go down people's mental rabbit holes.
That was the that was the culmination of that conversation.
I mean, who doesn't?
I love rabbit holes. They're great.
No. Almost everything.
Nope, you can't.
My brain just will not let me get away from a segue, and each one I come up with, each one I'm about to say, is like so many sandwiches of entendre. Bones down rabbit holes.
Jesus. God damn it. You know, sometimes thoughts need to stay on the inside.
Formulated it into a million different puns. I had so many, just every single thought on the edge of my tongue with another one.
Oh God. Those are called inside thoughts. Oh, but if you can articulate your inside thoughts well enough to be appropriate for a TikTok live and believe in a God, God's higher power, or something else like that, and you can question that belief, please request up. Please change this topic.
You don't want to envision that we're just throwing bones down mental rabbit holes.
Oh no. Why are we throwing bones? Why? I'm so...
No, I'm questioning.
Is that your idea of questioning, is just throwing bones at people? I don't feel like you throw a whole lot of bones ever.
I throw bones.
I suppose it comes down to the ability for the person to see or find the bone.
Oh, they have no fucking clue. Most of them couldn't find a bone. It hit him in the ass. I say that tonight has been an exception. This morning has been an exception. There have been great guests. Okay. Yeah. The bones always lead to the strangest entendres in my brain, and I need to not let them come out as segues.
Probably for the best.
I don't think it's enticing any believers to request up. It's just enticing regular viewers who normally would have gone somewhere else already anyways to scroll up.
Well, the rabbit hole I'm being pulled down in the moment, while we're waiting for a believer to question, is the history of this fucking church.
Who would want to scroll now, Aaron says. I don't know. I'm sure there are plenty of your usual live streamers debating beliefs debatably and doing a great job at it. I'm just sitting here waiting for the rare gem of a questionable belief held by someone who can question that belief. Great is relative. I don't know. Some of the debate lives are very entertaining and informative.
What what is informative in a debate live for you? Like what are you taking away from it? Is it just the information presented?
More often, it's the method of presentation. The different ways people present their beliefs and present their arguments.
What's interesting about that to you?
Some methods are more effective than others at compelling consideration of the information being presented. I do take in the information. I'm interested sometimes, but usually in a debate, a lot of the things flying back and forth as fact are not. I could be wrong,
I think that's like an
but I think
active, like that's something
I think it's a
actively
common
try
thing.
to correct in myself is if I find a cognitive dissonance, like that's what drives me. I don't like it. It doesn't feel good. Don't want.
Yeah, I think we are all susceptible. Is what I was trying to say.
Absolutely.
There's something that is vulnerable to that kind of dissonance in most of us. And some people are capable of recognizing it and working within that understanding that it's their cognitive dissonance, and they will somehow reconcile that for themselves internally. I do wonder how they do that. It does raise questions. both sides think says I just don't like heuristic argument. Yeah, argument that's intended to win. Your purpose is scoring points and cooking the opponent. That kind of debate is it's not conducive to any kind of learning, understanding, growing. It's simply I don't know. I don't know if the word. It's sort of a barbaric form of intellectualism, and I find it distasteful. Yeah, I didn't even like the way I phrased that, but it is kind of what I mean. Wow, Aaron, I didn't know that you.
I'm messing everything up, but guys, I just finally leaving Texas. I was here for a month, and my daughter had the baby. Sorry if it's like loud in the background. And
Congratulations.
thank you. It was amazing. Thank God I was here because once again we have another horror story, but this time we actually have evidence for a lawsuit. So I can't even like post about it because it was that bad. So, but anyways,
What you have.
it's always one thing, right? But this is the cool thing. Both my son-in-law and my daughter asked me questions about how I've changed my beliefs, what I believe now, and it was so good. It went better than I thought it possibly could have. I really thought she was going to be like angry and upset, like and judging me for it, and instead she was like, "No, I've thought about that before." And yeah, I've questioned. I was shocked to hear how much she's actually questioned the Bible herself, but like never
It's
talked about it.
funny how our children reflect us.
It was amazing. Like I'm so thankful for the time I had here because it was just awesome. I just wanted to come up and share that because like, girl, you have helped me so much with asking me questions about my beliefs and getting me to be able to see things clearly. And I felt like I was like being an imposter of Thrayle while I was like, well, honey, just think about this and what do you think about that and how does that land with you? So it was really cool.
That's really awesome. I'm really excited to hear that you got to question her and be questioned by her. That's really good that she was asking questions too. It's encouraging. I know that you were nervous. You had talked about how nervous you were to talk to her about it. So I'm really glad it went well. And congratulations, Grandma.
Thank you. Yeah, I posted a funny video if you guys want to go watch it. It's hysterical. I stuck my grandson in my purse and I stuck my
I
granddaughter
just
in the
saw
back.
it. It was adorable.
Right? I love it. I did one before when I was leaving, but she really was in the car seat. But this time I was like, no, it'd be funnier and stick them in my purse. That was hysterical.
That is. That's funny. Well, I'm really glad you gave us the update. Do you think that the is leading her anywhere, or is she sort of concluding that her questions still work with God.
I definitely think that they're on a path themselves to um, asking the questions and not believing blindly anymore. Like they brought up stuff like, well, you know, when Pastor Glenn said this, we really thought this, and we think that that's strange. And just I can see it's going to be a process, you know, like my daughter doesn't jump into things like I do, where I'm just like, okay, I got to know everything here and now. And like I was with, like, hold on a second, this doesn't make sense. I got to figure it out. Where she's like, well, it doesn't make sense, but it still works for us, so we're good. And they really enjoy the community of the church. That's a huge part. Whereas I wasn't missing that because I had a really hard time making friends at the church with my points of view and being so outwardly spoken about, like people shouldn't, like, if you're going to be a Christian, why are you behaving like this? Like that didn't make sense to me. So I was always very vocal, and I didn't make friends because of that. So leaving the church behind wasn't as hard for me. But I definitely think that they're questioning it. Like my daughter didn't want to get into the word while I was there, and I had brought my Bible. Like we were able to talk about scripture and about how the prophecies of Jesus. First of all, many of the claims are not even real prophecies, and the ones that are messianic prophecies weren't even fulfilled. And she was just like, "That's crazy, Mom," because we've been told that he's fulfilled like over 300 prophecies. I'm like, I know. Oops, it's
Wow.
getting loud here. Sorry.
It is getting a little out there, Candace, but I did hear that. That is good. She's asking those kinds of questions. So it sounds like most of the reason why she would remain is a social aspect, because she feels embedded and comfortable in her church.
Yeah, and I think they're afraid to, because she kept saying, "But what if it's true? Like, you know, the Bible says to use discernment, and I don't think everything in the Bible is right. But what if some things are true?" And I was like, "Yeah, you know what, honey? I support whatever you want to believe." Like, uh, last night I went to put Sophia to bed, and I've put her to bed a couple of times. And then last night, my son-in-law said, "Oh, did you pray with her?" And I was like, "No, I didn't." And he's like, "Well, I'll go." And I said, "No, it's okay. I'll go pray with her. Like, I still want them to, you know, like I'll respect their their decisions as parents to do that. Like, and I under like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want them to think that I'm coming to destroy what their worldview is or try to control them because I've now found this new, you know, information and force it on them. You know, does that make sense?
Yeah, like there might be a time in the future to question why you would pray with her, but now is not the time. Yeah, when they're still
Right, right.
fresh
And
to
I want
these
to honor,
questions.
yeah, I want to honor their wishes. Like, I may not agree with them, but I still want to honor them because I always remembered, like, my mom never honored my wishes as a parent, and I swore that I would never do that to my kids.
Mhm. That is important as they are the parents. Um, but I don't know. I would encourage you to see if there is a time that is right to ask those kinds of questions. Because as soon as you told that story, my first thought was, well, why pray with the infant who can't understand?
No, I agree. I do agree. Like, why? It's where is it leading to? Is this there's nobody that's actually hearing, and why start a tradition that isn't going to lead her anywhere? But I know that they're not ready for that yet. So
Exactly.
I didn't want to push it, and I'm glad at where things went, and I don't want to rock the boat. Like I'm so happy that they respect.
But I don't know. Proselytory.
We would like to be treated.
If Candace is going to question him, I think it's going to be awesome, and I want to see the result.
Definitely,
But as
I
far as
would
the
love to hear the
Batcolyte
results.
goes, yeah, as far as the Batcolyte goes, I'm not going out and asking people questions on the street, though that would be a fun addition, wouldn't it?
That would be so interesting.
Of course, she needs to record it, Erin, and I almost encouraged her to do it right here on the panel, but I think she'd have better. Well, it might be more comfortable for her to do it without us in her ear giving her questions. I definitely have questions, though.
If you start doing street epistemology, I'm there.
Epistemology.
Ugh, I can
It's
English
part
good.
of the method I use. So street epistemology is another method of this kind of questioning conversation where you interview people about really about any position, and the idea is to use certain questions and mirroring to. Mirroring's not quite the right word. The way I do it is, but presenting it
Matching
back
the
to
energy
them.
kind of thing, yeah.
No, presenting it back to them, presenting back the way that they do it in a way that can lead to more questioning. Also, a focus on there's certain methods in street epistemology that I question. Amadeus Almighty does it, yeah. Trust but verify. I used to use a lot more of it on his lives. He still does, but his lives used to be almost purely street epistemology.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You also tend to ask certain questions like, what is the percentage of your certainty on this at the beginning? And then after, at the end, you ask again for their percentage of certainty to sort of gauge the movement.
gauge how
through the
much they're
conversation.
actually. Yeah, no, I understand. How much they're actually not engaging, but like
There's a certain focus on sort of actively deconstructing that. While
like somebody
I think
in real time kind of thing. Yeah.
Anthony Magnabosco is kind of the master of it, I think, or at least one of the best examples that I know of. There are some others that do it well also, and have been doing it longer. But he has a great archive of his journey doing it. Also a Texas guy, I think. Pretty sure he's from the Austin area.
I haven't spent a whole lot of time in Texas, but I know where that is. You just hit 120k likes. Thank you for
Hell yeah.
in that screen. If you haven't already, please share, repost.
Absolutely. Thank you all for getting us to 120,000. I appreciate all of you tapping the screen. I appreciate all the shares. We're already, well over 30 shares. That's great. Bet we could do more. Hey, Greta, welcome to the panel. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
54.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in God. I believe in a higher power.
Which god or higher power do you believe in?
I guess I would say, to be honest, I believe in. I don't know to tell you the truth. I believe that there are gods. Put it that way. I believe in gods. I don't know.
You believe there are multiple gods?
Yes.
What is a god?
A higher power.
What does that mean?
Someone higher than me.
What makes something a higher power? Like, how do you identify that?
All right. Well, I'll be honest. I was an alcoholic for years, for over 20 some years, and What I'm trying to say is that I've been awakened. Okay, that's what I'm
What does
saying.
that mean?
Awakened, it means that I am not in 3D anymore. Okay, put it that way.
What is 3D?
Okay, I think I don't know. I can't explain it to you.
You can't
don't know.
explain what 3D is, but you're just not in it.
3D. I don't know how to explain it, hon. I don't know. I don't know. All I can tell you now is that I'm a different person. I feel much lighter. I think what I did was I broke my generational curses in my family.
You believe in generational curses?
Yes, I do, because I had one.
So you believe there are generational curses. You believe
Yes.
there is a higher power that somehow intervened and saved you from an addiction by making your feet tingle.
No. I'm not saying that, hon. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just that's how my journey started. My journey started that way.
Your journey started with tingling feet.
Yes, it did. It started with
And
tingling
somehow,
feet.
And somehow your tingling feet led you to believe that something outside
No. Mm-mm. No, not by my tingling feet. I had visits from other people, from other entities.
When you say visits from entities, what are you talking about?
Well, I was approached by my grandfather and my mother came to me, and they helped me.
They came to you. Are you saying that they were deceased at the time?
Yes, they're deceased.
And they came to you after that.
First, what happened to me? What happened to me was I was very sick. I couldn't even take care of myself and whatnot. It started that I was taking a shower one day and gods came and just circled around me. I know this sounds crazy,
You
but
say
it's the
gods
truth.
circled around you.
Yes.
While you were in the shower.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And after that, angels did. And one of the angels looked extraterrestrial. Yes, this is all true.
What is an angel?
What is an angel? I can't answer that, to be honest.
Did you physically see these gods and angels around you?
Yes, I saw them. Mm-hmm.
And have you spoken to a mental health professional about
Oh, please. Oh, please. Oh, please. Oh, please. Oh, please.
You're telling me that you were in a shower surrounded by gods and angels, and one of them was an extraterrestrial. How is that not a logic? question for me to ask.
Oh no, I do. I know. No, I get that. Yeah. But no, I know this is all true. I didn't even mean to get on this panel. I don't even know how the hell I got up
That's
here.
fair enough, Greta. That's fair enough. And this is a hot seat that you're in right now, so it can definitely be uncomfortable if you didn't mean to be here. I didn't.
No, I didn't. I'm sorry.
So
I
I
didn't.
appreciate you coming up and answering the questions openly. I do. But I think I am going to let you down so that way you can.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right,
get out
thanks.
of the hot seat for a moment, but I appreciate you. Thank you, Greta. W. Greta for being a good support, at least.
Absolutely.
And having no.
Come have a seat in the hot seat. I can handle silence, thank you. I just understand marketing. Hey Q, how do you know that if Jesus doesn't exist?
What does he mean, when?
Not sure. Because I'm
When
pretty
what?
sure that board right there says this isn't a debate. And it's not a debate because we have absolute truth claims either. It's just not a debate. Ah, I see. Okay.
We got a wild Renee. How's it
Hello.
going?
Aww.
Really?
Community has helped me with that in so many ways because of the different ways that people come to finding meaning and finding what they value. And you've been able to display that. So, in just like a really beautiful way. And so I think like, I don't know, I've been talking up, like literally Thrayle, I'm like an evangelical Thrailer or something. I've been like proselytizing Batcolyte like so much lately, but I think it's because I really have realized how much it has helped me. So I just really like you guys.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. One might say you're an acolyte.
I think it might, yeah. I think that actually
You might
works.
even be a Batcolyte.
Myself, a Bat Morgan never started a cult. I'd join.
Definitely capable of questioning. And that's really kind of boring saying that specifically to David. I'm going to use the opportunity to make sure, Senior, that you don't come back and do it again.
Mm. Have a
Q has
day.
really got some claims down there.
Yeah, we're making all sorts of claims.
What is going on? Like, are they just swinging at everybody in the comments?
Kinda, yeah. It started
And they
with
don't even know what they are. Like, they don't know what the room is about. Or
No, it started with saying that Jesus didn't exist, and then was immediately followed by the claim that Jesus died.
wait, how could he die if he didn't exist?
That was my question, and I still haven't had that answered, so.
Fascinating.
I have had that thought. If a lot of people come in here thinking that we are believers, which is very odd. It's not. It's not.
Why do the believers think that I'm the devil then?
That's what I'm like. It's a very interesting not dichotomy, but like data point, I guess.
I finally fixed the music, at least.
Yay. I don't know how much patience I have today.
What do you need patience for when you're questioning beliefs? It's not like that can actually try on a person's patience, can it?
It's the humans. The humans are the patience triers.
So
That's
smoothly,
it.
Though, every time, without a hitch.
Does it?
Just smooth as butter.
Smooth brain. No ridges or lumps. No valleys or bumps.
No. That's not helpful. Actually,
No,
I
it's
think
not.
that might be a little bit, yeah. It's probably not.
The word smooth just triggers that vocal stim. I'm so sorry.
Oh, is that I see. It's
yeah.
a quote. Yeah, definitely not I'm cautious with that just because I think that's might be a bit of an ableism.
It is, and it's unfortunate that it is a vocal stem of mine.
I would be careful with that one.
Mm-hmm.
Goofy, you're welcome to treat me as the well, I mean, I'm not a traditional believer, if you recall, but I'm willing to question my beliefs today.
I'm curious where an honest questioning will take you. But really quickly, I do got to thank Cat DeWitch for the Panther Paws. Thank you so much, Cat. So, just a quick reminder for everyone, your age for TikTok TOS.
Yeah, I'm 35.
And you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I don't think I have any justifiable way to say that there is a higher power, but if there was, I think that it would be very limited. It would have to be sort of something like a pantheistic god that was limited by time and space in regards to, light speed. It might be, say, that pieces of its consciousness were local, and though it technically could be universal, it would be limited, if that makes any sense. That's
so
if I could believe in one.
Right, if you could believe in a god, then it would be a pantheistic kind of limited god that could only exist through some kind, or communicate through some kind of.
I don't even know that it would be able to communicate, to be honest.
Oh. In what way? Rather than go too far into questioning hypotheticals, I love hypothetical questions, but questioning hypothetical beliefs can get a little nauseating and confusing for the audience, especially.
Fair.
Since people will be scrolling in and out and have no idea what the fuck we're talking about. So, to stay a little more on point, why don't you currently believe in a God? And well, let's start there.
Well, for one, there's no good evidence, at least by my own standards. There's also the problem of suffering. I mean, if we're talking about which God is another question. You've got how many different gods that people believe in? 4,000 or so?
Oh, hang on. I don't think Toaster meant to be up here.
I'm not a pantheist, Kev.
Not a pantheist.
No.
That's okay. Kev is a quantum pantheist.
Mm.
Kev has some fun ideas. But so what do you think would convince you, compel you, or in any way persuade you to believe that some kind of God, pantheistic or standard theistic God, exists?
Gosh, that's a hard question to answer. I think if somebody were to purport a God and it was able to explain more of what's happening in the universe, so if it was more parsimonious, I guess, to use an explanation like that, I might accept it. The odds are substantially out of that sort of thing's favor just based on sheer probability in my thought process. But I mean, if I'm being totally honest, I'm not 100% sure what would qualify for that.
I'm going to push you harder than I usually push atheists. Even though you said I don't know, and it's my favorite answer. Could you imagine a scenario or an artifact or some other kind of physical testable thing that might give you some pause? Not something that actually exists, something hypothetical, imagined by you now.
Perhaps if we had some evidence of another mind that we could communicate with here that was outside of our own species. For example, I don't know that I could guarantee that that would be a deity, but say we were able to probe some universal thing and we didn't have access to it prior, some new measurement that we were able to take, and it came back with something that was strongly structured, that had a pattern to it. Maybe that might convince me. It's hard to get very specific.
Right. No, I get you. I would give you some kind of conviction that there's something to communicate with beyond humanity.
Right.
At what point do you think that, what do you think it would take to compel you to believe that it is not just beyond humanity, but a cause for it?
Are you asking me whether I would believe that it was like the first cause, or?
Sure. Or in any way a cause for our existence. Whether that be, universally or just species-wide. Your
Interesting.
scope, your choice.
No. That's a fair point. I personally think, for the same reason that I don't think that we've been visited by any other sort of life form, just based on sheer size of the universe, that the odds of this entity, if it did exist, of it really much caring about us would be minimalistic. I don't think I could ever believe in a personal God. Maybe that answered your question, maybe not.
It kind of did, well, it does raise a new one, which is why do you think you couldn't believe in a personal God?
Because for a God to exist, that was not breaking the fundamental constraints of the universe, we would have to have a completely new way of looking at all of the things that we currently know. We'd have to rethink everything, and that's a difficult thing for me to do because it's literally everything.
Could it have created the fundamental constraints of the universe and not be bound to them?
That's a
As
difficult...
a programmer to a program. I still think that just based on parsimony, the odds of that, because of energy constraints, are kind of ludicrous. I don't think that would make any sense. Unless we completely, rethink what energy constraints there are on computation, then I don't think that that's a practical answer. I think that we're probably not. I'm totally sleeping on a possibility here to use one of my what the fuck that I really should use. So
You can.
use it while we welcome Will Dot up. Good morning, Will Dot.
I love
I
this
do.
background.
I do, for the record, believe that there is a reality. I think that we have limited access to it just due to the fact that we're wetware and we have limited perspective and limited attention. But I do think that there is a reality outside of what I can see, what you can see.
A reality outside. What does that mean?
Because we are, in my thought, because I'm not a dualist. I don't think that there's a soul. I think that it's just the pattern in our brain. I think that we have subjective access to reality here, and that's limited by the wetware that controls us here, the lump of fat in our skull that gets access to electrical impulses, gives us so much information, but even then it's all limited. We don't have the ability to see an X-ray. We don't have the ability to see an infrared.
I see. You're saying there's a thing we perceive, and then our perception is just our construct.
Yes.
But that there is that's what you mean, there's a reality beyond what we see. Not that it is beyond the reality we're perceiving, but that it is the reality we are perceiving. Because what we see is a different thing.
What we see is a close approximation, at least in a limited sense. We've got only so much that we can see at once, too, because we have limited attention. And since our brains are top-down processors, at least according to modern neuroscience, more of what we see is what we expect to see than what we actually see. Which is why, confirmation bias is such a strong thing.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. If we even anticipate a thing occurring, then we can perceive it in a different way than what actually occurs.
Correct, which is why eyewitness testimony is okay. What about it?
Okay, so just keeping that in mind. What is the thing that leads you to think that this might be a simulation?
I don't think it is.
Okay.
No, I don't think this is. I think that our brains act as pretty decent simulators. We're evolutionarily programmed. I think you were here for this. I think that even the concept of self is a reification of our own brains to sort of work as an evolutionary label. It's useful, but I think it's illusory. I think that we only think of ourselves as a self because we have a narrative that's strung together by a bunch of different events that we're able to link through time. I actually think that's one of the constraints that's stopping AI from having personhood.
So on the topic of like the external world, right?
Mm-hmm.
If humans suddenly had like epistemic access to all of it, all of the stuff.
That's a pretty big ask.
Like, we could see the X-ray spectrum, all that. All the cool stuff, right?
Sure.
Do you think that would be a reality that a human mind could operate in?
No. I can honestly say that with the wetware we have, we have limited attention.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of that's kind of the point, is we're designed for efficiency. With a top-down processor like the brain, it's not going to be looking for greater fidelity. It's going to look for greater utility. It's meant to be energy efficient, not accurate. It can be accurate up to a point, but it cares a lot more about being good enough than it does being perfect.
Well, outside of the particulars of like experience, what reason do we have to say it's not accurate?
Well, we hallucinate plenty would be one thing. We've got optical illusions that are persistent. Well, there are structures in the brain that allow us to interpret things in a specific way. If we were to part of the brain that is used for seeing can actually be used up by the mathematical part of your brain. For example, the part that does number sequencing. So even people who can't see still have the ability to sort of pseudo visualize things, which is really interesting. So it may change the way that we perceive things, but even then, I don't know precisely how accurate it is. It is good enough for what we do for the most part. So I just want to clarify that. I'm not saying that our perception is inherently garbage. I'm just saying that it's not perfect, and that does mean we're limited.
That's cool. One last question from me. Do you think mathematics is invented or emergent?
Invented for a couple of for a couple of reasons. I think that round numbers, while they are, if we treat round numbers as a constant, which is my one issue, for example, 2 and 3 and 4, those are singular numbers, but whether or not they are singular to everything, it might be that for the universe, it exists in certain fractions. Or it might be that whole numbers are not a thing at all. I don't know. But to us, the way that our brains work, we do understand things like 1, 2, 3, many, few. And, all the way up to a Googleplex or higher if you want, but that's I don't necessarily know that those numbers are a fundamental part of reality or a construct that we use and an approximation because of that. It's hard to say. I hope that wasn't completely nonsensical. It's a difficult question to answer coherently.
No, that was a great answer. W, mathematic anti-realism. Yeah.
It's useful, I will say that. I don't know how accurate it actually is. There's a reason that proofs are not, really completable technically. All things exist within other reference frames, so there's that to consider. Just as all problems of induction fall to the halting problem, it's similar.
Yes, I believe in God. I'm an Eastern Orthodox, an Eastern Christian believer.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yeah.
The stories from the Bible to be true and literal.
In a mythological sense.
What does that mean, true in a mythological sense?
Mythological way. I think myth is real.
What does that mean, myth is real?
It speaks about our human nature, and I think that is more real than abstract things that are far away.
It speaks about our human nature. So does that mean the stories are not true, they did not occur, but that they're somehow speaking about the nature of people?
Well, they do occur. They occur in multiple different places, like archetypes, The Adam story is true for a lot of people's lives.
What do you mean Adam's story is true?
Well, we all have a similar experience as Adam. We experience the law for the first time, and then we experience the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil for the first time.
I'm sorry, you're saying metaphorically we learn things. So that's like Adam eating of the fruit after being created, being threatened, and placed in a garden.
Yeah.
Is the knowledge part, like we are born in a world that's already like happening, it's already going. How is that the same as Adam, who's created before there's anything? Plants, animals, or any of that.
Well, we have knowledge. We're born into the world, right? We are taken from the dust of the ground. Similar to in Greek mythology.
How were
And
we taken from the dust?
we're flesh. We're made of the earth.
What is it? How did I'm not sure what you mean. We're flesh made of the earth.
Well, we're made of the stuff we're made of exists in soil, it exists around the earth.
The
Water.
stuff we're made of.
Water and what else are we made of? Our dirt, our skin, just like animal skins, it exists in the ground.
You're saying skin
The soil.
grows in the ground.
It doesn't grow in the ground.
You said it exists in the ground. Is it?
I don't know the science, to be honest, but we are taken from the earth. Our body is similar in form to the earth, is what I'm saying.
Our body is similar in form to the earth. Do you think the earth is human shaped?
Yeah, I have a dendrocentric view of reality. I think that everything I think that humans and trees are similar shaped.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah.
Go for it.
So you said that humans are, you know, shaped by the earth. Is that what you're getting at, or
Yeah,
the other way around? The earth is shaped by humans.
What
What was womb shaped? The earth.
Yes.
What?
That's what was said.
How is the earth womb shaped?
Or what womb shapes around the earth, if you prefer.
Or what womb is shaped like the earth? Like what?
Well,
what womb are we comparing the earth to?
well, we're surrounded. There's a firmament, which is a kind of a bowl of stars. Count and Crow is these. We're in a bowl of stars, and so we're surrounded. So it's like a womb.
Bowl of stars. I'm gonna ask what might feel like an obvious question, and it may feel insulting. I don't mean it to, but it may also be enlightening, Cullen. What shape do you believe the Earth is?
Depends from what perspective. So if we're going to talk, so Earth in Hebrew, Eres, they refer to the land around them. And in that sense, it's generally flat. But if we're going to talk about if you were to shoot a Hebrew person up into space and they were to view they would maybe come up with a new word that would describe this new concept and things would change. But generally, we view the world as flat.
So is truth something you understand, or something you enter into then? Because that's where I'm butting up against some issues.
Both.
Do you differentiate between the two?
I think truth is both. They're different. Understanding might not be what you exist in all the time, but it is real. So I don't go about my day with existing as if I live on a globe. I exist as if I live on a flat surface, right? So both are true. It depends on which position I'm in.
But do you think that's unique to your belief system, or something that was preserved?
What, the flatness of the world around us?
The conceptualization of a flat earth.
No, I think that there are a lot of truths and myths, and a lot of shared truths. So it's not unique to, not unique specifically to, because like the Ojibwe people, they believe that, they're on a turtle, which is somewhat flat.
What would that symbolism do? That plain language can't.
It invites us into a world that's more real and more real to our everyday experience. Because the world that we exist in is generally flat.
So you're saying
Or-
we're limited by perspective.
I say that I don't think our language should be a slave to scientific definitions. Reality it's real. Everybody has a different perspective on the is.
But the is still what is.
Yeah, it's unchanging, but it's also infinite.
How is it infinite?
Because there are infinite perspectives that continue to expand, and that proves that it's infinite.
Do you think that your faith is the only one that carries truth this way?
No. The Eastern Orthodox or mystical Orthodox Christian people typically don't think that. I think there's truth carried in a bunch of different myths.
Right, but seems like there's an emphasis for you, obviously, that your faith practice seems to most clearly explain it for you. Would that be an accurate assessment?
I would say that all myths in a different way explain the same thing in an equally beautiful way. But I would say that the key would be in Christianity.
What sort of unique perspective do you get from Christianity that you wouldn't get from another belief system?
What would be unique? I would say the creator is also chose to enter into the flesh. So we, in Orthodoxy, Jesus, or the Son, created all things with the Spirit, with God in the Godhead. And what's unique is our Creator shared with us in life.
Does it matter if that's literally true?
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by literal, but yeah, I would say that it matters.
As in, does it matter if God literally became a human being and walked on the earth with people? Is that different from it in a story?
That's a good question. Jordan Peterson would probably say no. I would say, I feel like Orthodox Christians would say, yes, it is important. Because why not, you know?
Say specifically, what would you say?
Right, that was the
I would
question.
say yeah. I would say yeah.
It sounds to me like, and correct me if I'm wrong, you do differentiate between narrative reality and, fundamental reality. It does sound like there's a difference to you. Would you say that the narrative matters more to you, or the actual fundamental portion?
I think the narrative is just as important as the actual reality itself. Because we have, after all, we have a narrative of Christ in the Gospels.
Do you think it's important to be understood?
Me?
Yes.
By who? People or God?
People, let's say.
Perhaps a better phrasing is clarity an important value you hold?
Oh, is clarity important? And then physical touches our physical body.
Can you define it without using the words in the definition?
Define spirit. Me?
Yeah, you.
More so the expansion that Fibonacci asked for. Can you expand without using those words to define what you mean?
What do you want me to define? I'm sorry.
I'm not sure how else to clarify, Fib.
Well, so when you say spirit, you're using it in opposition in some way, or at least in contrast to physical. So when I asked you to extrapolate what you mean by spiritual, you used spiritual
okay.
in your definition of spiritual.
Good. Yeah, so I would say contrast is a better. Okay, let me try to explain this. Spirit is uniformity. Matter, or physical, is multiplicity.
I'm not sure if that clarified anything. So when you say spirit is uniformity, could you explain that a little bit? Here I may understand kind of where you're going with the physical aspect, but I don't understand how a spirit is uniform.
Well, what does a body do to a spirit?
What's a
It
spirit?
sets.
We still haven't really clarified what a
Fine.
spirit is.
Spirit is a force. So, a spirit is something that moves. It moves things.
Okay, physical things move. How's that difficult or different from a physical object?
Physical things move because the spirit moves them. I don't know what direction you guys are moving me in. I'm just explaining myself. Spirit is that which moves people or things.
To move you in any particular direction.
If the wind blows, is that spirit?
The wind is
Hard
very.
enough to knock me off my feet.
Yeah, I would say that the wind is spirit.
So spirit is measurable?
No.
Because we can measure wind speed, we can measure barometric pressure. So I'm wondering, because Thrayle just said, so is wind spirit, and you said it was. And you've now said that it's not. So what is spirit?
Spirit is invisible. The wind itself, you can measure how fast it moves, but you're not measuring the spirit. The spirit's behind the movement of whatever is moving in the air. That's scientific. That's not what I'm talking about. And that's why spirit is also said to be in the blood of animals, because that's what keeps animals moving. And
Does everything that moves have intent? If a
no,
rock falls down a hill, did it have the intention of getting to the bottom of the hill?
no.
Why does a rock not have spirit? I wrote a book. I don't know that we could consider that book to be very good.
Yeah, I have to. Sorry, I'm saying there's good things I can do with my body, and there's bad things I can do with it. And I don't think they naturally do that which is good, but they need guidance from people.
Have you ever heard of exploding trees?
I'm a Minnesotan, so yes.
I was going to say a couple different ways that can happen: lightning or ice.
Or fire. There are some trees that expel
That too.
things when they're on fire.
There's actually some, sorry, a little tangential thing. There's actually some tribes of indigenous people that will periodically camp under different trees, and depending on which tree they camp under, some of them will collapse in the night, and they assume that the tree's intention was to end their lives. Would you say that that's,
Oh, yeah.
Would you say that that's a reasonable belief system?
I don't. I think that it could be possible.
Is it possible that we seek intention out of instinct, and that our desire to have answers can sometimes override our ability to differentiate between something happening randomly and something that happens for a reason?
So you're saying there's two options. I can question if things are happening randomly or for a reason. That's what you're questioning?
Sure. We can phrase it that way.
In Christianity, we would call the reason telos. So the end. Or proper place.
The purpose, I understand, yes.
So everything has its telos, every logi. So what logi means is a part of the logos. And this is deep, but this logi is something that has always existed. This purpose for this being or creature has its telos, and this is ultimately where all things need to be for it to be harmonious. And humans play a role in guiding things, and then animals also play a role in teaching us as well.
Do you think being assigned a telos is more useful, or would you say that finding your own telos would be more useful?
Well, it's both. It's both. I'm figuring out how to figure out what my telos is.
If I were to construct a robot and this robot was designed to cut a pat of butter from a butter stick and spread it on my toast, but I made this robot sentient, and it asked me as its creator, what is my purpose? And I said, to cut butter and spread it on my toast. Would that make its purpose more or less valuable?
For your sake, it wouldn't be valuable at all, because you aren't the creator. Of all things. But in Orthodoxy, the creator of all things knows everything's proper place in a way that a creature would not know. So it's
Are
more
we not
meaningful.
Creatures?
We're creatures. We're all creatures.
So
But
I have a bit of a question on that.
yeah.
Because, so I own and operate a farm.
Mhm.
And I've had cows, I've had goats. That have been milked. And they will be where they're supposed to be when they're supposed to be there. So I'm a little confused by that statement.
Well, maybe they're supposed to be with you. Because it's a part of God's telos. So I think people mistake
a singular construct. It seems to be contextual.
There's context. Yeah, there's context to it for sure.
If everything is contextual, then is that the same thing as Talos? That sounds like whatever is useful to me, if that makes sense. And uses change depending on context, which means so does Talos, which means that it's not a steady concept. Or am I misunderstanding something?
Well, what stories are about is usually at the beginning of the story, the character has their own Talos, and they go about their own Talos, right? Like the Lion King, for example. They go about their own Talos, and things go wrong, and then they realize maybe there's something greater. Maybe I'm being called from the stars, and there's something greater that includes more people than myself. And this greater Talos comes about through listening and through love.
Does a narrative have to come from a deity to be meaningful?
A narrative is just a retelling of a perspective.
Sure. Yeah.
So it can come from a lot of different areas. You can get a narrative from a bird.
Would it be less meaningful if the origin of some story wasn't from a deity, for example? Your Talos, if it was signed elsewhere, would it be less meaningful if it didn't come from a higher being?
Yeah, I can tell you why it would be less meaningful for me, at least. Because like I said, all of us have a logi, right? Which is a proper place. That place isn't the right word, but a proper existence within the greater logos, which includes all things. And that logos happens to be aware. And he and he's in control. And what's cool about it is it's infinite. You know, it's ever changing.
What does proper place mean? What does it mean to say proper place?
I would say telos, an end. Right? The heaven.
Can you say it without using, is there another way you can describe what proper place means?
Well, I think a good way to describe it would be the kingdom of heaven. Because
you say, because it comes from him, he knows it's good.
Well, it comes from the good. Yeah. Yeah.
Is there anything that is not good?
I would say that which is going against the proper order of reality is bad, but doesn't have its existence really. But I would call it bad. It's wrong. It needs fixing.
How would you differentiate between the two? I hear you using concepts like in man's nature and against man's nature, for example. Where are you differentiating?
Which concepts? Which two concepts?
Between with nature and against it, for example.
So nature is either in its proper place, and don't think of place as a fixed thing. It's ever changing, or it is not. When it's not, it's because of a misuse of the free will.
Is there anything that is there ever a scenario where something doesn't have a place or doesn't belong?
I would doubt that. I would doubt it because almost everything has the potential to be used for something. Every tree, every animal, like for a drum example, it has the spirit of the maker, the spirit of the leather, and the spirit of the wood.
So I don't want to dismantle any of your current beliefs here, but I just want to ask a general question. You remember what the first question that was on the prompt was when you came up, right? Can you question your beliefs? Is it possible that Talos is just something that's a convenient label and that it's illusory? In other words, is it possible you're wrong about purpose?
I mean, as a human with limited knowledge, I would say it's possible, but I'm not going to let my limited knowledge take me away from assuming that there is a proper end to things. I think that's or a proper place, you know.
Why assume anything?
Yeah.
What?
Why assume anything at all?
Well, because I know that good is real. I know that good is a real thing.
Can you know the mind of God?
No, that is not an Orthodox belief.
Okay, then can you understand what God believes is good?
God relates to us personally.
But
So
if
we
you
can
can't understand the mind of God, how can you know what he determines is good or what something's purpose is? That's why I'm asking if that makes
don't if you don't follow this sort of spirit, this sort of way of doing things.
But if the story is written with the express purpose of expressing that that wasn't followed, then it's not anti-Talos, it is Talos, is it not?
No, that's not. Like I said, we can think that we can imagine our own Talos, but that's not what the true Talos is.
Maybe we're limiting ourselves here a little bit. By using Talos to describe everything. Is there some other lens we can approach this with, I wonder?
Yeah, it might be beneficial. How about we could use heaven for use heaven. I think that works better than
why don't we use Earth?
Yeah.
Let's keep it where we can actually see.
Okay.
So if we're fundamentally flawed human beings,
No, I don't believe that.
You don't think that we have flaws?
Not in our disposition, no.
What do you mean by disposition?
Our makeup, the way that we're created, and our end. I think that it's all perfect. Even our will is perfect, but we have an ability to use our will imperfectly. That's the difference.
Hmm.
What is perfect?
Whole. In communion with everything.
How can you be in communion with everything?
By following what's true. By allowing spirits, true spirits, to.
So again, we've come back to the label spirit, which I don't know that we ever got a definition for. So I'm wondering.
That which moves.
Important because we can give it a specific name as opposed to trying to figure out, like, place it somewhere.
I would say it's important, but I don't think we should be surprised that it's not called spirit because it wasn't important for most of ancient people.
How do you know that?
I could assume because no words there really weren't that many words for gravity. I could be wrong.
It
Perhaps
used to
not
be.
a word for gravity, but a story.
What?
Morgan said perhaps not a word for gravity, but a story.
Yeah, with
What would you say is the strongest critique of your worldview?
well, what he said, that we don't know the essence of God, therefore why should we assume? But I think that's a question really one of the biggest questions in life. It's a choice to believe in the invisible, and that's my choice.
Does it
Does
matter?
it matter if go for it, Fit?
Oh, you're good. I was gonna say, does it matter if the invisible force that you're trying like air, for example, we can test for air pressure. We can check for wind speed and things like that.
I'm assuming that it's immeasurable, and I have no reason why I can't assume that.
Do you think it's more valuable to be able to actually test something, or to look on it with faith?
I would say, yeah, faith is more valuable than test. I mean, faith is, our whole life is a test.
How would you know if you were wrong if you were going completely based on faith for a certain aspect, though?
I'm not going completely by faith. I feel like I have enough. I've been given, enough, and that's enough for me to have faith. It's like a contract, and like he could reveal himself to me, but I don't think it would make that much of a difference. I think it's not my faith; it's more my pride that would hold me back more than anything. And that's maybe why he doesn't need to reveal himself to everybody that asks for it immediately.
Thrayle, you had a question earlier here. I didn't mean to cut you off.
You asked it.
That's funny, actually.
I mean, I guess I don't really see what my problem is in my worldview. It includes a lot of. That's a good point. I guess I'm used to people.
And what might discount, say, somebody who worships the elephant god or something similar, and they're impacting their lives compared to what you're currently experiencing?
Well, I mean, since you're curious, I don't think that I can judge each person's individual experience in the way that God reveals himself. But my guess is about the one creator of the gods. They're being moved in directions, and I do think in good directions, and a lot of times, like Socrates, right? Because he truly listened. But I do believe that there's one God, and who's moving the gods that move us.
Are you saying that you believe that there are other gods outside of your Judeo-Christian one?
Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, God, there are gods. Yeah.
And how do you know yours is the one true God?
How do I know? Well, it depends what you mean by know.
How are you able to be confident in that attribution? Because I ask this because a lot of people with different belief systems are confident that their own deity or deities are the highest. why are you confident that yours is the accurate?
I'm confident because it is right now. And even though I haven't fully listened, it has remained. And it could change, but I'm also confident because it's hard. It's not telling me to listen to things that are easy. It's telling me to listen, make steps that are hard. And I guess that gives me confidence. But I don't know if
So is it possible that it could be that the other individuals who have that confidence are just as confident as you are that their God is the highest?
pagans necessarily lift how that works. But I would say that I'm confident that there's a creator, right? If there's one thing I do know,
Does there have to be a creator?
for there to be meaning, yes.
Do you think when a story is written that it has only one meaning?
Infinite meanings, depending on the angle that the story is approached from.
Then doesn't that mean that you're making your own meaning?
What do you mean?
Then you have different perspectives, which means that the meaning shifts depending.
Different meanings appear depending on the angle.
Right. So then that's why I'm asking, doesn't that sound less like assigned meaning and more meaning
No,
that you make for yourself?
because we choose what we want to be meaningful in our decisions. And if we choose that we want the oneness or the creator to be meaningful, then the oneness might appear to us and that might change your life. But if I choose to direct my attention towards multiplicity, then the multiplicity will show its meaning. But all of it has meaning, but what works towards the telos, that's a different question.
How are you differentiating between what you're seeing through multiple lenses and the one that you go towards naturally? Between one or the other being telos, for example.
How would I differentiate? I would say that, well, there's multiple goods, right? It's not just uniformity, but multiplicity is good too.
I guess I just don't see how that is telos if you're able to get different meanings from different ways of reading it, for example.
I don't create meaning. Meaning appears to me. That's the thing.
What do you mean by appears? I don't.
Well, if, like, for example, if I shut my eyes, there's meaning around me. And if I open my eyes, meaning appears to me.
So meaning can only be visible?
No, that's an example. That's what I said earlier is spiritual meaning. There's physical meaning. Usually it's the spirit that gives me, usually spiritual meaning is what fills the physical and gives it meaning. Like I said, if if a tree's in the middle of the Amazon, for me at least, it has no meaning, or it does have meaning, but not to me. But if I were a tree, it's revealed, its unique meaning is revealed to me. Yes, because the tree has a telos, has a proper place that God has for it.
It sounds to me more like it's a proper place for where you wanted it to be than where God wanted it to be. Maybe I'm not understanding the differentiation.
Well, that's a possibility. I would say that if, like for Ireland, they cut down all the trees, that I have a good feeling that's a result of like the machine. That's not what God wants. Because I have a feeling about that.
Why did you decide that's not what God wants? Why? Just because you decided?
Well, I have experience. I know that that's an assumption, but I don't need to prove to you, but I will say that there are things that are not.
We're not asking for proof. We're asking to understand why you make the assumption. Why do these assumptions?
Because it's ugly.
Because it's ugly.
Yeah, that's why
because it's ugly to you, then you decided that it must be against God's design.
Experience beauty.
Is God's design only beautiful?
Yeah, fish.
It's one of God's creations.
Hagfish.
And they, over the course of a couple of minutes.
Beautiful. It could represent.
I think
it symbolizes
you might be stretching that a little bit. You don't have to be polite. Nobody hears a hagfish.
We all know what it looks like.
Yeah, I'm aware of what a hagfish looks like, which is why
I'll give you an example.
I'm doing what's called a reductio. If things have to be beautiful to be assigned a purpose by God, I mean, you've got all sorts of ugly stuff. I'm not the prettiest human being, but I do pretty well.
Wait, okay, for a second. That's a good thing that you mentioned a snake-like thing, a hagfish. So why is that one of the most popular things in mythology, these snake-like things? I had a dream that I was at my old
Hold on, can we answer Fib's question first?
Yeah, I kind of feel like that was a bit of a pivot there.
No, but I'm saying that it's beautiful in stories because they represent the strange and the unknown, and that's beautiful.
Once we assign meaning to them, they can be beautiful.
No, that is their meaning. That it's not assigned. That's their meaning. Is they're strange and they destroy and they decompose things.
I'm not sure where you're going with that.
Well, where I'm going is humans. We're not made to destroy things. our nature is to unite things together, right? So we're gonna look at the slithery and the multiplicity as something that needs fixing, right? So that's why I have the natural reaction to a snake like that. But it's definitely meaningful.
Natural reaction.
Our natural reaction to multiplicity is, how do we fix this?
Before we go into this new tangent, is this related, this answer, is this related to the question Fibonacci was asking you?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Yes, I am. You said that things had to be beautiful in order to have a purpose. That's sort of where you went with that. I pointed out the hagfish.
Yeah.
Do you think being able to produce buckets full of mucus over the course of a couple of minutes is a beautiful thing? Does that not sound like a direct contradiction?
Yeah, you're right. So maybe true would...
True? To be useful?
A lot of what's useful is not true, I would agree, which is the machine, what I'm talking about.
Okay. Then would you say that it's very possible, but it is useful?
Yeah, I think that's the problem of... That's like the...
Not to go too deep here if you don't want to dig for things, is one of those.
Well, once again, it's not my telos. It's a belief. So the direction's not about me. It's just...
Right, but again, this is coming down to whether or not your belief that there is a telos for things might not be a use.
People that believe in
I don't
gods,
believe in a telos.
An end result.
I think that things are not, it's not about my beliefs. My point is you made a statement that everybody believes it. I just gave you evidence that that's not true.
But it's not predetermined.
If something has a telos, is that not the same as saying that it's predetermined?
No, it's the logos exists outside of time. And the logi, right? We all have a logi, a timeless part about us.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I don't think that the logos and logi talk is very helpful for our audience who don't understand that kind of argument.
Well, it's crude
We need
terms.
to use layman's terms
Okay,
for
okay.
the benefit of everyone.
It may be that we follow up on the panel, but there are not necessarily going to be, the same perspectives in the comments section. So
Or level of comprehension.
Yeah, sorry.
And that's not a
God,
dig at anybody.
God is timeless. Would you agree? For this case here.
I would argue that that would not be possible because for God to be timeless, he wouldn't be able to interact within time.
Okay. What if he created time? Could he not interact within that?
Then he wouldn't be timeless.
So God, if I create...
Or itself.
How would you define time?
That which causes change.
Okay, so cause and then effect. Now, can a cause happen at So a cause is either going to happen at the same time as the effect or just before the effect, correct?
No, not necessarily.
Tell me how I'm wrong there, please.
Time is that which causes change, and the change or the cause and effect can happen at the same time.
It sounds like you just restated what I just said.
Cause and effect before the time that we experience it as can happen at the same time, and that's what I'm talking about.
So then how does God cause anything?
How does God cause anything?
Yeah, before the beginning of everything.
Can the effect precede the cause?
That's my question, because
Yes.
if it can't be... Okay, that's interesting. Do you have any
That's what I'm getting at.
evidence of that happening elsewhere?
Well, it's important if the effect can...
This is why I'm asking, because you're making a claim of something that we don't observe, at least not that I'm aware of. Can you demonstrate a place where we see the effect before the cause of something?
Yeah, for example, the Garden of Eden. Or we see that in our lives. Everything that's beautiful is
Something that's not
effect.
in a narrative, for example? Like a literal physical thing that does that? Because now you're making an ontological claim.
No, yeah, we can't because we make the treasures in heaven.
What?
I'm not following.
What?
If you experience something timeless, it means you're viewing the effect before the cause. That's the whole point. It's escaping this pattern of death.
This is even too abstract for me. Oh man.
So you're doing two things. You're conflating something that's timeless and making it the cause of something here. Are you saying that the universe has no origin then?
To us, it appears as if it has an origin. But that person, God or whatever, Son of God, for this case, is the beginning and the end. He is the beginning and the end. He is the cause and effect at once. That's mystery.
You're using the Bible as a claim for this. Can you demonstrate that?
Not Bible. Why couldn't this be the case? Why couldn't that which created us be the cause and effect?
So this isn't the purpose of the live. I just want to clarify. The question was whether you can question your beliefs, not can we argue that there is or is not a God. That's not the point.
Okay.
I just want to get back on base here, because it was initially a set of questions, and then I'm not sure what happened, but it seems like we got into a sort of derailment here. And
okay.
I had a question here, but then I had another question that ricocheted off of that question, and now I have no questions.
Fair enough.
Fibonacci, are you saying that you've spiraled out of questions?
For the moment, I've derailed.
I appreciate you. Cullen, if you were to wake up tomorrow and find that there was no evidence of any God, no reason to believe any God existed, no telos, no intentionality, no end, no purpose, no proper place, just what is as you observe it, would that change the way that you live your life?
Considering I'm in a anti-reality, I think it would change the way that I think it would change everything, yeah.
What would change?
I can't conceive anything that is not reality. I'm sorry. I don't know how I can. Well, okay. For the sake of what you're doing here, what would change? I would stop thinking about I would stop thinking about timeless things and I would think about temporal things. That's what would change.
Do you think, in the face of a timeless God or some infinite existence, that this life holds some greater value than if it were finite and singular and unintended?
Yes, and that's what logi is. Everything has a greater value. Everything has a timeless part to it.
Value to what?
Everything has a timeless meaning. That's what I'm talking about. Meaning is timeless. The spiritual is timeless. That's what I'm getting at.
How is it timeless? If meaning can change from one moment to the next, one perspective to the next, how is it timeless?
Just because it appears to us at one moment and appears to us at another, it doesn't mean that experience wasn't timeless.
What does timeless mean? Are you just saying everything's timeless?
Timeless means within the eternal.
Within the eternal. How is that timeless?
The state of being eternal.
So it is eternal.
Yeah.
How is it timeless if it's ever not in existence or ever not?
Because it doesn't change. Timeless is the cause of time is the cause of change.
What doesn't change?
The eternal. The eternal doesn't essentially change.
What is eternal? Give an example. One thing.
The feeling of music. The spiritual things are eternal.
Feeling eternal.
Because it exists outside of time.
How does it exist outside of time?
Because I'm experiencing both the cause and the end at the same time.
The cause and the end, what does that mean?
It means that I'm experiencing what it means to be within the end, within the proper place.
What does it even mean? Like you're not clarifying anymore. You're just getting more vague. You get that, right? You were talking about music and how it causes an emotion.
Okay, so it's timeless because you think that time is a succession of moments. Is that what you think time is?
I didn't say what time is or isn't.
Well, I think maybe defining time would be beneficial for this.
That would be, since you're using the word timeless.
Yeah, so time is the cause of change. Time
is the cause of change.
Or that which makes things change, yeah.
Time is that which makes things change. I thought that's what your God was. Are you saying your God is time now? How can he be time and timeless? This is
no, okay, time is a process of change.
Contradictory nonsense.
Sorry, time is a process of change.
Time is a process of change. Is it the process itself?
Yeah.
Time is the process of change.
Yep. That's the way the ancients viewed time. That's why the time was a circle.
So time is now the process of change. It's the...
Yeah.
It's the... Okay, so if time is the process of change, what does it mean to be timeless?
time is. I would say eternal is a better word than timeless. There's no such thing as timeless.
What does eternal mean?
To experience both the cause and the effect at the same time.
So, I'm sorry, eternal, just the word eternal has to do with experiencing cause and effect at the same time.
Eternal is reality.
Eternal is now reality. What does that mean? Are we just substituting words now? Is sandwich everything? Since it's all layered, right?
Yeah, I am but eternal is, I'm crumbling apart at this moment, but I
Sandwiches
still,
crumble too.
but I
Are
still
you a
don't think that.
sandwich too?
What happened?
Are you a sandwich because you're layered and crumbling?
No, because that's not, because, no, I'm not a sandwich.
Are you sure? If everything that is layered or can be described as layered is a sandwich, and everything, including you, me, and the very conversation that we are having can be described as layered, doesn't that make literally everything in existence sandwich?
No, because different natures exist within the category of layered.
That sounds very layered. Are you saying that even layers are sandwiches?
No, sandwiches.
I thought that's what
sandwiches.
you just said.
Sandwiches can have the attribute of layerdness.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
You're saying sandwiches can have the attribute of layeredness, but that they are not defined by the attribute of being layered.
I would say that's a necessary attribute for a sandwich. I would agree that it has to have layers.
So then anything that is layered or can be described as layered is a sandwich.
No,
since
no, I'm saying
is layered
that's not what I'm
can
saying.
be described as layered, then everything
No.
is a sandwich.
No, I'm saying.
What were you saying?
Layered is an attribute. Not everything that's layered is a sandwich. It's not what I'm saying.
How did you determine that not everything layered is a sandwich? It sounds like a claim. It seems it's a
because we use layered. There's stretches to definitions. We use layered to describe. Yeah, definitions have a stretch to them, but you can't stretch them to death.
Why?
Right? Words have purposes.
They
right?
have purposes.
Words.
What does
purpose
words mean?
Purpose. That would be reality.
I'm sorry, purpose is reality. Words have reality.
Words are sounds that point towards realities.
Words are sounds that point to reality. Who determines the sounds?
Who determine? Anybody can, whoever.
Anybody can determine a sound. Who determines the meanings of the sounds?
It's usually a group of people who agree upon it.
Is there like a council that meets? So like.
Yeah. So we get together and we agree
I missed
to
the meeting. What day did we decide? What purpose means? The purpose meant.
In order to engage in a productive conversation, we submit to the game of language and the rules. So we submitted to that. And definitions have stretches to them.
I don't remember submitting to the rules, but just to clarify, purpose means everything, right? That's what you said.
No.
What did purpose mean again?
I would say purpose would mean that very thing that I was saying earlier, telos, in its proper
What does
position.
telos mean again?
I think it's undefinable, but its proper position.
So purpose is undefinable.
Well, yeah, I think it's okay to admit that some
Why
things are
would you use the
undefinable.
word purpose if it's an undefinable
Well,
word?
why
Like
is it
if
undefinable? Because our proper position is ever changing. So therefore it's undefinable because we don't know what our proper.
have you ever heard of a dictionary?
Yes.
Have you ever looked into one of those to see like what it might say purpose means?
Tell me what the dictionary thing of purpose means.
I'm not here to
okay.
tell you that you're right or wrong. I'm just curious if you've ever looked it up.
I would say that purpose. I mean, do you have what would what definition suffices for you for purpose?
I'm not here to
shoot. Okay,
tell you
I have
that you're right or wrong again. I'm just asking you about it.
For me, purpose is meaning. End is another way. I don't think it's the best way to describe it, but end is another way to talk about it. It's a proper place. That's the feeling I get when I read poetry. I feel like I'm viewing the way that it should be viewed. That's what meaning is.
You're viewing it the way it should be viewed because you understand all the words without looking any of them up. You just assumed they're telos because
no, it's not
feelings.
assumed. It appears.
Oh, because it appears to be. What is the difference?
Well, it's a spiritual experience.
What does spiritual mean?
What does spiritual mean? It means the quality of being affected by movements, spirits. It means to be spiritual. I'll say spirit is that which moves things. That which
Spirit
animates.
Is
brings to
that
life.
Which animates. I asked what spiritual means.
Means to be living, because spirit brings things to life. That's what that means. Spirit is that which animates. So what it means to be spiritual is to be animated and to be living.
What it means to be spiritual is to be animated and living. So what it means to be sandwich is to be layered or described as layered.
I would say that that's one of what it means to be sandwich. As a sandwich, it means to be layered. It means to be different things. But
what do you mean?
Yeah, if you well, why do you bring up the sandwich thing? What are you trying to highlight here?
Well, like I don't understand exactly your hang up here, because like are not a selection of books that are in between two bookends described as being sandwiched in the bookends?
Yeah, we're using the picture, the image of sandwich to describe the quality of
So what is this image of sandwich, if not something that is layered in between two things?
Yeah, it's a part of it's a way of describing the image. I would say layered works to.
So if we can agree that sandwich is anything that can be layered or described as layered, because in the case of bookends sandwiched between books sandwiched between bookends, it is books that are layered between two bookends that is being described as layered, and sandwich is a layer of different foods such as meats, cheeses, lettuce, things like that are put in between two pieces of bread.
Sure.
So
go ahead.
we have this being layered. This is all describing layers.
Yeah, the
So,
verb of sandwiching, the layering. Yeah.
and I'm not understanding your hang up between saying that a sandwich is that is layered or could be described as layered.
I think it's more useful to use sandwich as an adjective, or no, is as a verb. It's sandwiched. Wait, what is sandwich?
Wait,
that's a.
It's an adjective, a noun,
Yes.
and a verb.
No, sandwiched.
Because it's everything. Sandwich is everything.
It can be an adjective. I could be sandwiching right now. I could be. It could be an adjective.
This conversation is a sandwich because we had a start. We're going to have an end.
It was everything in between. Sandwich of a conversation.
Yeah, right. And everything in between is just the layered middle.
Yeah. Okay. So it's a.
This is sandwiched. Everything is sandwich at that.
No, you would say it's a sandwichy conversation.
So that everything is sandwich.
Cool.
No, you would say it's a sandwichy conversation.
It's a sandwichy sandwich, Cullen. It's a sandwich.
That's a better way of
because it was sandwiched. It's sandwiches, and it's still sandwiching.
Yeah, I agree.
Sandwich it out.
We can.
So much right now.
I don't know why we're playing with words. What's your point?
But that everything I just said made absolute sense because everything is sandwich, and it also makes sense. Probably a little bit more so than purpose is talos is everything is God, because you're kind of taking and defining things, stretching these definitions past their meanings, or in some cases just replacing them entirely with your own ideas, which is the whole sandwich that we find ourselves in now.
Yeah, no, that's not. Just because I can use the limits of our language to describe everything doesn't mean that there is undescribable things. I assume that there's things that are undescribable. I'm not going to make myself a slave to the limits of our language.
Why are you describing the indescribable with words that are already used to describe other things?
I prefer not to.
Why are you sandwiching them?
Yeah, I prefer not to. But that I'm here, but I don't have to, is what I'm saying. I don't have to describe the indescribable.
Why do you assume that there is such an undescribable that it must be undescribable? Is it an eternal indescribability?
Well, why do I assume that? Why do you assume that there's not? Wait, I guess you're questioning me.
Yeah, if everything that we're talking about are things that have been described, what is the need for the undescribable?
Because there continues to be things, new ways of describing things. So
Yeah,
it's eternal.
Because what do you think describing something means? If I'm giving, like for instance, if I tell you about the tree
adding adjectives
outside
to
of if I tell you about the tree that's outside of my house, and I'm describing it, what am I doing?
Sandwiching it.
Of course.
Wait.
What am I doing if I'm describing the tree that's outside my house right now?
You'd be layering it.
You're growing the tree.
How am I growing the tree? If I'm describing what the tree looks like,
you're giving it talos.
You're not getting. No, you're revealing its talos. You're not giving it talos. You're revealing the talos.
Revealing the sandwich, not making the sandwich.
So I'm right now telling you about how, the structure, the way the bark looks, the way the leaves look, the way the branches look. What am I doing exactly? And let's use words that that I don't have to ask you what the meaning are, because if you're describing if I'm describing to you, or if I am over here saying, oh well, that's schnickluck, and you're like, well, what does that mean? I'm like, oh, well, schnickluck is, just, blah. You're not going to understand what the fuck I'm saying. So
You're
They sound
communing.
like they heard, though.
You're communing. You're connecting the tree, you, to me, or you bring it closer.
So I'm describing the tree. So what am I doing when I'm describing this tree?
What are you? You're communing.
Yeah. Well, am I not listing off the characteristics, listing off the attributes of this tree?
Sure.
So whenever you sit there and we're talking about the describable, we're listing off its attributes, what's already of it. And whenever I ask you, what is the purpose of the indescribable? And you were saying, well, it creates more describable. How does the indescribable cause more, create describable? If it's indescribable, then it's indescribable. There's no way that it could create the describable because it will always be indescribable.
Well, what I'm saying is indescribable is the essence of the indescribable. Right?
The essence of the indescribable would still be indescribable. Otherwise, it is no longer indescribable. It would be describable.
So yeah, its essence is indescribable. So we'll never know the essence of this thing. But the thing itself has the capability of being describable.
How if it's indescribable? Because if you could describe it, it would cease to be indescribable.
The thing is more than its essence.
So, just to be clear, what Hammy's saying here is that the definition of the word ineffable is something that is indescribable, unexplainable. And you're now saying that you can use words to explain the unexplainable. Do you see the problem?
I'm not saying that we can do that. I don't think we can.
Then why have you been doing that? While you think about that, I'm going to go ahead and speak past you just to really quickly thank just what I heard. Noctis, Morgan Le Fay, and also Barfing Toaster. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. I appreciate all of you.
So we have something that is describable. We have something that is indescribable.
Mm-hmm.
We know about the describable things because we've described them, because these are attributes of of whatever it is we're describing. And you're saying that there's a usefulness to something that is indescribable. Now I'm trying to figure out what's that usefulness in relation to the describable.
Usefulness. In relation to the indescribable. Well, can the indescribable have attributes?
The only attribute it would be indescribable.
What if this thing has parts?
Those parts would be indescribable.
So what if I would say that it is describable, this thing?
Then that thing is no longer indescribable.
Okay, fine. It's indescribable, or it is describable.
So this describable thing is no longer. So I'm glad that we're no longer in an indescribable area.
Yeah.
However, we're now left with the question: how does this describable thing interact with the world, and how has it caused the world and life itself?
I don't know how it caused the world. That's not something I can know. But how does it interact? It interacts personally.
How does it interact personally?
By person, I don't mean like human specifically. I mean it through through person, and that's I guess what would be considered Christ. That would the personal side of God.
So this thing, it doesn't. This is what I'm understanding when you say this. That this thing, it interacts with the personal, but not by means of the person, but by means of the person.
Yeah, there's a we interact with God personally.
And I said, how? And you said, not by the person, like the humans, which means the person, but by the person.
Oh, well, I guess there's a Greek term for person, the hypostasis, which doesn't necessarily limit itself to human. It just means through other beings.
Beings which are humans, are they not?
Not necessarily. I think Christ can interact through us through creatures. I think that's how he interacts to us.
You think that Christ interacts with us through creatures?
Yes.
So the person who says that the reason they became Christian was because God entered their being and changed their lives. What creature did Jesus use?
What creature did he use to enter my being?
Yeah, to change that person's life.
He didn't choose any creature. Or he did. He chose. He chose himself, which is the entirety of all creation.
Wait. So, this being is the entirety of all creation.
His body is, not his head.
Right, his body is the entirety of all creation.
His head existed already.
His head existed already? Whoa, what?
Did you say
What?
Did you say his body is creation, but not his head?
Yeah. So his identity, in other words, his identity has always existed, but his body is something that is something that we relate to. Hence communion.
Do you hold to the position that that which is itself cannot create itself? I.e., like, so for instance, like a human, like if you go far back enough, human cannot create human.
I guess I don't know. Is this going to be crucial for this discussion?
Well, it is. Well, it's somewhat for the line of questioning I'm about to ask.
No, I don't think that's something. Well, yeah, God creates himself. Yeah. So that's but it's hard to understand or divine nature.
So if that which is itself can create itself, then why can't something just always exist, such as like the universe?
Because it's created nature. Yeah, this is super important. This divine nature versus created nature. What's different?
How is that different? Like, I
We
mean,
are
'cause if we're looking at the universe, and you're saying that this universe is created, and you believe that this universe is God, so you're saying that God created God.
This universe is not God.
So hang on. Have you
Did
actually
you?
questioned any of these
It's his
beliefs?
body. What?
I'm sorry. How is his body not him?
I just like
It
It's
was
not the
created
entirety.
by his
It's not the
head.
entirety of God, is what I'm saying.
His head
I'm not
created
saying.
his body, just like all heads create bodies. You know that, Hemi.
Yeah.
Clearly, it's
Oh,
logical.
this is so far beyond illogical. I don't.
No, it's not.
I'm a little confused here because earlier I just want to clarify something. So, Colin, you were saying that God was eternal, but now you're saying that God created himself. So I'm a little lost on that one.
He's uncreated. There's no such conception as created. Uncreated. What's the difference between? No. Okay. Let me talk.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Did he not say that God created himself?
he did.
Yeah, but that's a way of describing uncreated. So can I talk about this?
Well,
Divine nature
can you
versus.
describe what? Can you tell me what is uncreated?
We're trying to describe divine nature using the word created, but when we're in created nature, that's the problem. So we have divine nature and created nature. Divine nature is uncreated, so we can't use the word created to talk about the divine nature.
So, what does the term uncreated mean?
It literally means nothing because we understand creation as creatures. How could we relate to the uncreated?
So, if uncreated means nothing, then
No, it doesn't mean nothing.
Well, that's what you just said. I
Or
said, what does
it's real.
uncreated mean? And you said it means nothing.
It's a way of understanding that. It's a way of understanding divine nature, basically.
You just
So
we can't understand.
Is that a description of the term uncreated?
It's a faulty description, but it is a description. And there's no way to describe the uncreated nature, if that's what you're asking.
So let me. I'm sorry, Thrayle. I have to do a little bit of educating and hope that this'll break something up here to get to questioning. So the term un at the beginning of that, there's what's called a prefix.
Yep.
Un usually means like not what's going, like the next part of the word. So, like for instance, untie means to undo the tying of something. Unbelievable is the means to undo the believing of something, that was once believed. Right? So, when you say uncreated, you are saying that it's to undo the creation of something that was once thought to be created.
How about non-created? Is that a better word?
Non-created. Now that can possibly work, except for it needs to actually follow the way the words are normally known to define. So if you were saying that this spirit or this God is non-created, then is there a better way to define that thing other than using the term uncreated?
In other words, not of our nature. Simple as that.
Are you saying that it is of our nature to be created?
Yes, that's a crucial part of Orthodox. So we are of created nature, and we share in the created nature
How
of.
did you come to that conclusion?
How did I come to that?
Yeah, how did you come to the fact that we are created?
That we're created. How did you? I mean, I would just ask, how did you
How
come to
did
the
you
fact that
come?
we're uncreated?
I've never made that claim.
Okay, sorry.
But you've made the claim.
I assumed. I assume.
Yeah.
Because
Why
it's
do
better
you
to assume.
Why is it better to assume? What sense does that make?
It's assuming that we can come up.
Can I interject here? I have actually a strange question. Have you ever witnessed something being created from nothing?
From no thing, something from no thing.
Sure. You're proposing that that's what God did, right?
Not necessarily. How am I proposing that?
Okay. Well, we were speaking of the ineffable. Let's go into it. So what exactly is this creation thing that you keep talking about? You go about it, and I've kind of gotten some, I'd almost call it vague answers. I'm trying to get some specific language so we can really get into the nitty gritty of it. I think that's what Hammy's been trying to do, is get you to sort of properly differentiate between certain things.
Your thing cut out for a moment. Somebody's calling me. Sorry. I assume that I am created.
I'm asking you, how did you get there? Why do you assume that?
Because I have two things assumed, that I'm uncreated or created. But what I do assume is that I have an uncreated Logi.
How did you come to that assumption, though, that you are either created or not created?
Well, here's why. Because both seem true, right? That we're both created and uncreated. The part of me that... So I assume that there's an uncreated Logi, right, that exists in the Logos. But I also assume that I'm created as well. Both of those fit. It solves both of that.
Does uncreation not
Non-created.
already keep the, or non-created, doesn't that not already assume creation? Because if uncreated means to undo what was once thought to be created,
It assumes,
so
yeah,
is
sure, it
there
assumes creation.
still an assumption of creation within that term?
I would say so, yeah.
So how did you come to the conclusion that you're stuck between created and undoing what was once thought to be created? Isn't that the same as saying created and created?
Well, it's a mixture of assuming both things.
So would it be better to say that the two assumptions that you personally have come across is either created or not created?
Yeah, those are the two assumptions, is that there's a created and not created.
So how did you come to those two, that those are the only two assumptions?
I never assumed that. In fact, I think that maybe it's either not created is a description, or non-created, something other than created nature.
So what about something just always existing?
That would be non-created. Same thing. Eternal.
So eternal. Okay, so you're stuck with that we're either created or eternal.
We're both.
Or both.
Yes. Do you want me to explain that?
I'm not sure how one can be.
You already have. He's explained it already. His Logi is uncreated and his physical body is created.
And the Logi is within that very nature. But our Logi is something that is not something that we come up with it for our own, but something that's revealed to us if we listen.
Yogi Bear's within us, got it.
Hey, boo-boo.
Hey, boo boo.
Well, Yogi.
What did you guys think? Did I defend myself well here?
I don't understand.
You've been calm and
Why are you
respectful,
defending
Cullen, but I don't think that you're actually presenting a coherent belief based on anything other than assumptions. It's not coherent, and it's not based on anything. It's simply you assume that this is what is. You will describe what you describe as undescribable in a way that you see fit to describe, and it exists the way you describe because you assume it to be.
The
So
only two
what would you... Oh,
assumptions
go ahead.
The only two assumptions that I come whenever I'm describing my position is that I exist and that the world around me is real. Everything else is mainly about what I'm seeing, what I'm describing. And whenever you work from that, you tend to have a little bit more coherency in describing your positions.
I work from that. And I've experienced both the eternal. I've experienced the eternal.
I'm not saying that you have or haven't. I'm saying that you tend to add more assumptions than I do whenever it comes to your position. I also did find, it was pointed out in the chat, but I was about to point it out as well, but I also find it very interesting that you feel that you had to defend yourself in a conversation about your beliefs.
Well, I'm used to that format, so that's all.
Oh, well, we just like to ask questions. We're not here
But
to
I don't.
get you
I don't appreciate you saying that I assume that I've experienced the eternal. I don't.
No,
What do you mean by
that's not what I
experience
said.
the eternal, Cullen? What does it even mean?
I've experienced. I've witnessed something. I've witnessed things that are eternal. It's on and off
What
throughout
do
my
you
life.
mean
But
what do you mean you've witnessed something eternal? What is the eternal thing you have witnessed?
It often happens through when I'm in the mode of poetry or music, and when my mind is quiet.
When your mind is quiet and you're in a mode of poetry or music
or prayer,
witness the eternal. What does that mean? Witness the eternal. What are you witnessing that you're saying is eternal?
Well, like I said, divine nature. We can't use words to describe the divine nature. It's that simple.
Are you talking about a feeling, Cullen? You feel something when you're in a mode of poetry or music.
You could call it a feeling, sure.
If you feel something, how do you determine that that feeling is of a divine nature and not of a Cullen's brain nature?
Well, I could pull the Graham Hancock and say that it could be either one, but I'm just going to live my life that it's the divine.
Did you just invoke Graham Hancock?
Yes.
Colin. You understand Graham Hancock is a terrible archaeologist, right?
I'm not going to talk about archaeology. I don't need your approval on what sources I have multiple sources for archaeology.
I'm not approving.
I'm talking about his understanding of consciousness. That has nothing to do with archaeology.
What is he?
I'm a receiver of consciousness.
Wait, hold on.
Or I develop
what was that?
It's either one.
What does he have to do with consciousness? What is Graham Hancock? Like, why are we quoting Graham Hancock at me as a response to my questions?
I'm sorry that I ever quoted. I'm saying that I agree with him. And when he says that I'm either a receiver of consciousness or generator, I'm just going to assume that I'm a receiver of it. I'm going to assume that. So
why?
Because it's why.
While you think about that, Colin, think about all the other things that we've asked you up here. Think about the definitions of words and how they're used in the English language to convey things. And think most importantly about questioning your beliefs. But we did have a poll and they have spoken. So I've gone ahead and taken the liberty of moving on.
You know, I requested whenever he was talking about basically how God is like the whole entire, like when you were talking about time and all that, and I requested up then, expecting that I was going to be able to jump in a little bit on the time discussion, and then I got led up into him arguing over the definition of sandwich.
Yeah.
That
he wanted to redefine words.
A hard left turn.
Literally every step of the way, but could not accept a perfectly logical definition of sandwich.
Hey guys.
Hello, Candace.
Yes. How are you?
What's up? I'm great. I can't wait to make the video. He wasn't a priest. He was just actually made a bishop this past weekend. And yeah, so wait till you see the video. He did not have an answer for my question. It was so like he couldn't give me any historical documentation. Like I didn't want to be disrespectful. I was trying to be as respectful as possible while questioning his faith pretty much. But like just wait for the video. I messed up a little bit too because like I didn't keep the camera totally turned on him, but he was cool with it. But like when I said, what about the lineage of Jesus? And he's like, well, it goes through Mary, but they didn't keep records. And I said, so you're saying Mary is through the lineage of David? And he's like, yeah. I was like, well, where can I find that? And he's like, well, it's not in the Bible. It's in other books. Okay, what are those books? And he wouldn't answer.
He's probably speaking about before.
It was crazy. Yeah. But I'm going to make a video and post it. You'll see.
Well,
You'll see.
I'm impressed.
Although you said bishop, so he's Catholic, right?
Whoops. Yeah, he was wearing the whole collar.
So then the Apocrypha are already going to be in his Bible.
Well, I don't know where he's getting the lineage of Mary, but he was like, they had to do Joseph because that's how they, the Jewish people did it back then. But I was like, yeah. So I didn't press the issue too much because I could feel him being uncomfortable with my question. Like he wasn't prepared for me to do what I was doing, and I didn't want to be disrespectful,
I understand that, not wanting to be disrespectful.
You also have to bear in mind that not as many priests go through seminary as you might expect.
But like, I'm surprised that he wasn't more. This is something he gets asked frequently.
When you have an everyday set of believers, I don't imagine that would be the case.
I didn't quite get the question. What was the question you asked him?
Oh, sorry. What does he have to say about the lineage of Jesus? Because Jesus was born of Mary and God, and the lineage in Matthew and Luke goes through Joseph. So I don't think he was prepared for that question because he laughed when I said it.
Yeah, it's one of the most funniest ones, and for anybody who didn't quite catch it, basically, whenever it comes to Jesus, it's always described to him being as Messiah because he is a lineage of the house of the King of David, and which Joseph is a direct descendant of. However, Joseph has no actual blood ties to Jesus, so it would have to go through Mary, and they technically, like they've convoluted that Mary has lineages to the house of the King of David, but one, the way that they did the process back then was through the fathers, and B, even if they did it through the mothers, in the line of Mary's lineage, there's a particular individual who is not only just questionable about whether or not they are line, but like it's about whether or not he's part of the line. He is like that person is disqualified for the line of the King of David, in which case Mary is a direct descendant of that person. So that would mean that the biggest, like one of the more linchpin things about the Messiah, which is being of the house of the King of David, Jesus does not fit. And there's apologetics around it that people tend to spew off, but it is very interesting that as Candace pointed out, that this going to be bishop.
Oops, yeah, he was just in, like, I guess there was a huge thing this past week, because what I found out was this woman I had made friends with earlier, she was actually at the same gate as me, and she said something. She goes, "Oh, he's a nice priest." I was like, "Oh yeah, I was talking. No, he's a nice bishop." I said, "Oh, do you mean the priest?" I was talking to him earlier. She goes, "Yeah, he just became bishop this past week. There was a big conference where they ordained some priests as bishops." I was like, "Oh my gosh, I feel so bad because I was calling him a priest, and he was humble enough not to correct me." So, yeah, but the fact that a bishop couldn't give a better answer. Wait till you see the video. Like, he stumbles. He's like quiet. He doesn't know the answer to what I'm asking of him, and that makes me sad. Like, this was one of the things that I questioned before, and I was told, like, well, Joseph, and because of God, supernaturally did it, and Joseph adopted Jesus. And then I find out that in Jewish tradition there is no such thing as adoption, and their bloodlines are very sacred to them, so on and so forth. So I'm like, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say that even if like the Jewish people like did hold towards adoptions, like this is my son, yada 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 type of deal. The simple fact is like this prophecy A was made before something like that ever even existed, and B, even if like it wasn't, the simple fact is this is a prophecy, so this is going to be something like whenever they're talking about the line of the King of David, it's going to be from father to son all the way. This is not like, oh, my adopted son. It's going to be direct blood related. And so it's fascinating that a newly appointed bishop, like, I'm guessing, judging by what you said, didn't even know the current apologetics around it?
It would appear that way, because all he had to offer was that it goes through Mary. And I'm like, well, where's Mary's lineage? And all he could say was it wasn't in the Bible, it's in other books, but where? And he wouldn't give the answer.
It's because if he did give the answer, he would be forced to realize that Mary's lineage isn't like to the King of David. Either that, or he I don't want to assume malice. It's either that or he is unaware that Mary's lineage is not to the King of David.
I generally go to Hanlon's razor for this kind of stuff. Never assume malice, to which that can adequately be explained with stupidity or incompetence.
Yeah. So, I mean, I do
No,
lean
but like,
towards it.
go ahead. Oh, sorry, Amy. But like, no, when I first sat down, I was like, hi. I didn't know if I could ask you a question, and I do TikTok, so I didn't know if it'd be okay to record it. And he was like, yeah. I said, my name is Candace, and I have a history. My my background was I was a Christian, but something that's been bothering me. I have a question. Can I ask you? And he said, absolutely. So that's where the recording starts. And his energy at first, I could feel it. Like he was fine. He was receptive. But once I asked the question, his entire body shifted. Like you can see on the video, like he moves out of the frame of the video and is like further away from me. And he starts using his hands a lot. So it was, yeah, it was very interesting.
If you believe that Jesus is your God, then go ahead and request up, even if he is or isn't from the lineage of David.
Is or is everything not sandwich? Please request up to tell us why or why not.
Dave's not here, man.
I love it. But I think you can get better with the not as deep version of that.
Oh, yeah, I could.
Too, because I know that right now it's gonna be like nah, it's not necessary.
I think I'm actually going to go live with that being my question. Christians, explain to me how Jesus is of the lineage of Joseph to fulfill the messianic prophecy or something like that. You know what I mean? Because I want to know I want to bring truth to people. And so often they just brush over this. People are staring at me in the airport because I have my tripod up so I can like move back and forth while I eat a sandwich.
I have to remember which relative of Mary's it was that disqualifies her from the lineage for me to want to like run a question like that. Because I'd much rather be like, well, this is the spot where it disqualifies her from David's line. So, what now? How do we get over this?
A little bit of this was the moment he knew he fucked up.
Exactly.
Guys, I'm reading Christ Before Jesus, and it is really opening my eyes to a lot of mistakes within the Gospels.
Yeah, Jared's got some really good work he does within all of that. I would definitely recommend picking up his book if you haven't yet.
100%. Like, I'm actually going to buy a copy and have my daughter read it because it explains things. I mean, sometimes I have had to Google some of the words they use because they are big words. But for the most part, it's easy to understand. Plug Christ Before Jesus by Jaron
Wingo.
Jaron Wingo and Matthew Britt.
I promise Thrayle I was not a paid actor there.
Mm-hmm. No, I've been meaning to get a copy of it myself.
Thrayle, you're on during the day today. What's going on?
Well, for the low price of $3, you can acquire it as a digital copy.
That's right. And I need to do that. Exactly.
That is true. I'm like a paper book kind of person though, because I like to write notes in it.
But if you don't have the money, but you do have 1 credit from Audible, you can get the audio version of it.
Really interesting.
Indeed.
It's already on Audible? I'll totally get it there.
My that's where I have my copy of it.
Well, really quickly, to detract from Jaren's commercial a little bit intentionally, I'm going to thank, and just what I heard, Barfing Toaster and Cat the Witch for helping with the gift goal. I do appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Shadow. How are you doing?
Hey, pretty good. I like the topic of the genealogy. Kind of wanted to just shed light with one verse that I know about that I'm pulling up right now. Genealogy. Hmm. Okay, it's probably here. So you have Luke and Matthew's genealogy. Matthew's genealogy follows through Solomon, son of David. Luke's genealogy follows from Nathan. Luke tries to correct this Jeconiah curse problem from Solomon um, through Nathan. There's just one problem. In 1 Chronicles 28, verse 5, talking about the sons of David, of all my sons, my referring to David, of all David's sons, for the Lord has given me many. He has chosen my son Solomon to sit upon the throne of the kingdom of the Lord over Israel. So the problem is it cannot come from Nathan because of 1 Chronicles 28:5, that Solomon is the chosen lineage. So that would negate Luke. And then the problem with the Matthew lineage is the Jeconiah curse, as far as I know. That's all I got. Thank you.
Have you ever thought, Shadow, that it got it wrong here? Because Christian nonsense?
Yes, I will add that to my notes. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just here. I'm just here to help.
Unfortunately, I do have to get back to work, but thanks for having me up, guys. Later.
Thank you for sharing, Shadow. I actually did state that at the beginning of when I was talking to him, that there was a discrepancy in Matthew's. So going off of Luke's, what did he think? But yeah, I'll make up a little bitty video. But are there no Christians? We got 60 people in here. There's no Christians that want to come up and question there, or anybody that's a believer and question their beliefs. There's got to be somebody.
I know. There's gotta be.
I've been bamboozled into the chat there, Thrayle.
How are you bamboozled?
Because I can't ground morals instantiation of necessary preconditions.
Is that how you got bamboozled in the chat?
That's how I got bamboozled.
Why were you trying to ground things? Did they get in trouble or something?
Well, I look, Thrayle, I don't make the rules here, okay?
Well, then why are you enforcing them by grounding things?
Because of the funny.
Because we have a new guest. That's why.
Oh, there is that. We do have a new guest. Hey, Seiko, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, 30.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I do.
And which god is that?
I believe in the one true God, Allah.
And have you read your Quran from beginning to end?
Yes.
And do you believe it to be true and literal?
True. Yes, I do believe it to be true.
And why
Well,
do you
in
believe
literal.
that?
Sorry.
Literal?
Yeah, literal.
I think there could be analogies, but not everything has to be literal.
Not everything has to be literal. Is there
Meaning,
something
like
in there?
the,
Is
like
there something in
analogies.
there specific that you can think of that isn't literal?
Oh, not off the top of my head, no, unless you bring something up.
I see. So, what is it that convinces you that this Quran is true?
Oh, what convinces me? I think a lot of things.
obviously the story of the prophet, how he came about. I think looking at other religions, just comparing it to Islam, and just really.
Story of the prophets.
What about the prophets?
Yeah, you said the story of the prophet. What about that story?
Like Prophet Muhammad, the way he came about, his life story, how he was, and everything.
What do you mean his life story?
Meaning, like his biography, basically, how he started out. He was just a regular worker. He was a trustworthy. He was known as the trustworthy one, and how he came to know of the scripture and how he went about it and how he delivered the message and many things.
So because he was a hard worker and people claimed he was trustworthy.
Yeah.
So you take
Many people,
other people's claims of him.
Yeah, even his own enemies claimed he was trustworthy.
Even his own enemies. Which enemies said, "Hey, I know that Muhammad guy. He's really trustworthy."
The people that were against him during that time, I don't know off the top of my head, but this is some of the. I wouldn't say I have the exact. So there's the hadiths and everything. So I wouldn't say I know the exact hadiths, but there's things in the hadiths. There's like the sayings of the Prophet and the sayings of the people.
Would it be fair that that probably it was just a general his